How's it going, everybody? I am Donut. This is, of course, a Black Lives Matter, all cops are bastards, and trans rights supporting channel. If you are not supporting all that shit, you can get the fuck right off this channel. This is Infinity War, and hold on, I know you can get the reaction in the description below, full length, go check it out. But before you do, I'm doing a whole discussion here at the beginning about my thoughts before I go into Infinity War about, I don't know anything. So I'm talking about how, like, who's going to be involved with this? How are they going to get involved with this? You know, there's some characters that are still out there and they aren't connected. Are they going to be part of the Avengers? Are they not? That's what I'm going to be talking about. So if you have not watched my little pre-discussions that I do that are usually very quick for all my movies, if you watch anyone, watch this one before the discussion, for the actual reaction. It's going to be quite a lot to talk about. So let's get into that. I don't know anything about Infinity War or Endgame, but I mean, for the most part. But I have said this before. I'll say it again. I do know that at some point, I believe in Endgame, that a lot of people die. I think. I know Spider-Man dies. That's the only thing I am 100% spoiled on. I know Spider-Man dies. Only thing I'm spoiled on. I don't know if it's in this movie. I don't know if it's in Endgame. Pretty sure it's in Endgame. But still, I just say that. Anyway, I think a lot of people die, and that's like a thing or something, but I don't know exactly. Because I also know there's so much, shit going. I've seen so many titles of things for the future movies and TV shows and stuff that it's like, I don't know who the fuck they could kill off, and, there's so many names that are still around, so I don't know I don't know about that. The only thing I know for sure, Spider-Man die. The only thing I know for sure is like a dust thing, Spider-Man turned to dust. That's all I know. Thanos does snaps. Kills people with snaps, I think. That's it. That's all I know. So, with all that out of the way, again, I don't know who's in these movies. I don't know what is the people in these movies. So, that's what we're going to talk about right now. Obviously, let's start off with Tony Stark and all that. So, what is the Avengers right now? Like, is Tony Stark technically still an Avenger? Are the Avengers still around now that Captain America and half the Avengers have left? I suppose so. So, our technically, quote-unquote, Avengers are Tony Stark, James Rhodes, Natasha Romanoff, and Vision. And, that's a weird lineup. It's a really weird lineup. It's not going to obviously be just them, but are we going to start the movie with it being just them? Like, oh shit, here comes aliens again. Now the Avengers have to deal with it. Call in the Avengers, these 5 or 4 people that we have. And then it's like, oh, okay, well, they can't handle it. And then, Steve comes in to help with all his people, and then yeah, I think that's my prediction. We're going to start off with just the Tony side of the Avengers and realize, like, oh boy, Civil War was really bad because we got 4 people now to defend against this. And, one of them is extremely injured, assumingly. I don't know if Rhodey's going to be fully healed up by the time this movie is starting or not, but we'll see. Maybe he will. But still. Rhodey's injured. Romanoff is Romanoff, and I mean, like, no shade, but I mean, what's she gonna? It's not, Tony's really the only person here who can really defend against an alien invasion and a Vision, but yeah, they're not gonna be able to handle it. So then we're going to have to call in other people. Spider-Man, they said they're not going to call him in, but are they going to immediately call him in? Like, or is it going to be a thing where he sees it on the news or something and comes to go help? Like, is this going to be a thing where we're seeing the people that aren't exactly affiliated with the Avengers coming in to help, aside from the TV characters? Maybe. Yeah, if they did the Spider-Man, like, sees it on TV and comes to help, that would be cool, but it would also be like are none of the other heroes coming to help? But, yeah, to be fair, Spider-Man could help a lot more than any of the Netflix TV show heroes could be, so I guess there's more reason for that to happen there. So then, Steve and, all the other, I don't know what we would call that faction or anything, but this is, how are they all going to get involved? Because it's not like they're all hanging out together, I assume. I mean, certainly Black Panther's not just chilling around with them and everything. So, like, what are they doing, right? Bucky is with Black Panther. So it's really just, assumingly, Steve and Sam are probably hanging out. Hawkeye's doing his own thing, probably, for sure. Scott, I don't know, what's Scott gonna do? What's Scott up to? And then Agent 13, is she gonna be in this movie? Goddamn, I hope not, but probably. I hope she just has like a small scene or something. Please don't, like, let's not do too much here. But it really feels like they only had her in the entire movies just to work up for here. So yeah, I'm guessing that it's gonna be Steve's gonna have to go around and get. I don't know. That feels weird because it's gonna be a big alien invasion. It's gonna be something that everyone's knowing is happening. I guess it could just be everybody just showing up, like all of Steve's people just showing up individually, more or less individually. Some of them are going to be going together, but Scott's the weird one. I have no guesses as to what the fuck Scott's doing, how he's going to get involved with this. Like, he's just kind of gonna. I don't know if they're going to get him, but I don't think Scott would be the kind of person to be like, let me show up and help. Maybe, but I don't know, you know? Interesting. Wanda, where is she? What is she? She might be with, like, Hawkeye, actually. She might just be chilling with Hawkeye's family or something. Yeah, I think that's my guess for those. For you know, the Captain America squad, if they're not, like, together, which I don't think they would be, then I think they're just going to have to come together. And then, okay, so we have, like, Nick Fury and Maria Hill, and we have all of the not S.H.I.E.L.D., but is S.H.I.E.L.D., and it's, you know, the helicarrier people from Ultron, like, that, you know, in the S.H.I.E.L.D. TV show, they imply that is S.H.I.E.L.D. I mean, they very heavily imply it's S.H.I.E.L.D. It is just S.H.I.E.L.D. But in the movies, they don't exactly say it's S.H.I.E.L.D., even though it would have to be S.H.I.E.L.D. How is he getting all these people? You know, Fury, how would he be getting all these people if it's not S.H.I.E.L.D.? So, Fury's going to be in this movie again in a, like, mentor role. I'm going to hate it. I'm not going to enjoy it, but they're going to do it. Doctor Strange, I mean, like, he's gonna help, but I mean, I think he's just gonna show up. Like, I think it's just gonna be, we're fighting, and there's just gonna be a portal, and he's just gonna step out of it and be like, I'm here to help with some people. Is there people? I don't know. It does seem like he's just there by himself again. We joked about this in the discussion of Doctor Strange, but it does seem like all the sanctums are just run by one person. So yeah, that is, I think, everybody on Earth who's, like, definitely going to be in the movie. I think that's, you know, pretty solid. Then we have, of course, the like, Guardians. Well, okay, Thor is there. I mean, Thor. I don't have to say anything about Thor. Thor's right there. We know where Thor is. We know where Bruce is. We know, you know, we got that. That's done and done. Guardians of the Galaxy. Well, actually, I should say about Thor. I do think that that's not going to be, like, Thor is going to show up, like, you know, into the movie. It's not going to be we're starting there. I should definitely say that. But yeah. And we have, like, you know, a whole army on that ship, so I do think that's going to be, like, reinforcements. Things are already going down, then Thor shows up with a hell of a lot of reinforcements. Now, are the Guardians of the Galaxy going to be in this? I don't think so. I was so sure they would be, but at this point, I think I'm starting to think that maybe they just won't. Like, maybe we're just, Guardians of the Galaxy are going to be one of the only things in the MCU that is only they are never in the Avengers type of team-up stuff. Because they've got so much going on. With everybody else, it's a lot more, like, single people or, like, a couple people teamed up. Whereas they've got so many people. They've got a whole ass, like, crew. And it's going to be weird. Like, when Thor shows up, it's not really like, you know, most of these people are going to get a lot of screen time. Valkyrie and Heimdall and fucking Korg and Meek and all that. You know, they're not going to be getting screen time very much. Whereas, like, Guardians of the Galaxy, it's going to be hard to imagine them showing up and not giving them a bit of screen time. And there's a lot of them. So, do I want to say no? Do I want to say no? It feels like it's gotta be. I mean, especially with Thanos. What am I talking about? Like, Gamora's got the whole thing with Thanos and everything, so we have to. It just is whack that we're going to be giving them. Not whack, it's just like, I'm curious to see how they're going to do it. But they've got to. So how are they going to show up? Why would they show up? I guess, hey, we know Thanos is at Earth. Let's go kick. Why would they be like, let's go kick Thanos? Like, they know they can't do that. So, why would they go to Earth? Maybe Peter's just like, I want to go home now. I want to check out what Earth's like. Oh, it's under attack. That's the only thing I can think of. I don't know what other possible reason they would have to go to Earth other than, like, I just want to visit my Earth. And yeah, I think then we have like, various people. Like, is Selvig gonna be in this movie? Is Jane Foster gonna be in this movie? Are any of their like relationships gonna be in this movie? I say this: are any of the relationships gonna be in this movie? I don't think so. I don't think they're gonna do any of the like relationship stuff in this movie at all. Like, they're just not gonna touch on it. And I get the only thing would probably be Scott and Wasp Girl. Don't remember her name. I have it right down here. Why didn't I look at it? Hope. But yeah, assuming she's going to be with Wasp. And I know Ant-Man and the Wasp movie takes place before this movie, I should say. I guess I should say that. That's quote-unquote spoiler, maybe. I don't know. But yeah, I do know that that takes place pre-Infinity War, but there is a scene that takes place post-Infinity War or something like that. There's a reason why I shouldn't watch it till after Infinity War. So that's the only relationship thing I can see them doing. Is yeah, Hope and Scott. Everything else thing they're gonna put in the back burner. Selvig might have like a little nod, like, hey, you guys remember Selvig, right? And I do love Selvig. I would love if we got a little Selvig scene, but I don't think we're gonna get a Selvig scene. And aside from that, like, what like sidekicks? Like, is Wong gonna be in this movie? Is what's Peter's friend's name? I can't remember it. Ned? Was it Ned, I believe? Yeah, like, is he gonna be in this movie? How much sidekick are we gonna get in this movie? Of, like, the non-hero sidekicks, the ones that are more in the chair. Like Selvig, like, Darcy, or, the intern kid. Yeah, I don't think we're gonna be touching on really any of the small sidekicks. So, yes. I guess that's pretty much all I'm covering on, like, who is going to be in this movie in terms of the hero side of things. Sif is, again, I'm hoping Sif's dead. I'm just hoping Sif's dead and it happened off screen. Because if they try and make Sif just be on the fucking ship in this, I'm going to be furious. Furious. So, let's talk about what else we got going on around here. Like, okay, big thing that I'm not sure if I've ever mentioned in a video. I think I only posted it on like my Discord a long time ago. So Red Skull is definitely in space, or at the very, very least, they were planning to do something like that, like put him into space or something. A while back, a long time ago, months ago, when I was rewatching First Avenger, I don't know how I didn't notice when I first watched it, but he definitely does get beamed up into space. I mean, I don't really think any other way to take that scene other than he gets beamed up into space. And so, I assuming he's just going to be on Thanos' crew. Like, that's my guess. It's just, assuming the Cap is just it's going to be like the Bucky thing, where he, like, punches, a mask off, and it's the Red Skull. That's my guess. Any other villains coming back in this movie? I don't think so. I don't think there's any other villain coming back. Who could possibly? I'm looking at my list here of all of them, and yeah, I don't think so. Because the rest of them are all humans, and I don't really think that's going to be a big problem in this movie. I think it's going to be a big alien problem. So, it makes sense why Red Skull beaming up to space would be on the crew, but everybody else, I don't think so. If there's any returning villain, that's it. And I don't know if they're going to do it this movie or if they're still holding off Red Skull for something even more later. I don't know. Because it's Scott. I don't know how he just, like, beams himself into Thanos' like, place and is just like, hey, I'll take a job. You got a job for me? I'll take it. Whatever it is. Yeah, so... anything else that's going on, really? We have the Collector out there. Yeah, I don't really have anything to say about that. I don't really think it's going to come up, but it's possible. And yeah, I think that covers all the back. There's nothing I have to say about Thanos either. I'm hoping they're going to give me a bit of caring about Thanos, because currently, right now, I don't care about Thanos at all as a villain. I am not excited to see him. I'm excited to see everything else this movie, but I really could not give a shit about Thanos in any way. So I'm hoping that they make me care about him in somehow. Infinity Stones. So we got the Tesseract, the Mind Stone, the Aether, the Orb, and the Eye of Agamotto. And then we have one more that isn't accounted for yet, and we don't know what it is. So, the Tesseract is a traveling one. Like, it is the stone of travel or something, right? It's like stone teleportation, maybe. Something like that. Which is also why, of course, I'm pretty sure that he got beamed up into space. Red Skull. Then we have the Mind Stone. Very obvious in name, very not obvious in what it is or what it does exactly. It does a lot of things. It can make people pissed off. It can give you speed powers. It can give you Wanda powers. It can make it's part of Vision. It does all. I'm not sure what the fuck the Mind Stone is, but I can concretely say it is the Mind Stone. Then we have the Aether, which is like the orb seems to be destruction or power or just blowy uppy the blowy uppy stone, the big bomb stone, power stone. So what is Aether? How is Aether one of the fucking Infinity Stones? Well, Eye of Agamotto, obviously time. So we have teleport, mind, power, time. I don't know what these Infinity Stones are. What else? What have we not covered? There's so much. These are not like basic concepts or anything. These are, okay, you have mind. If Aether is body, the body stone maybe, because it goes inside your body and everything. So the Mind Stone, the Body Stone, the I don't know what the hell you would call the Tesseract, like the teleporting stone. I don't know, travel stone. It is seemingly whatever like the Bifrost is. It's seemingly like kind of the same thing, but it can't be. Well, it is. It's just the Bifrost only has a certain distance, I guess, and the Tesseract can go wherever, and that's the difference. Maybe, I'm not sure. I'm just guessing here. So, if there's time, mind, body, teleport, power. I don't know. I have no guesses as to what this last Infinity Stone could possibly be. These are all over the place. But that is my guess for what all of them are kind of supposed to be, quote unquote. And I think, are the Kree going to be involved in this? Probably. They're probably going to be on Thanos' group, but Thanos probably is like, you know what, fuck it, I'm taking the Kree. Other than that, how the hell would Nebula show up in all this? Like, if the Guardians show up, is Nebula going to also show up? And there's going to be so many people that are just going to be playing, or just spaceships crashing into Earth constantly. So many people that got to get here from space. I think that is everything. I'm good. That's my discussion. I'm good. How I think this movie's going to go. Oh, that's a hard one to do. As I said, it's going to start off with the actual Avengers, Tony's Avengers. They're going to, big old, sort of like calm, something, normal life. Then big old ship shows up, big old alien invasion. Avengers got to go do something. Oh no, we can't. It's not working. Then who's going to show up at that point? Who's going to be the first people to show up? Is it going to be Steve or is it going to be aliens? Like, is it going to be one of the space people? Because it could be an interesting, like, hold off on bringing back all the, Captain America people, so that way we can do some, like, hey, we're the Guardians of the Galaxy, and we're teaming up with Tony and all of them. Because I could definitely see that. They have very similar vibes. They're all kind of assholes. So, it fits a lot more if they're going to show up around that point. But I do think it's going to be, actually, Steve and them show up, a bunch of people show up, they start to help, then I'm not gonna try and fully think about the whole movie. Where do I think this is gonna end? How is this gonna end? Because assuming they're gonna fight Thanos, like, is Thanos just gonna do a big skedaddle? Maybe he just like skedaddles at the end. Like they start to actually, like, win, and then he does a big like skedaddle, and then an end game is we have to go after him. Maybe. I think that's my guess. That's my guess. This movie's gonna end Thanos skedaddle. End game is we have to go after Thanos. Probably after some healing time or something. I don't think it would be an immediately we have to go after him or something, but I don't know. Let's see. That's it. If you want to see the full length, check it out in the description below. Yeah, boy, already a 20-minute discussion. The movie hasn't even started. Okay. We are here for the discussion of Infinity War. Here is probably how this is going to go.
Okay.
We're going to give a very, very, very quick discussion at the very beginning here of a just, hitting the bullet points of stuff. Then we're going to do our actual discussion. I'm not going to try and do like a spoiler, or not, like I'm not going to try and do a here's like the 10-minute version. It's going to be like, here's a minute discussion for anybody who's extremely impatient, and here's everything else.
Sure.
This is probably going to be done over multiple days because I want to cover like everything, man. We're going to be going through like all the characters today, and then we're going to stop recording, and then we're going to give us some time, and then we'll come back. So it's going to be
fair.
I'm not sure how long this discussion is going to be, but it's going to get long as shit because we're going to have a lot to talk about.
Yeah, and I mean that's also why the release is delayed a little bit.
Oh yeah. But okay, so. Like briefly, just to give a overall my opinions on the movie and everything like that.
Please.
I do think this is now the best one so far.
Okay, wait, the best one. What do you mean by that?
Like MCU movie.
Okay,
because
wow.
I have said Avengers. When I first saw it, I was like, okay, that was the best one. But then all the other Avengers since then have been like, hasn't been as good as some of the standalone movies since the first Avengers. Whereas this one, I feel like is the first one where it's been like, okay, yeah, back to that feeling I got in Avengers for the first time. Just that epicness from it, whereas the other Avengers kind of just felt like we're doing the thing.
Sure.
Whereas this one felt epic again.
Okay.
So best movie out of all of them so far. It's sad that Ant-Man wasn't in it, but aside from that's really like the only thing I can say that I didn't, like. And it wasn't really something that was noticeable in the movie, just that's the only thing I can say. Like, it sucks just from a team up perspective. It'd be cool to have them all here. I mean, Hawkeye would be, nice to have them all here too, but
sure.
Hawkeye's also a kind of character where if they wanted to just say Hawkeye is not in the Avengers and he's by himself now, I'd be fine with that because he's that kind of character,
Sure.
But yeah, it would have been nice to have Ant-Man here. And Thanos, I'm not really sure how to feel about, but it worked for what it was at the very least.
All right.
That is the briefest, synopsis of all of it. I'm excited for part two. This is weird because this is the first one that's very part one, part two sort of thing going on. As opposed to all the other ones are definitely, not so much.
Yeah.
So that's this brief discussion. Let's get into the characters now.
Okay.
Well,
actually,
before. Yes.
I do want to talk about the part one, part two thing.
Okay.
Because when, near the end of phase 2, they did the big announcement, okay, here's all of phase 3. It's more or less what we saw, except, Inhumans was a movie, and we didn't. I believe Ant-Man and the Wasp was supposed to be phase 4.
Okay.
Some stuff was shuffled. The big thing that is relevant here is the ending of phase 3 was supposed to be Avengers Infinity War Part 1, Avengers Infinity War Part 2.
Okay.
And about a year or so, I'd say, before the pre-production, before they started announcing stuff for Infinity War Part 1, they said, we're doing a big change. This is going to be Avengers Infinity War, and we do not have a name for the next movie.
Okay.
It was a...
That line felt like we're in the end game now. Felt so on the nose, but it's actually weirder if they didn't have that planned yet.
I mean, we don't know...
By that time, they had to, I feel
because also, in Age of Ultron, Tony says specifically, I'm preparing for the end game.
Yeah.
Yeah. It is something seeded through the movies.
Yeah, so it might have accidentally... I mean, the end game is a very, it's just a word, so...
Or, I think it may have also been it was probably going to be part 1, part 2, but then part 2 may have had a big ol', statement of this is the end game or something.
So, is Endgame not, an event in the comics or anything?
No.
Okay. Is Infinity War a thing in the comics?
It is, but it's not really like this. This is closer,
obviously.
No, I mean, this is actually a lot closer to a lot of the other Thanos events.
Okay.
Or some other, Infinity-based events. But this isn't, the Infinity War.
Okay.
The main thing that is the Infinity War is the use of the stones.
Sure, but I mean, there is an event called Infinity War, as there was Civil War and,
or Age of Ultron.
Yeah. Age of Ultron was an event.
Yeah.
Okay. That just feels weird as an event. I feel like because all the other events I know of are something war, secret war, blah, 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 war,
But yeah, so I want to state that specifically because, I want you to have that in the back of your head. They went from, early on going, this is going to be part 1, part 2, and, Infinity War and Endgame were shot back to back. But at some point, the creatives decided, we cannot say that these are both the Infinity War. We are going to say the Infinity War was all in this movie, and then this other movie is Endgame, whatever that is.
Okay. Interesting.
Like, and they are like, this movie is very clearly not this stands on its own movie. There's clearly
very nice.
There's something else.
I mean, they conclude enough to where for a part 1, part 2, this is seemingly one of the best like part 1s are generally pretty good anyway.
Yeah,
it's usually in like a trilogy. It's like the second one is bad, so this helps that it's just a part 1, part 2 as opposed to a trilogy. Trilogies are when you run into the problem of boring part 2.
Yeah,
but even with part 1s, there's a lot of times where it's like you're just setting everything up and then you're gonna pay it off later. Whereas this, they had a lot of character stuff that wrapped up in this movie as well. And there's the only little things that are like character things that we like wholly didn't touch on is definitely like the Hulk, like that's for sure. You know, when I was trying to say like who isn't gonna die like during that scene as it was happening, I said that very hesitantly for Banner, and then I immediately was like thinking like, okay, I am probably I was very confident on that simply because like his character arc is not over. We don't really know what is wrong with the Hulk. I'm pretty sure we do, but we don't know. But that's the only thing I can really think of it in terms of like a big like this character hasn't completed their arc sort of thing. Even like Vision and Wanda sort of like they kind of wrap that up there in the end and everything. Like most of the characters get a semi-wrap on their thing to where a lot of part 1s don't do that, and I really appreciate that.
Yeah, and this is this is an ending of sorts. Like, this is, like, this was the Infinity War, and Thanos won.
Yeah.
And you can definitely say, like, this is, like, Tony lost, he's out in space with Nebula. Like, the bad guys winning and the good guys losing is an ending of itself.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
It's a strong... I think that is it, too. It ends on a very strong note rather than just, like, and now next movie.
Yeah. Like... the directors have said they were really like in the early stages. They were like, how do we end this? Like, is it going to be Thanos has 4 of the stones or 5 of the stones? And they realized, no, we have to have a definite ending.
Yeah.
Or otherwise, it's going to feel cheap, because then you're like, okay, well, he's going to get the final stone in the next movie, right? Whereas with this, it is a clear like, okay, where do we go from here? It doesn't feel like a cliffhanger. It is a cliffhanger, but at the same time, it is a, well, no, he won. Like, he did it.
And like, I think the ending also adds a lot of intrigue as well, because you are thinking like up to that point I'm thinking like if he gets the gauntlet, like his goal is just to do the snap once, but there's nothing stopping him from just like at that point he has all those stones. Like what do you do at that point? So like the fact that the gauntlet is now damaged but can still work, just probably like not all of them together, or something. But yeah, it adds like a mystery. Like I don't know exactly what's going on there, so I can't fully say anything. But there is enough to like predict and talk about that, which we will. But
of course,
we're kind of just the surface level right now. Yeah. Still overall. So, really quickly, what did you think about the movie when you first watched it? Did you first watch it in theaters and everything?
No, I didn't. Because I had still been a little lagging with the MCU. So I was like, okay, Infinity War's out. I don't really want to go to the movies right now. The stuff in between's coming out. I know my mom wants to see Captain Marvel, so around that point, like, it already went out of theaters, but I was like, okay, I'll wait until the Blu-ray, I'll grab that, and then I'll be ready for Endgame whenever it comes out.
Okay.
Yeah, so I did not get to have the Infinity War experience, sadly.
Well, how did you, feel about the movie when you watched it? Always curious about that.
Like, I and a lot of people, like, I was definitely played the same way a lot of other people were, of, like, this is not how a traditional movie can end.
Yeah.
Like, even, Star Wars or, like, big trilogies, like, they'll do the middle act has, like, the, big bad thing happen.
Yeah.
But this felt like it is a Marvel movie. I felt like we're still going to have some level of the formula, like,
I obviously went into this knowing a little bit and everything. And even then, it was a very, like, I know a lot, I think a lot of characters die in this movie. But it was, like, towards the end, especially, like, at the end scene when Thanos is showing up, that's when I started being like, yeah, I do think I remember hearing some stuff about this. I do think it is like, but I'm glad like that is, level of spoilers, get to me. Where it's like, it's not like until the scene where it's like, oh yeah, I did hear people say Thanos won and that, like, like I was like, also once the dusting started, I completely forgot about that entirely. As soon as I saw the dust, I was like, oh yeah, I do know about the dust. Oh man.
Yeah, it was a very unique experience because also like I've read the comics, but they're doing things differently.
Yeah.
And I was like, okay, well, what is going to happen? Like, how do they pull this off in a way that's still movie friendly?
Yeah.
I was thinking a lot about like the Harry Potter movies, for instance, where the books will have downer endings sometimes. There is an up and a down, but the movies always end on a happy note, even if it is like Hitler's back. But don't worry, guys, we good. Like it's that Hollywood thing.
Yeah,
So,
I get it.
So I was really happy that the movie was willing to go as hard as it did for the the snap is going to happen and we're going to linger on it. It's gonna hurt a bit.
Yeah. And yeah, some movies can end on a negative note, but it's not really that negative.
Yeah. Like a big thing is also like everyone knew Endgame was coming out, which creates this immediate thing of, well, it's not like this is really the ending, or like, there's got to be something else there.
Yeah.
And
and there's the time stone.
Yeah.
Very obviously.
Like, it was important to manage expectations. It was important to go like, okay, we know the audience is going to think of this and go like, well, but it's a comic thing, so you can't go too hard on the look at how irreversible this is, look how bad this is. This is all going to hurt right now, and it's going to feel really bland. If anything, gets better. Like they had to walk a balance of this still has to hurt even on a rewatch.
Yeah, and like I think they did such a great line of like not making anybody say like nobody said, oh, we can't do anything now, this is gonna be impossible. Like nobody says like those classic like stakes lines. I talked about that in the Thor scene where he's making the hammer, that they like very clunkily reiterate like, all right, let me re-explain what you're about to do, Thor. But I think that was actually very needed, especially for like the kids in the audience and stuff like that. But yeah, I think the whole like the fact that when everybody was dying and the whole like him getting all the stones and everything, the fact that they didn't hype it up as an impossible thing, and that all the characters kept treating it as a, we still have a chance, let's still try. Like every character did. There was no character saying, stop, it's useless. It helps a lot, and all the characters are reacting in a very real way. So for the people in the audience who are like, this is really sad, but we do know that the time stone is going to get them back. Also, it's actually really weird that they didn't like do a lot of time in it. Like Spider-Man's death, they took some time with that, but the rest of them was like very quick, not really giving you like a chance to do like a sad thing. Like the character themselves doesn't even really realize, and I think that's why like. It wasn't as sad to me because one, I started being like, oh, I am like remembering some stuff I've been told on, but then also it was like, it was the shock of it more than the sadness of it to me. Like I was taking way more of the like, okay, this is happening, they're doing this, whereas like character stuff gets to me way more. Whereas it was happening so fast, there wasn't a lot of the characters reacting to it, and that's what makes me cry. Like when the characters are, reacting to people dying and everything. And since we didn't get a lot of that I think Endgame is going to hit me way harder than this did, because that's going to be the people reacting to all that.
Right. I really like the cinematography around it as well, because it is a very like, it's not shaky cam, but there is a lot of like trauma cam. Yeah. Like I'm thinking specifically of the shot where Okoye is like looking up to T'Challa, and T'Challa's like helping her up, and then he dissolves. Yeah. Like there's a lot of people just being in shock, and I think that is what the audience was supposed to get. Like it was supposed to be less of a you're crying in the theaters and more of a like everyone is stunned and a little traumatized. Yeah, and they did a great job of like just showing, especially T'Challa was one of the best ones because it is so like. I was like, oh, okay, so it's definitely not going to be him. And then it's him. Yeah. Like, I was like, oh, what? Like, it helps that also, like, as Thanos says, it isn't torture or anything. Like, it is a peaceful way to go. Yeah. Like, I really like that for how, like, it makes you wonder who is going to die in this shot. Yeah. Like, are we looking at War Machine because he's also... It doesn't seem that peaceful. They don't feel very good. I mean, they don't feel very good. But, I mean, to be fair... That's a very clear, this isn't very fun. But yeah, like, it isn't a screamy death, I guess, is what I want to say. Yeah. But it is an uncomfortable death. It is, yeah. It's uncomfortable, but it's not screaming. Yeah. There's a difference. Yeah. Where do we go from here? I mean, you were still kind of just talking about like your like opinions on the movie, not opinions, but what we're trying to say, how you felt about it. Yeah. I mean, a big part of the spectacle of the movie is also just the balancing act. It is the question of how do you do a movie with this many characters? Like, Joss Whedon was losing his mind over Age of Ultron because he was like, there's so many characters in Age of Ultron, how do we do this? Meanwhile, the Rousseau brothers were like, well, we have 5 times the characters.
And they did a great job.
Yeah, like, I'm so impressed by how, like, I mean, there's a lot going on, and it is a very, like, you know, each scene is its own little thing movie, but you kind of have to do that. I can't imagine a better way to balance it all.
And it made the movie not feel as long as it was, you know. It definitely, like, made the movie feel shorter in a way that it didn't, like, I guess it actually felt longer than it was, but it didn't feel tedious. Like, there was no, like, point where it was, like, because we're not following any single point of view even, or even like some of the other movies where it's like we're mainly following these 2 or 3 Avengers, and we kind of were just following everybody and getting so many different scenes that it really kept everything feeling so fresh.
Like, I think in a lesser movie, the Thor quest especially would have felt very tedious because it is a, like, the entire thing is basically just Thor's on a ship with the Guardians. Some of them go off to go get the hammer or the axe made. They make an axe. They go to Earth. That's it.
Yeah, that's it.
But because it's so spaced out, it does feel refreshing every time we go back to it. It's like, that's where we are. Cool.
Yeah, and they're going to new places and interacting with new stuff and everything. And I mean, the whole, honestly, one of the highlights of the movie was the Thor thing making the axe. That was so fucking cool. That was one of the best parts of the whole movie.
I appreciate how simple it is. Like, it isn't a whole, like, you gotta go do a big fetch quest over here. It is just we have the metal already. We just need to melt it, and that's impossible because the star is dead.
Yeah. I do like it. It did feel so RPG, too, where it's just like, all right, we gotta go from this whole... It also was, why, like, I think that is why I enjoyed it so much. When they introduced it, I was like, how the fuck are they going to make this work? Or is this going to be we're going to put Thor out of the movie until, like, the end?
Right.
You know? I was looking at one of the two. And the fact they made it work so well, something that is so far outside of everything else, it's such a side quest.
It is.
It is like playing a video game and you just have to keep cutting to the side quest every once in a while. But the side quest is the funnest part. I would say it's the funnest part.
Sure.
The rest is not very fun.
I agree with that.
It's cool, but it's not very fun. Thor seems like he was having some fun.
I mean, there's some fun there. He also did get his body blasted with the full force of a star.
Yeah, I think that was fun for him.
I guess that's fun in hindsight. That's a real, like, the day after.
You know he's going to talk about that.
Oh, yeah.
He doesn't have any friends to talk about it with now. They're all dead.
He can talk about it with Thanos. Thanos is fine.
All right. I feel like we should get into the characters now.
Sure. You want to start off with Tony?
We should start off with Thor because that's where we start off the movie with.
Sure.
Him. I mean, we were kind of just talking about it, so let's continue into Thor.
Okay. I mean, it also helps because this is a direct continuation from the end of Ragnarok. Like that was the number one thing I kept saying they're definitely not going to do. But yeah, it is almost seamless. You can cut directly from when that shot where they see Thanos' ship to the next shot of Thanos' ship. Yeah, it's perfect. Yeah, and I really I underestimated. I thought they were right next to Earth. I thought they were like, yo guys, because they were just like chilling in space. Right. They were just kind of floating there. Yeah. So I assumed that they had arrived, but no. Apparently they just stopped somewhere in space to chill for a bit. Yeah, and then they sneaked up on them. Yeah. It's a weird sequence of events, but it was. I mean, it was very shocking to just jump right into it. Like, okay. My whole guess was like, the whole reason we're doing this obviously is for a army to invade for Infinity War and everything. Sure. Like, I don't know why we would be doing this whole revolution on this spaceship with Thor if we weren't doing that. Right. And they really pulled the rug out from under me on the reason why and everything. Yeah. But it is interesting because it's like, I really liked Valkyrie as a character, and I have to assume that she's dead. Actually, I do want to say something. Yeah. So, and don't worry, this is something where I had to go through the movie myself to make sure, because one problem I have with the movie is a lot of occasional one-line things that are a big explanation. Yeah. And they just do very quickly. In Ragnarok, most of the soldiers were killed by Hela. Which is why there's all women and children, just survivors of Asgard on the ship in the at the end of Ragnarok.
Yeah, I mean, and all the Sakaran rebels. Sure,
but that's why the person at the very start of Infinity War, who is, by the way, the director of the first Thor movie. He's the one who's doing the there are Asgardian families here. We have very few soldiers. Yeah. That's why it's mostly families. And then there's one line where they say half of the Asgardians were killed.
Okay. Then what happened to the rest of them?
I mean, doesn't say.
Okay, that's kind of really weird.
That's really weird, right?
Because that was a big thing I had throughout the whole movie was like, why did he kill all the Asgardians?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, to be fair, he also did not kill half the gnomes.
Yeah, he killed all gnomes except for one.
Dwarves.
Dwarves. Yeah.
But I mean, he would have killed them all if he didn't need. Do we get his name?
Atri.
Atri. If they didn't need him, he would have killed them all.
Yeah.
And it's not like they can reproduce. I assume the dwarf's not asexual. So,
maybe,
I mean, a different kind of asexual. Well, both asexual.
You could build another dwarf, maybe.
No.
I don't know how dwarves work.
I don't know how dwarves work, but I hope that's not how dwarves work.
That's why you destroyed the hands, so you can't build a wife.
No. He still built it without hands. That's so cool.
I know, right?
So dope.
But, yeah. Like, I did want to say that specifically. They don't really make it feel like it, but there is one line in the movie where they say specifically he killed half the Asgardians.
Okay.
And Thor was just kind of like floating in space.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I guess there could just be a lot of Asgardians floating in space.
Maybe.
A lot of hungry Asgardians up there.
I mean, I don't know. I can't say anything about
yeah,
it,
I know,
really.
yeah.
But yeah.
Oh, that's kind of lame. I'm gonna be honest, kind of lame. Once again, Sif better not be a part of them. I'm gonna lose it. So, actually, I didn't even ask yet. But why was Ant-Man and Hawkeye not in this movie?
There is no out-of-universe reason for it. I'll say that.
Really?
They 100% could have, and they did talk to the actors. That's it.
Okay.
Yeah. It is not a they couldn't get the actors or anything. It is it is intentional.
Like, do you know why they chose to do that then?
When this movie came out, they did say, by the way, there's no poster for Hawkeye, there's no poster for Ant-Man. They're not in this movie. Don't worry.
Why? I mean, do you know why they chose to not put them in the movie?
I don't think I can say anything else.
Okay. Yeah, I don't.
I mean, Ant-Man and the Wasp is coming up.
Yeah, it's coming up, but as you said, that was supposed to take place in Phase 4. So I thought that.
I will say, by the time we got to here, they knew, okay, Ant-Man and the Wasp was going to come between Infinity War and, the next movie.
Okay.
They knew that. They also knew that about Captain Marvel by this point.
Okay. But yeah, I can't imagine what reason there would be for Hawkeye and Ant-Man to not be in this movie from a production standpoint.
Mm-hmm.
There is Ant-Man and the Wasp, but unless Ant-Man and the Wasp has all these characters in it as well, I'm not going to,
mm-hmm.
I can't imagine why they would be like, let's not have... Also, this movie, I cannot believe that they didn't, have all the characters together in this movie at any point.
Right.
I wonder... that's got to be an in-game thing, because I feel like they're really shooting themselves in the foot if they don't do that.
Right.
It just feels like you got to.
I mean, I think part of that is, part of it is the question of, we all think that they're going to team up at the end of the movie, right? So how do we get there? And we get most of a team up, but we don't get, all the heroes we love all in one place. And whether or not that happens in Endgame, it didn't happen here.
Yeah. It's going to be, I'm interested to see how it would happen in Endgame. I mean, I guess because they would all have to... I don't know how it would work. I don't know. I'll come up with my theory for Endgame later. But
I remember having some discussions with people before Endgame of, the big question of, if Hawkeye was in Infinity War, would they have won? Because, of course, as we know from Age of Ultron, Hawkeye is the heart of the group. He is the one man amongst gods. They need him. Hawkeye's not there in this final battle, and they lose.
I feel like I was actually going to bring up later that I feel like, aside from the death, if you replaced all of Peter's scenes in this movie with Ant-Man, I mean, just made them different scenes.
Of course.
But I feel like it would have been a better movie. And still keep Spider-Man in the movie, but just have him be on Earth.
Okay.
I think Spider-Man would have been a lot better on Earth. Spider-Man in this movie was... I'm going to barely remember that he was in this movie. He did almost nothing in the movie. He had the plan to kill the one guy, and that was his kill, but it's, it was a very forgettable moment.
Okay. See, I would say, there's not a ton of them, but I do think of the Peter scenes in this movie a lot when I think of Infinity War in general.
What do you mean by the Peter scenes?
Like him on the side of the ship as it's leaving Earth, him fighting Thanos, him doing his first punch ever.
First punch ever.
He has not done a punch in the MCU until he
I remember
punches
you
Thanos.
telling me that, but oh, okay.
Yeah. And I'd say, when he dies.
Sure. Yeah, that is very memorable. I would say that and
Oh, actually, one more thing. Also, like, the fact that he gets the glove off Thanos. Like,
sure.
It is almost there. It is one fingertip
that
away.
That bothered me, actually.
And then Thanos grabs it and pulls it back.
That really bothered me. That is probably the one scene in the movie that I can say I really wish wasn't in the movie.
Okay.
Because it made the whole scene feel pointless.
Okay.
Because they're struggling to get this gauntlet off, which isn't coming off for some reason. Some ungodly reason it's not coming off.
It's flexing.
And then they're all trying. Nobody's able to. Spider-Man just goes, whoo, and it immediately starts to come off.
See, I saw that as, like, Peter was trying the entire time to pull it off. And that was just, the point where it was finally coming off.
That really felt to me like they were just like, I don't know what they were doing. They were just holding Thanos' hand, just going like, Peter, don't! I like holding Thanos' hand! And then the other Peter is like, no, let me take the glove off now. Finally.
I will agree with that. That is one of the only scenes in the MCU where I can definitely see it feeling kind of like the transition from a manga to an anime, where like in the manga it wasn't that long, but in the anime...
That's what it felt like. I kept feeling like it would have been something if we could see the glove sliding or something. Yeah. That's what I wanted. But it's like, the glove is not, or the gauntlet is not moving at all.
Right.
And then Spider-Man suddenly just goes shroop the whole thing, and it's like, what?
I will agree with that. It would have been cooler if, I don't know, if you had like a magic bracelet or something like holding it on, or if there's like electricity or something, like a very clear like, okay, we've broken everything else off, now it just comes off. Oh no.
Yeah. But anyway, again, if you replaced Ant-Man with Spider-Man in all these scenes, throw Ant-Man down the sleeve of the gauntlet, make him get bigger. Gauntlet's gonna pop right off.
Well, I mean, I will also tell you about the big theory that everyone had, which was that in Endgame, Ant-Man would crawl up Thanos' butthole and get big and turn into Giant Man and kill him.
How?
Like, this is a joke theory, but the theory was, like, the reason why Ant-Man wasn't in Infinity War was because if he got tiny and went to Thanos and got big, Thanos has no defense against it.
Why the butt? He's wearing pants, and he screams and opens his mouth a lot during the movie. I feel like that would be a lot easier than through the butt.
The butt's more
the butt's funny. The butt's funny.
The butt's funnier.
But, like, I definitely feel like, you could probably throw Ant-Man into Thanos. I don't know if that would do anything to Thanos, though. It might kill Ant-Man.
I guess it depends on how strong the inside is. As we learned in Guardians 2, inside is strong as the outside.
Yeah. As we learned in Guardians 2. But, no, like, Thanos is like almost everybody in the MCU. They have eaten the Gumu Gumu no Mi, where they are immune to bludgeoning damage, but piercing damage is fine. So I don't know if Ant-Man growing bigger is bludgeoning damage or piercing damage.
Fair.
So that's really what, otherwise Ant-Man might kill himself.
True.
It might be very bad to die inside Thanos. Also, to be fair, Thanos could just reality him out.
I mean, it depends on when it happens, of course.
Yeah.
Like,
he has the reality stone for almost the whole movie.
Yeah. I guess, yeah. Because also, like, the Guardians are encountering him before he gets the reality stone. Like, none of the Avengers or none of the Earth-based heroes could have gotten him by that point.
Yeah. So, like, Ant-Man wouldn't have gotten there before he had the reality stone.
Yeah, fair.
The Guardians don't get to him before he gets the reality stone. They get to him after he has the reality stone.
Sure, fair.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we don't know what the hell happened with Tivian. We don't know where Tivian is. That was not a real Tivian, which is really interesting that he can just create entirely, fictional people in the reality too.
Yeah. They, out of universe, the writers call that a reality cloak. Like, whenever he does the big red line.
Yeah. It's cool. I don't know how it works, but it's cool.
Yeah. Like, the rule of the reality stone, it seems to be, like, unless you have all the other stones, you can basically just do a false reality or a temporary reality for a bit.
Yeah. I love they call all this elements, by the way.
They're elemental.
They're not How does, reality one element and soul is another one and mind? They're all part of reality.
You need all 6 of those things to make up the universe. I don't know what you're talking about. It makes sense to me. Those are the 6 things that make the universe.
Power power, not energy,
Power.
not any power.
They're all power.
Power.
It's all just power. Thanos uses the Power Stone to make fire. Fire is power.
Oh boy. Okay. What was that? Okay. We were talking about Thor, and then we went so off. Everything.
Classic.
Back to Thor. Again, setting up really nicely with Loki dying in the beginning, and also with a very you can clearly see he is dead this time.
I will ask you 100%: is Loki really dead this time?
Yes.
Because the thing that really cinches it for me is there's no reason why he would lie after Thanos leaves.
Yeah.
Thanos leaves, Thor is holding Loki's body. Thor's brought up before, I've mourned for you. I feel like at this point...
Now imagine if in that moment Loki turned into a snake and stabbed his brother. The ultimate goof.
This one time when we were adults, Loki turned himself into Dead Loki, who I love. And I was holding him, and then he jumped up and started stabbing me.
I like the idea of him turning himself into a snake and as a snake stabbing him. Anyway.
I also wanted to ask, how do you feel about this being the way Heimdall goes out?
Good, Good. He didn't get to do much in Thor Ragnarok, so this is a great way to go out. He's gonna die anyway. Might as well be like this.
Do you think it made sense that, with the last of his power, he calls on the dark magic once more, he summons the Bifrost, and out of everyone he can still see there, he chooses Hulk to go back to Earth?
Yeah, because I'm not sure who else you would choose. I assume he can't do Thor because he is... the Bifrost just moves you.
Yeah.
It doesn't, atomize you.
Yeah.
So if he did it to Thor, he would kill him, I assume.
Fair.
And yeah, Loki, I don't even know where the fuck Loki was at that point.
Loki was dead. Or, no, he wasn't. Was he?
No, he was just around somewhere.
Yeah, he was just chilling.
Yeah, that's when he was like...
Yeah.
I can't remember what was happening at that point. I thought he had sent Loki and Hulk out, but he didn't.
No.
And then I remember a bit sometime, a minute had passed, and I saw Loki, and I was like, oh, he's still here, okay.
Yeah, Loki was still trying to work up the courage to go to betray Thanos again.
Right, yeah, for a second time, right.
And as we established in Thor Ragnarok, you can't be forcibly Bifrosted.
Right.
If you're in the Bifrost, you can break your way out the side if you really want to. So, it isn't the plot hole that he didn't Bifrost Thanos, because Thanos could have left. He could have...
even if he did Bifrost him, that'd be really bad.
True.
He's gonna send Thanos right to Earth for you.
He could have Bifrosted him to one of the other realms.
It's still fucked up! Wherever he sends him's gonna be bad!
Send him to the Frost Giants.
Send him to Asgard, actually!
Actually, yeah!
Send him to Asgard! To be fair, I don't know how Bifrost works, because I thought it was, it could only connect these certain areas, so it had to go from that place in Asgard with the giant, thing and everything. But I guess that makes it easier to do or something?
I believe so.
It's also not just Heimdall can do it.
Yeah. The Bifrost connects the 9 realms. And that machine is the thing that controls the it is their technology that makes it easier to use the Bifrost.
But Heimdall can also just call on the Bifrost. Can he send? If he's calling on the magic, do you think that he could just send it anywhere? Could he just send Thanos into space? It probably wouldn't do anything, to be fair. They would just go pick him up.
Yeah, whenever he does it without the sword, he is calling upon dark magic. That's what he did in Thor 2, I believe. And also this time, he specifically said, "And call upon the dark magic once more."
Right. Yeah.
So I assume it has to be one of the 9 realms, because also but
just it can be from anywhere to one of the 9 realms.
Yeah.
Okay, I guess I'll buy that.
Yeah, because also Nidavellir is one of the 9 realms.
Right, but they were just on a ship. I don't know what that has to do with anything.
Oh, right. No, yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
Yeah. But anyway, so, with, just jumping into Thor himself was already defeated and everything by Thanos was immediately a way to be okay, getting to see how powerful Thanos is. But it's still it's the question that I assume literally everybody and their mother had going in the movie of, but they do have a Hulk.
Yeah.
And then they answer that question immediately, which is fantastic, because we really needed that. going into this movie. I know nothing about Thanos. I don't know how strong he is. I don't know what he can
Right.
do. I don't know what his fighting style is. I don't know anything about him.
And this is like peak Hulk. Like this is after like being on Sakaar and learning how to actually fight.
Yeah.
Like this is the strongest we've seen Hulk, presumably. And Thanos beats him.
Yeah, and it's like, okay, is he going to use some electric thing? Is he going to do something to disable the Hulk in some way? That's the classic thing you do. Oh, here's how I just disable the Hulk so I don't have to worry about the Hulk.
Yeah.
But no, he is stronger than the Hulk, which they really get rid of immediately afterwards for the rest of the movie. But at least they don't get rid of the, like his skin, his body is as strong as the Hulk.
Yeah.
You know, you can't, you shoot him with a gun, it's going to do nothing. Bullet's going to bounce off his fucking head.
Like that's a question you really need to address immediately. Of why don't they just snipe Hulk, or why don't they just snipe Thanos?
Which then does bring in the question of why Bucky is using a machine gun when they have so much better weapons around. But
Everyone loves the machine gun. Rocket looks
Rocket
the machine
loves
gun.
the machine gun. Rocket's got so much future tech, and he's like, oh, I do want an LMG though. Well, by the way, I do 100% expect him to get that arm. Rocket is getting that arm. There's no way Rocket's not getting that arm. I also can't believe that Thor got an eye, and it was not the eye from the Guardians of the Galaxy movies that was
Right.
gotten. It was a different eye.
Different eye.
Unbelievable. Rocket. How many body parts does he have?
He loves them. He loves stealing body parts.
It's the most consistent thing about his character. I'm really worried about Thor.
Okay.
He's been alive for 1,500 years, and he's been on Earth many, many times, and he's calling Rocket a rabbit or a bunny. I'm very worried about his mental state.
I mean, to be fair, we don't know that Loki shapeshifted into a snake when he tricked him. He could have just been like this and hissing on the ground. And Thor's like, oh, hey, look, it's a snake. I love snakes.
Thor just sometimes seems to revert to a child mentality, and I'm totally fine. Like, it's very funny. But it is times where we're like, has he never seen a raccoon? He's been on Earth plenty of times.
I mean, he's also the Crown Prince, now King of Asgard, and for his electives, he took Groot, which is a language that no one seems to use except people who know Groot specifically.
Yeah. Well, I imagine there is a whole planet of Groots. He is from Planet X.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's just funny to me that he'll look at, like, he knows what a bunny is, and then he'll look at Rocket and go, that's also a bunny. Like,
Yeah.
he's very, it's very in line with his character. He's very, like, assertive in terms of, you know, he will come to an opinion, and that's just what it is.
Yeah.
Not gonna, nobody can tell him otherwise.
He's kind of like Drax, but he's got way more himbo energy, and he's also a lot nicer.
Yeah. Super himbo. Super himbo. Gotta
Like-
get the hair back to be himbo, though.
Yeah. Like, the Guardians, I don't remember who it was specifically, but someone calls, the entire group of Guardians morons, and then Thor just goes like, alright, and then when he leaves, he's like, farewell, morons.
Yeah.
Like, there's such... I have no idea what Thor knows and what he doesn't.
Thor is someone who, he will make an opinion and stick with that opinion immediately throughout the whole way, and also, if you tell him anything, he will believe it 100%.
Yeah.
He's very believing.
Like, he has a very specific will. Like, he's not a nice guy. Like, he is the kind of guy who will, like, show up on your ship and then immediately raid your fridge.
Yeah, I loved that!
But he is a good person.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, absolutely. He is one of the best ones that they have, even if, he is questionable at plenty of times, but he is, like, one of the best ones.
Yeah.
To be fair, I think Scott was, like, the best one, like, but, I don't know how I feel about Scott anymore. It didn't help at all. It's a pretty big thing. He was on house arrest.
He was on house arrest.
I don't care if he's on house arrest. You think Steve's like, oh, I can't go out there. I'm on house arrest. Steve didn't give a shit. He was in... what do you mean he's on house arrest? He broke out of a maximum security prison underwater. And then they're like, you're on house arrest now, buddy. You better watch it. You're on house arrest now. What the fuck? I didn't even think about that. What kind of scenario is this? Who placed him on house arrest? Steve?
Maybe he got a really good lawyer.
How? What? I didn't even register that until just now. They broke out of a maximum security prison underwater.
Yeah. Got house arrest.
House arrest! Oh, God. I mean, it's probably Tony, Tony just probably fucking bribed somebody.
I don't think Tony knows who he is.
That's true. I mean, somebody had to pay for it. There's no way. Scott is poor. There is no way he got house arrest after breaking out of maximum security prison.
Ant-Man and the Wasp is coming up. Ant-Man and the Wasp is coming up.
Losing my mind. Ant-Man and the Wasp, what are you gonna be? What could you possibly be? You saved the president, now we gotta put you on house arrest. You made up for your break out of prison, but it's still not enough.
His ex-wife is dating a cop.
Oh. Okay.
Sure.
I appreciate, having it just be Groot and Rocket with Thor, because it again felt very much so like Ragnarok, where it's just Thor and CGI friends.
Ah, yeah.
Even when we got the dwarf, who he's not CGI, but they're doing tricks. It has that feel of Thor and CGI friends.
Sure. Like, it is perspective shots, but it is also, like, he's done up a little bit.
Yeah. Really good effects, too. Like, the proportions are really good. The proportions are very dwarfish, even though he's so gigantic.
I mean, Peter Dinklage is a dwarf.
Right, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I kind of forgot about I even said he was Peter Dinklage's thing, and I was like, oh, yeah, I guess that is just what they did. It's kind of easy. Never mind.
Also, I mean, the MCU is pretty rough when it comes to representation.
Yeah, I think that's why I was just, assumed that. Yeah.
But actual, dwarf, and also having him be the biggest character in the movie is a pretty strong,
yeah.
That's a cool thing to do for a dwarf species.
Yeah. Was he bigger than, Hulk and Thanos?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I get a perspective shot, so I don't, it's hard to think.
We get a little bit of, Thor next to him, and, he's a big boy.
Yeah, you're right, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, is there anything else I should say about Thor, or can we move on? Again, it was fun as hell to watch that star shit going on. Also, again, Groot was there, Groot was not really a part of this movie, and that's fine, you got to have some cool stuff, that's fine.
Yeah,
he's teenager. We don't need to do much with him right now.
Yeah, and Groot usually just kind of comes in clutch. That's his thing. And this time he got to make, he is part of the cool. Stormbreaker now.
Yeah, and I'm really glad they did that as opposed to some big oh, Groot, we need your help. You have to do this. And everyone's like, oh, Groot.
Yeah.
Oh, Groot, we need your help. Oh, fine, Groot.
Yeah.
I liked it as something of his own volition. Nobody said oh, Groot, your character arc, you gotta do something.
And it is very in line with what we know of Groot. He's not a bad person. He just kind of sucks.
Yeah, he's just selfish and annoying and a prick.
Stormbreaker, by the way, we see very few times in this movie where all 6 Infinity Stones are being used. One of them is a snap. The other is when he fires a big beam at Thor.
Yeah.
Stormbreaker does cut through the power of all 6 Infinity Stones.
God damn!
Stormbreaker is
you're
wild
right.
AF.
Yeah. I also like that it is an axe hammer,
Yeah.
That's really cool. Also, I don't know what the fuck they're implying with the fact that it can come to his hand so easily. He just uses magnetism to make the handle come to his hand? And also, that's some very specific magnetism.
I think there's got to be a little magic in there, because also he's on the floor dying, and then Ichigo's he needs the axe, and he gets the axe, and he's like, okay, we're good.
Yeah, I guess I don't know what the magic would be there though. I don't know what that is.
I will say, I feel a little weird about the whiplash of Thor 3 being, you don't need the hammer. The hammer's not a big deal. It's all inside you. And then this movie is, but you do need a weapon that can kill Thanos. You do need to go get a weapon.
Yeah. To be fair, I do think that is needed. If Thor didn't have a hammer, it'd be really weird.
Yeah, because I do think it also works as a he is strong by himself, but he's not Thanos level. He does need something else.
And even he would prefer to have it. People are strong with punches, but you can also be stronger with a baseball bat. It's you don't need the baseball bat, but you want to have the baseball bat.
Yeah, and this is a big
look at Hulk. Hulk is insanely strong. When he was on a planet, he was I do want some weapons, though.
Yeah, but he did wear a little bit of armor.
Yeah, you can always be stronger.
There's no downside to getting better stuff.
Exactly.
Also, that was just a cool way to go to, one of the 9 realms we have not seen yet.
Yeah.
And to see, the place where the Infinity Gauntlet was made.
Yeah, that was great, because that was my question, too, of, what is this thing? How ancient is it? What's going on with it?
Yeah. So, the timeline we have right now is like the Infinity Gauntlet as a concept has to exist for a while
Yeah.
because they got a fake one in Odin's Vaults.
Yeah.
Then at the end of Age of Ultron, we see Thanos opening up of something and taking an Infinity Gauntlet out.
Yeah, could have also been the fake one.
Yeah.
Maybe he did go to Asgard, did get the fake one, realized it was fake.
Put it back. Slipped out through a Loki hole.
Just like saw on the bottom and it just says like parody of real.
The only thing that the directors have said about it is like, that's probably a shitty one.
Yeah.
Or like, obviously if anything is made on Nidavellir, it is the best of that thing. So either way, it makes sense that he would be like, I need, the best Infinity Gauntlets.
Yeah.
Like, and even that, like, that is the best Infinity Gauntlet, and at the end of the movie, after the snap, it is wrecked.
That's true.
Like,
yeah. And it's very unclear if that was the snap or if that was Thor.
Right, it's...
And I actually really like that it's like, it's ambiguous. It could be both. It could be a one-time use, or it could be a, Thor actually managed to,
right.
Like, which I actually love that it was like, Thor was our big, like, I really thought that it seemed like they were going to go with Iron Man is our main character of the MCU.
Sure.
That's where I thought we were going to go. But it seems like we're actually going way heavier into Thor as the main character of the MCU.
Okay.
Especially with, going from Ragnarok right into this and everything. Like, this whole movie felt so much like we have to have the main character go do something, so that way they aren't in the movie to just immediately go, like, take on the big bad.
Sure, I can see that.
It's the problem with a lot of anime of the main character wants to just immediately go kill the big bad. Even if they're not capable of it yet, they want to do it really badly. So what do we do with them in the meantime, and then at the end of the movie they can come and do the thing.
Okay.
And that's what it felt like with Thor. Like, whereas it felt like Tony with this movie was the the rival kind of character, and if we're still using the anime terms, Tony kind of felt like the rival kind of like, I'm just a man and I have to, I've been struggling with this for all these years, and Thor's just been kind of like, yeah, this is my destiny, this is what I'm going to do, and, if I can't do it, doesn't matter because I'm going to do it,
Right.
Whereas Tony is very like, I'm going to, get stronger and be as strong as Thor. I don't have to worry. That's not what he's saying, but that kind of felt like the two lines of this movie going for the whole thing.
I can see that. I guess I would see it more as, you got the Earth stuff, you've got the semi-cosmic stuff, and then you have, the cosmic stuff. And I see Steve, Tony, and Thor as being, the three main characters of those three things. Like, Steve is rallying people, and he's dealing with, trying to protect Vision and all that.
Yeah, but that didn't really feel very...
Main character?
Or even, POV, you know? It just kind of felt like, he was, he was saying a lot of important... he's Cap. He is the captain. But, aside from that, I didn't feel like he...
All right,
it didn't feel extra POV, perspective thing.
Sure.
He didn't have, a big struggle through the movie, really.
Sure. I guess,
Vision, I would say Vision had a little bit more of main characterness than Steve did.
All right, it's...
Vision was the one having the struggle and having the, thinking about what people are saying to him, which I think is being the more main character thing.
Okay.
You say something, then everybody reacts to that, and then you react to those reactions. And that's, I think, what Steve and Tony were doing throughout the movie.
Okay.
They stated what their thing was, and then people kept, talking to them about that, and then by the end they, realized or changed their mind or whatever, Not changed their mind, but I think a realization set in is better way to put it. Both of them together of neither of us could do this.
Okay.
But yeah, I'm curious to see what they're going to do for Endgame. Because, I definitely felt like Tony and Steve early on was way more of a main character, whereas now it's feeling like it's very Thor-centric.
Okay.
Very Thor POV.
Yeah, and I do think, the ending of the movie is so important to show off, Thanos, he's not invincible. You can bind him, you can hold him down, but Thor is the one person we see, strike all 6 Infinity Stones.
Yeah, Thor can fight him.
Yeah.
Everybody else can restrain him, maybe. Thor can fight him. And that's dope. That's really cool.
As Thanos said, if he had gone for the head, he would have won. This was not a, ha ha ha, Thanos' secret Keikaku. It was, he was stuck in with Stormbreaker. He would have died.
Yeah. Who knows he actually would have died if he went for the head?
True.
Like, you know, if you went for like you said, you should have went for the head. That doesn't mean you would have killed him if you went for the head.
Fair.
Because the axe didn't go that far into him. I don't know if it would have actually chopped through his neck or not.
Fair.
Might have though. Might have. Probably. But yeah. Either way, I think that's pretty much all to say about Thor.
Okay, sure.
Do you have anything else you want to say about Thor?
No, I think we covered basically all the Thor.
All right. So going from there to Hulk to Bruce Banner.
Oh boy.
I finally got it. I finally got what I wanted.
It's been really fun seeing your journey with Banner specifically throughout the MCU.
Banner changes almost every single movie, but I feel like they're slowly getting him into a normal like he's starting to feel like a character now.
Yeah.
As opposed to like, all right, what are they gonna write Banner as this movie?
Yeah.
So yeah, I appreciate that. The thing that I have been wanting for a while, and I really thought we were going to get it in Ragnarok, but then we didn't, is Banner doing cool stuff as Banner.
Right.
And a not needing to transform into the Hulk, both in terms of I still want that from the characters to say, not we're scared of you turning into the Hulk, but we don't need you to turn to the Hulk. To be fair, I don't think we're ever going to get that. Sure. Because it's kind of, we don't need it anymore. You know, it's fine to turn to the Hulk now. There's no reason not to turn to the Hulk right now.
Sure.
I mean, there is, but in terms of, like, Banner himself has no reason not to. He trusts that he'll be able to come in and out.
Yeah. Well, he does, but I think this movie does present, like, up until now, the problem has been Banner's fear of, like, what happens this time? Like, if I have my hand on the wheel, Hulk has his hand on the wheel, what if he, turns a bit too much?
Yeah.
Like, what if I do lose control, even if I'm still there? And now the question is, I can't make the Hulk come out, though. Like, this is the exact opposite. This is Hulk going, I don't want to come out. And now he's like, well, wait, I've never thought about this being a problem.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, the issue of, people, like, him saying, I don't want the Hulk to come out, and people telling him that he needs to make the Hulk come out. I've always wanted a scene where, they're like, we can handle this on our own.
Right.
Like, which, to be fair, was what they should have done at the beginning of the movie. To send a Hulk out immediately is a bad idea.
Yeah.
That is your trump card. You kind of want to save that. It's also a good, shocking move.
Yeah. Like, they didn't really know what was going on at that point.
Yeah. Like, you never want to send Hulk out first. I think that's always a bad idea. You're immediately giving up your hand and your strongest card. If that fucks up, you're screwed.
Yeah.
So, where the hell was I? Just that we're not going to get that. Banner being like, oh, I don't want the Hulk to come out seems to be not a problem anymore.
Sure.
He trusts that if the Hulk does come out, and he feels fine that bringing the Hulk out. So. I don't think we're going to get that anymore. I'm glad we've gotten Banner doing cool shit, not as the Hulk.
Yeah.
And he killed one of the generals.
Yeah.
Like, damn. Hell yeah. That's so cool.
Now,
love to see it.
I don't know if there's any meaning behind this one, but of course, before he kills the general, he does echo Thanos' famous line from Age of Ultron, "Fine, I'll do it myself."
Oh no! You're right!
But yeah, like, that was so shocking to me. To see, Ragnarok, I would say, is the Hulk movie. Like, even if it isn't Hulk's movie, it is the Hulk movie. It's all Hulk's, story.
Yeah.
And then this is the Banner movie. It's all Banner.
Yeah, you're right.
By the way, when Infinity War...
we got Hulk in the beginning, to be fair.
Yeah.
Not all Banner.
Yeah.
And to be fair, I guess it wasn't all Hulk in the other one either.
Yeah. We got a little bit.
Mostly.
Yeah. It was enough so that the posters that show Hulk on them were not false advertising. You do get a little Hulk.
You do get a little Hulk. A little Hulk.
Yeah. I was freaking out when you were... when you predicted that Hulk would smash out of the Hulkbuster.
Oh, yeah.
Because it doesn't happen.
No.
But when Infinity War was out, they did release a toy that is like the Hulkbuster armor, and then you push a button, and then the Hulk, like, smashes out of it, and he's wearing it like armor.
Hell yeah.
So, like, no one knows, like, is that a thing they planned at some point, or was that just the toy designers going like, this would be super cool? We don't know.
I don't think, anybody would have, that's such an obvious, thing to do. That's why I was like, they have to do this.
Yeah.
When I said it, I was like, people are going to think that I, was spoiled with that and I'm lying. It's so obvious that's going to happen. I can't believe they did not do that. But, Yeah, I didn't even think about him wearing it as armor. That's even cooler. That's a much cooler idea. But yeah, bring back the Hulkbuster. In and of itself, forget the fact that Hulk's in it, anything like that. Bring back the Hulkbuster. Really cool.
Yeah.
I'm glad that we're not just like, that these suits do feel like they're not just like Tony makes them and immediately throws them in the trash after the movie.
Yeah.
I mean, he basically did that in Iron Man 3. He just blew them all up for no reason.
We had a lot of cool ideas. We gotta show you them once.
Gotta show them once and blow them up. Don't
Yeah.
worry, you're not getting these in Infinity War. Can you imagine if you had all those in Infinity War? I feel like it would be a lot easier.
I mean, much like what he wanted in Age of Ultron, he could have had an armor that protects the world.
Tisk, tisk, tisk. So, yeah, I'm not sure if I have anything else to say. Okay, why the Hulk isn't coming out. You know, why the Hulk doesn't want to come out. I feel like it's because the Hulk is mad at him, and he's like, I was having fun on this planet, and you took me away from this planet. What the hell, man? I'm not going to come out for you now because you want me to fight some guys. You know, maybe if you fly back to an alien planet, I'll get out.
Makes sense. I mean, from Hulk's perspective, it was, you know, no one likes him, no one likes him. The person he's inside had a sexy romance for a little bit. She betrayed him, kicked and tried to kill him. Hulk is out. Hulk is on a, you know, piloting a little ship. He goes to another planet. He has a really good time for 3 years straight.
Yeah.
As soon as they leave, bad things keep on happening. I get it. Yeah.
I also get why after, you know, waking up from a 3-year coma on an alien planet and then everything that went down post that in Thor Ragnarok, I get why Banner's kind of just relatively calm throughout the whole movie.
Yeah.
You know, I don't even mean like he's calm that the Hulk isn't coming out, but I mean like he's just so much calmer than literally every other person in the movie.
Yeah.
But I like that. It feels earned. It feels like they never like say it, but that does feel like what it is. Like, you know, after everything that happened with him in Ragnarok, I get that's the most terrifying thing that possibly exists. I mean, to like have it itself, it's terrifying.
I'm also glad that
It's slightly less terrifying that you're waking up when your friend Thor is there.
Sure.
Oh, friend. But I mean, like, you know, that's a little bit less terrifying.
I'm also glad that, like, Banner and Thor do exist a little bit, you know, for exposition because they don't really know what's going on. But it isn't a hard, like, it isn't a, like, we didn't have a full movie of Banner walking around going, like, what happens? Oh, no, this guy's here now.
I did love the, like, you know, me and Steve aren't on talking terms anymore. You're not on talking terms anymore. What are you talking about? Like, it is the, it's the end of the world. Oh, sorry, we're not talking. We're doing the silent treatment to each other.
I don't know if you remember this, but at the end of Civil War, Steve did leave Tony a flip phone.
Oh, he did? I
Yeah.
completely forgot about that. Oops.
Like, it's when they're doing the whole narration thing.
Oh, right, yeah, and he does do, like, if you need me, you call me on this thing.
Yeah.
Okay, I did completely forget about that. But I mean, to be fair, once I saw the flip phone, it was a lot more, I was like, oh, okay, I get it.
Yeah.
Like, I didn't remember that, but it was like they just both have flip phones that, you know, they have in a time of need. Even if I forgot that, like, the fact that it's a flip phone is such a visual, like, key nowadays. It is just like a pager.
Yeah.
Which, speaking of pager, I don't want to forget this, so I should just say this
please.
now here. So the end with Nick Fury and Maria Hill and all that, the thing that he like does at the end.
Yes.
I was thinking about what that could be.
Okay.
I don't think it's damage control, because that's just so like what you know.
Yeah.
Oh, damage control is here now to save the day.
They won't know about it, so I need to page them.
But considering they said control and then that, it's got to be something separate. Now, my big brain prediction, which I think is pretty close, is that it is Captain Marvel. Okay. But I don't know how. Like, it feels like it's a release Captain Marvel now, but I don't know why they wouldn't. Like, what is the why are we doing this now sort of thing? Also, they were just so unconcerned with Thanos' invasion. Like, when we were getting that scene, at first I was like, okay, this must be happening way earlier into the movie, not at the snap. This is no way it's happening at the snap. This is crazy.
Yeah.
They're so lax about it.
I mean, I guess just there's no footage of it.
Apparently.
I mean, it is happening in the middle of Wakanda, and Wakanda doesn't have, like, news reporters.
It happened in the middle of New York. New York. Because the Sanctum was in New York.
Oh, yeah.
The alien ship showed up in New York.
True. You're right.
Like, that's what they were talking about, too. Or they were talking,
They were talking about
Wakanda.
Yeah.
Right. They're talking about Wakanda. They're talking about Wakanda.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, so if they
Yeah.
had that, they should have known about the New York thing.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a huge
Yeah.
spaceship. Everybody should have known about it. I don't know how the spaceship things are. They seem to be like they can show up on a dime.
Yeah.
Like they're just bam, and then I don't know how. It must be like a teleportation thing or something because it is like displacing the wind and everything. Like that.
Yeah.
But it's not like they are just like lowering themselves down or something.
Yeah.
They do just seem to show up. Like the wheels are really fast.
Yeah, and it is consistent throughout the entire movie. Like it isn't a like there's a sudden there's a slow increase of panic. It is like a something happened. What's going on?
Yeah. And I really appreciate that it's like a guerrilla style attacking where they just keep going like go down, attack, beam back up, go down, attack, beam back up, go down, attack, beam back up. It's a very good tactic and it was working very well for them. Because we would have been a lot less damage if they weren't doing that. You know, because we almost got them multiple times, so they kept skedaddling.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, I'm very glad that we didn't do a Thanos skedaddle at the end.
Right.
I really thought that's what was going to be the thing, but glad that wasn't.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it wasn't. It wasn't like he did skedaddle after the snap.
Sure, I call a skedaddle I am powerful enough to beat you right now, but I'm going to leave anyway.
Sure.
That's what I call a skedaddle. I hate that. That's so prevalent in so much media.
Yeah, it's the classic, you are the villain, 5 dudes are around you, they're the ones you have to kill, you beat them all up, and you go, next time.
Yeah.
Disappear.
I hate it.
But yeah, like, I guess you're right. Under that classification, wouldn't call it skedaddle, because he did exactly what he wanted to do, and then he was like, well, I am dying, though.
Yeah. It's like, I get why you, If it's not a skedaddle when you are leaving because you're going to die.
Yeah.
I mean, it's kind of a skedaddle, but it's not,
Yeah, I see what you mean.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, where are we going from here?
We finished off Bruce. Do you want to just do Tony? Or do you want to go to, like, Stephen Strange?
I think we should go to Stephen Strange first.
Okay.
Because there's not a whole lot to talk about there.
Sure.
I liked Wong a lot in this movie, He was fun. He had some sweet-ass moments.
Yeah.
Really dope-ass moments.
We basically have confirmed that it is Stephen and Wong, and they're the only 2 people in the New York Sanctum.
It doesn't seem like Wong is in the New York Sanctum.
I guess, Wong may have just been visiting.
Yeah, because he's assuming still at the library.
Yeah, like, after the whole attack in New York, he did say, I'm going back because no one's at the Sanctum.
Yeah.
So it is specifically, the 2 of them were at least physically there. Steven's going off, so Wong's like, well, no one else is there. I'm going to go.
Yeah. But then nobody's guarding the library, Wong.
It's pretty insane that that's canon.
Yeah.
I was talking about this because I was trying to, like, jog my memory and go, like, no, you dumb, that doesn't make any sense. But no, they are the only people at the Sanctum.
The only ones. God, these Sanctums are pointless. I can't believe that fucking Stephen Strange didn't know about Thanos, didn't know about Tony's wedding.
Thanos doesn't matter.
But Tony's wedding does? I mean, it's a public thing, but it's still like, I don't know, it just feels weird.
They're protecting people, they're protecting this dimension from other dimensions. Thanos is in this dimension, it's fine. He protects Thanos.
They're so useless. They haven't protected this world from shit. The one thing they tried to protect the world from, they didn't. Dormammu.
I mean, they reversed it. It's fine.
They reversed it, but they didn't protect it.
Plus, I mean...
If you can just reverse all your problems when you fail to protect, that's not protecting.
And to be fair, like, they do outright say in Doctor Strange that when you reverse time, you are destroying reality a bit.
Yeah.
Like, we don't see the effects of that, but presumably, like, reversing... where was that? South Korea? No, it was Hong Kong. It was Hong Kong Sanctum. Yeah, like, reversing Hong Kong was bad. It's just, we didn't see that. And also, like, this is the main thing I have that's a problem with Doctor Strange as a concept in the MCU.
Yeah.
I wish we saw, like, just some, like, ethereal tentacles slapping the earth or something. Like, I want to see what this reality is being protected against.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it blows my mind that in Doctor Strange, we didn't see, like, all the trainees, like, punching, like, spirit tentacles or something. Like, just to clear, like, this is what everyone's doing. This is how we protect the world. This movie's not about that.
People are left. Didn't Caecilius kill, like, all of them?
No, because when we see Strange training, like, there's a ton of people there. Like, not a ton, but there's, like, 20 people around him.
When we see him train, what do you mean when we see him training?
Like, when he's training with Mordo, when they're doing, like, the
No,
circle
I'm
training.
talking about after. After Doctor Strange.
After Doctor Strange.
Is it just Steven and Wong now? Is there any other sorcerers left?
I guess we haven't really seen any others.
I mean, there's Mordo. He's going on killing some other ones, but it's like...
Yeah.
It doesn't seem like there is the training... Like, Carmitage doesn't seem to be around anymore.
Yeah, you're right.
And Carmitage got destroyed, so...
Yeah.
I guess, yeah, it is just...
You're right. I hadn't thought about that. Yeah, you're right. It's...
Yeah. I wonder what's going on with Mordo. Like, is there... How many other sorcerers are there? Was it just the guy? Was it just the one guy that he went to go stop?
I mean, I guess maybe if the other Sanctums had more people at them, he may have just killed them.
Every time I went there, it seemed like I only had one.
Yeah.
Hong Kong one also only had, like, one person, seemed like.
Yeah.
Anyway. Also, if the time thing is, like, fucking with our reality and everything like that, he should really not be doing that just for some beer.
To be fair, again, we didn't see him do it with the stone. That
You're
could just be a different spell.
I hate that so much.
I appreciate... I mean, it's rough, but I appreciate that we get a vague sense of how strong Steven is against Thanos.
Sure.
Like, you can't put a hard limit, but his thing is mostly just tricks, essentially. Like, it's not like, he can't do big energy beams.
Yeah.
He doesn't do a big, like, destroy thing. It's a lot of, like, barriers. It's a lot of, like, making clones.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it was fun to watch. It was a great spectacle.
Yeah.
I just, goddamn, I hate Steven so fucking much. God, he's awful. he's boring, and he's not nice. He's just a meanie, boring man.
I'm sorry that the mean man was me.
But no, seriously, I feel like he's just boring. It's just not that interesting.
Yeah.
Every scene he's in, it's just, oh God, kill me.
Yeah, I can't really fault the directors because, like, Doctor Strange is such a difficult thing to do in something that isn't, like, a pure magic movie.
Yeah.
And something like this, it is a, like, well, how do we depict...
He was boring in the magic movie.
True. I guess we haven't seen anyone do a good Doctor Strange yet.
Yeah.
I'm sure it can be done, but...
I'm sure it could be done with a different actor and a different person. Not a Benedict Cumberbatch is a bad actor, but just a weird actor to pick for... Why all these characters just look exactly the same? God, I can't believe they gave fucking Steve a beard. It's like, look at a crowd shot. They almost all just look the same.
They did have to hold themselves back from doing a... like, when Stephen meets Tony for the first time, of course, Benedict Cumberbatch played Sherlock in the BBC Sherlock, and Robert Downey Jr. played Sherlock in the Sherlock movies.
Oh, of course.
So they really wanted to do a Sherlock meets Sherlock thing. But
it's more like Tony meets Tony.
they're parallels. It's a dark mirror. Okay.
Okay. That's enough about Doctor Strange, I think.
Yeah.
What more is there to say about Doctor Strange? He's boring, he's white, and I hate him. What more is there to say?
He was smart in that, you know, like, he doesn't use the time stone, and you were like, why isn't he doing time stuff? And then we do have an answer.
Sure, yeah.
He had the time stone as one of the stars in the sky.
I don't know if that was smart. Again, it's what we're told had to happen.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's smart. You know, it's if it's the only thing that can happen, is that smart, or is that just him doing the thing that he knows is the only thing that he can do? It's not a plan. It's just I looked at all the possible futures and I did the thing that was the one that I should do.
See, I did, like, because of Thanos sparing Tony, I was under the impression that this wasn't, like, exactly the one thing. I saw I saw it specifically as, like, there was a chance that Thanos could have just killed Tony, and, like, Strange knew Tony has to be alive. Like, I peeked ahead, I saw the ending. In the ending, Tony has to be there. So I'm willing to give up the time stone if it means Tony's still there, because that's the only way we're getting to that one timeline.
Okay.
Like, the way I interpreted his timeline thing, it is like buying Harry Potter and turning to the second last chapter and going like, okay, these characters are all here. So if Harry dies in the previous book, that's all good. I'm going to have to give Voldemort some money so Harry stays alive.
Well, how does he know that they didn't just bring him back to life?
He doesn't.
It's not very smart then, I would say.
I mean, it's the only thing he can do.
Exactly.
Or like,
That's what I'm saying.
yeah,
Doing the only thing you can do is not smart. It is doing the only thing you can do.
sure.
That is what I'm saying.
Okay, I gotcha.
But yeah, I just...
Hmm.
I will say, Wong definitely deserves the Time Stone. He is so much more capable than Steven is, and he's not the Sorcerer Supreme.
Also, like, canonically, like, if anything bad happens, like, if in the next Doctor Strange we learn that there was this big ol', like, different dimensional threat that was also attacking what Thanos attacked, Wong is the only person who was at the Sanctum. Presumably, Wong would have taken that out single-handedly.
Well, that's a lot of presumably, but...
Yeah. I'm just saying that for a period in time, assuming that Stephen and Wong are the only two sorcerers still around protecting the Earth, Wong was, for a time, the only person protecting the Earth.
Yeah. Okay, so moving on to now Tony, I guess, right? Tony's the next person we see.
Yeah.
Oh boy, so we talked quite a bit about Tony already when we were talking about the Tony and Thor similarities. So I'm trying to think of what else I want to talk about now.
I mean, this is like, whether or not like he's redeemed himself at any point, like this is what he's been trying to do since the Avengers. Like he went up through the hole, he saw that, he was like, oh crap, this is the end game. Came back down. Everything he has been doing, good or bad, has all been in service of this. Like, it's finally happening.
And I am very interested to see where he's going from here. Because, as you say, everything... He can justify all his war crimes as much as he wants because he just keeps saying, oh, it's all for this big endgame thing.
Yeah.
And it all didn't work.
Right.
So, now what's he going to do going forward?
Yeah.
You know, I'm very, very curious to see what they're going to do going forward in here. Because I feel like this is a tipping point where they can make me be like, Tony is a really fucking cool character again. And they went with the, we're going to do a sympathetic war criminal, which is a really rough thing to do in general. But I feel like they gave me hope for it in the beginning of Iron Man. And then we went back into it here.
Okay.
Throughout all the rest of the MCU. And it's going to be very interesting what they're going to do post here. If he'll do clearly none of this shit worked. I should be working on way different things. Like, if I can't build a weapon that's going to stop Thanos, I should be using my infinite energy to make the world better and to do blah, 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 and to make things like so other people can fight,
Yeah.
And yeah, I'm curious if they're going to do that. Or if they're just going to say, nah, Tony's just going to be the same. Tony's still going to be Iron Man, fuck it.
Because it is pretty, like, I think it is a pretty strong statement that in this movie, like, Tony has been the guy going, like, this, he's coming, Thanos is going to happen, bad thing is going to happen, that is the thing I'm most scared of, I'm going to protect the worlds. And 95% of the protecting the world that goes on is all people, like, is not Tony's side, if Tony's side. Like, it is people he's just met, or it is people that Cap was, friends with.
Or people that are directly against him.
Yeah, like, Wakanda came in clutch. Wakanda protected the world.
Yeah.
And that is completely separate from anything Tony was doing.
I do love that, like, we haven't really gotten a full confirmation on that, but this is, like, full confirmation of Wakanda's tech is better than anything Stark has done.
By the way, this is a, like, design notes thing.
Yeah.
But, it was directly stated by the designers that Tony's new suit, the Mark 50, is like inspired by Wakanda, like what came out of Wakanda after they went public. Primarily, like the fact that it is nanotech, like the Black Panther suit, and the fact that it's all stored in the chest, like the Black Panther suits.
Yeah. I mean, the Black Panther suit also kind of magic, but I kind of just like, whatever,
It's nanomachines.
That one is a very much so I'm willing to just go with it. The fact that they didn't have a spray in Black Panther where they could just spray up a whole, like, building and it's a new building and everything. Like, that's the kind of... The suit, I'm like, okay, that's crazy, but whatever.
Sure.
The moment Tony starts doing that is when I'm going, nope, okay, you know what, now you don't even get the suit anymore. You've gone too far. You're not allowed for me to like the suit anymore, even. I think that is my problem with some movies. It's like, I will give you more leeway when you're not trying to be so, insanely magical with this.
Yeah.
And I think that's my problem with Doctor Strange. That, like, they could have made it work, but I feel like there's just so much, like, in the original movie, there's just so much weirdness and, like, not like plot holes, but just weirdness is the best way to put it. And it's so hard to go with.
Okay.
And yeah, that's the problem with Tony's suit. Is like, the suit was cool, and then it stopped being cool once I'm like, this is too magic.
Because they did, like, take great care to make it so that whenever the Mark 50 does something, like, the mass of it does not change. Like, anytime he makes, like, a big old thing, it is very thin. It is supposed to be, like, it's all the same mass.
Yeah. I see it from that.
Yeah.
When it expands onto him for the first time is more what I'm talking about. And
Sure.
again, the spray is mainly what I'm talking about.
The spray is pretty wild. I'm not totally sure how the spray works, because it is clear like a cooling spray, but it does like do something there, and they're in space, so it's not like there's water in the air.
It's also such a contrast between the scene in Avengers and the scene in this, where a huge plot point in Avengers we're having like fix the helicarrier and stuff like that, and it's a big Iron Man thing of Iron Man is the one who can fix this, and he's having to use all his beams and shit to put it in place and all that, and this is just I got a spray and it fixes it. And it's like, that's so, is this supposed to be cool? Am I supposed to go like, oh whoa? It's like, oh, kind of would like to see do effort.
Sure. Like, I'll agree, that is a little weird. Like, they could have had Tony, like, grab a bunch of boxes or something and throw it to close up the hole.
Yeah, or, like, use a beam to, like, cut off a piece of metal from somewhere else, and then as it's going towards it,
sure,
like, melt it so it, like, goes in, Yeah, that was also my problem with, just that scene in general. Like, that general kind of got taken out in such, like, a, quick way. Like, he was so strong that I was like, I'm really gonna love to see how they're gonna kill this guy. And it's like, oh, they just gotta shut him out of airlock. It's kind of lame. It's also like, again, the like Spider-Man's kill was I'm doing a movie reference, and it's like it kind of takes away a bit of the coolness of the character when they're just doing a movie reference.
The movie reference though,
it's kind of like,
you reference the old movie Aliens.
Because, like, I didn't even buy that guy was dead. Because, like, I was like, oh, is he dead? And then, like, scene moved on. I just didn't really think about it until, like, way later. And I was like, oh, I guess the guy is dead. I figured he was just going to be, like, be kind of, like, fine, but just, like, frozen in space. But anyway.
We got, of course, the end of the movie does confirm the nightmare he saw when Wanda messed with his brain.
Oh, yeah, I was going to bring that up. Yeah.
I do have a whole page of, like, Age of Ultron connections.
But yeah, I actually really love that. I don't know if I said that in my reaction or not, but yeah, like when he was getting stabbed, immediately as he was getting stabbed, I was thinking like, oh my god, this is the scene from Ultron. Like, it's not exact, like it's not like they're all actually there or anything like that, but it's basically that.
Yeah, and it is the same sentiment of the worst thing about this is not that I died, it's the fact that I survived, and all of the people I loved were dead around me, and I couldn't do anything about it.
Yeah.
Like, that is the thing that he's been hyper paranoid against, and it all came to pass. It also does like say something about the visions that the Scarlet Witch was giving everyone. Like, Thor's is very clearly an actual thing, because he went to the Magic Lake with Selvig and was like, I'm gonna do it again.
I wish we got Selvig in this movie. I don't know what he would have done, but I love Selvig.
But yeah,
I also, it's very on Tony to be very, like, the main thing he's worried about is, I'm worried about everybody else dying around me while I, live. And, like, that is very fitting for, like, the kind of person that he is, keeping everything for himself and denying it for everybody else.
Okay.
Like, it is a very hypocritical, wish that he has. He could very easily change it on a small scale, but he is so focused on the big scale.
Right. It's
like he is blinded by the big end.
Yeah. It is the question of, like, once this happens again, like, will he say, okay, now that's over, now I can be more philanthropic? Or is it that's over, but that's, Thanos isn't the only guy out there.
Yeah.
Like, I'm gonna hold it all back again and, just be really careful.
It didn't work.
Yeah. Like, I can see what you're saying. Like,
yeah. Whereas everybody else, a big thing throughout the movies was everybody else doing a very, like, this is a problem. And then Tony being like, who cares about this problem? This is the bigger problem. And they're like, but this is still a problem.
Right.
And, like, that is what the crux of all the movies have kind of been. Yeah. So, yeah. I don't know why I said everything.
Yeah.
Next Ultron thing.
I want to touch on Tony a bit more, though.
Oh, okay.
Or do you want to do the Ultron stuff now?
I mean, I thought they were, you scrolled down to it on your notes, so I thought you were ready to, like, go into a whole thing of it. But if you want to go back to Tony, we can do that.
I think I'll just pop back up to there if anything from Ultron matters with the characters.
Okay.
Yeah. But yeah, so, once again, he's trying to push this relationship with Pepper forward.
Yeah.
And then he gets on the ship and flies into space.
I mean, too fair. I get it, though. Like, that's like, I don't have anything to say about that. Pepper...
I mean, I get it from Pepper's point of view as she doesn't know what's happening, and she is like, get down here, you're gonna kill yourself. And but I get it from Tony's perspective, like, he can't come down.
Yeah, I mean, also, to be fair, though, Pepper at this point, like, you gotta know who you're in a relationship with. You also gotta know that no matter how many times he promises you anything, he's gonna break that promise.
Yeah.
You have to know that. It's on you at this point if you are still like, oh, he's gonna keep that promise. Like, it's such a toxic relationship.
Yeah. I mean, it is very much a, like, comics Spider-Man curse.
Yeah.
Of, if Peter says anything to you, if Peter says anything, you have to assume he's not going to do it.
Yeah.
It's not going to happen. 5 bad things are going to happen. He's going to have to fix 2 of them.
Yeah. And to be fair, Pepper is, not a great person herself. So it's like, it's understandable why she is willing to put up with a lot of this.
Yeah.
And, I don't feel too bad for her.
Okay.
Like, she is kind of like, what do you want him to do? Do you want everybody on Earth to die? Like, I'm normally not the kind of person who's, like, taking that stance on this sort of things. But there comes a time when it's like, at the end of the day, he is Iron Man. He has all this wealth. He has all this shit. As much as I hate it, he has it. You gotta let him use it. I'm not gonna be, when Thanos is coming down, I'm not gonna be like, Jeff Bezos isn't allowed to do anything to stop that.
Right.
I'm gonna be like, Jeff Bezos better fucking do something to stop that.
And I mean, it is a power and circumstance. Like, if Tony was not right there, if he was somewhere else and he was like, I'm gonna go fly up to that ship, I could see, an argument for, no, stay here, protect the Earth, don't kill yourself on the ship.
Yeah.
But he was on the ship, like...
It's not even like a protect the Earth. Pepper's whole thing is always like, Tony, just come die with me, please. That's always the thing. There is, an argument to be had about, like, I hate when you go out to fight crime and everything like that. I think it works so much better on a lower level thing, like Daredevil does really good with that. But, yeah, like, Pepper and Tony's not a good, drama-ness of, like, just come die with me, Tony.
And we also do get the, like, as much as Tony doesn't like it when Pepper does it, he then immediately does, like, he projects the same arguments onto Peter.
Yeah.
Like, it is you're also on the ship, but no, I'm going to stay here, you have to go. And then Peter, like, is like, nah, I'm going to stay here.
It is hypocritical. Also, though, Peter's a kid, so it is more, like, that was, I think, also a disconnect for the movie of, like, I don't understand Peter Parker as a character.
Okay.
Like, talking about how much Bruce was freaking out in Ragnarok and everything, and Peter is so chill this movie. He's so happy this movie, too. He never feels like the Earth is going to get destroyed.
Okay.
He always feels like, everything is fine. Even more, like, in Far From Home, I felt like he was scared many times.
Homecoming, yeah.
Homecoming. It felt like he was scared many times. Yeah. Whereas in this movie, never felt like he was scared, except for, when he died.
Sure. I would agree that I think the Peter in my heart would have been much more, like, neurotic about everything. Like, he would have been the one going, like, okay, we need a plan, I'm freaking out, I know what the plan is, but we need a plan.
Yeah.
Like, I think they could have lent in that direction. They could have had it be the, like... the classic Spider-Man problem is 5 bad things all happening at once. He could have been the one, like, tying it all together and saying, well, what's happening over there? What's happening over there? While Tony's saying, like, no, we have to focus on this thing right now.
I think that would have been... I think that's why, again, I would have preferred him to be on Earth. I think it would have been so much better on Earth as a, like, what's going on over there? What, is anybody going to go help those people? What are going on over here?
Then also, like, I do agree. I do think, like, this would be his point. Like, this would be his time to be like, hey, I am going to be the big shot now. Like, I wanted a threat to prove myself. This is a big thing where Iron Man can't help me out at all. I'm going to protect all of New York.
Yeah, if he stayed on, like, a small scale of helping, people who are dealing with the alien ship showing up and these people destroying everything, I think that would have been, funner. Spider-Man at the beginning when they were fighting in New York was the best part with Spider-Man in the movie. That's the memorable stuff I'm gonna fucking remember.
Sure. I can respect it.
Yeah. So, I don't know what else I have to say. I'm glad Ned was in the movie. Just a little nod, but it was cool to see.
Yeah, like I'm also glad that they didn't really like stuff the movie with secondary cast people.
Yeah.
Like,
but they still put a lot of them in there.
Yeah, like it always feels natural. Like, why wouldn't we see like Peter on a bus? Like, they could have had Peter just be in his room or something. But I think it was just more fun, and it did show more of the world.
Yeah, it's also, though, every time Spider-Man specifically always does Peter's got to get out somewhere really, like, secret. It's always funny to me. I don't know, it's never gonna not be funny, especially this one, where it's like, they're all looking at the aliens, like, thinking about the aftermath of, like, they get off the bus and everybody goes, where the fuck did Peter go? Wasn't he on the bus?
That's fine.
Like, how does nobody ever notice? And also, he does like leap out the window and everything. It's like it's so noticeable. But
The kids are distracted, and Stanley doesn't snitch.
But yeah, I also like that now that we know more about Stanley's character, it's even funnier hearing him say like, "What, you kids ever seen an alien spaceship before?" And it's like, "Motherfucker, you've been in space."
I don't really have anything else to say about Spidey specifically. Like, as you said, he doesn't play a big role.
I was really hoping to get, like, just better stuff with him.
Yeah.
So
He was fun.
He was fun. He was fine.
Sure.
He was fun. He was fine.
I will say that.
I don't know. Honestly, kind of annoying, this movie. You know what? I'm gonna say it.
Oh no!
Spider-Man, kind of annoying. I was agreeing with Tony, and then when I'm like, yeah, shut up, Spider-Man.
Oh no!
You're not digging at the talking here.
Yeah. I will say I do tear up, if not cry, every time that I see Peter dying.
It is, again, I think the number one reason why I didn't cry was because it was with Iron Man. And the thing that always makes me cry is people reacting to other people dying.
Okay.
Because if that person is dying, they're about to, like, die. Their thoughts are probably not going to be, around anymore. It's hard to, like, think about it. But, like, the person who is still there having to deal with the death is the saddest part about it to me. And Tony, it's not sad to me, because I feel like Tony is sad about it, but I don't care that Tony is sad about it. I'm more like, oh man, it really sucks that Peter had to die, and in his last dyingness, he was like with Tony and looking up to Tony, like that is rough. Because I was very worried about him. I'm like, oh, I'm really hoping that he's not going to be getting like he's looking up to Iron Man so much. I'm worried about what they're going to do with Spider-Man, and yikes, that is. It's the roughest death to have to be by Tony's hand. If there's one way I would definitely not want to go out, it is with Tony looking over me.
Okay, so I think that's also Spidey.
Yeah, that's Spidey.
Wanda and Vision?
Sure, yeah, I guess we should do Wanda and Vision next.
Yeah, like that is chronologically what happens next.
Yeah. They need a movie by themselves.
Well, we're getting a TV series.
Yeah, we're getting a TV series. But, like, that's what they need, I'm not that invested in them because they're kind of, they get they get enough each movie, but it's never enough.
Okay.
Right? Like, even in the one we just, Civil War, they get enough to characterize them, but not enough to make me, really buy into like the relationship between them and everything like that. It's a lot of like being told to us, and we don't really see much of it. And yeah, I like them, but I'm not invested in them.
Okay. I
I want to be invested more into them, but yeah, I like every scene they're in, but it's not like something I can talk about.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't like the way Vision chooses to look.
You don't like the actor?
No, I don't. It is the way he chooses to look too. Like, that is what it gets to me, It is that he chooses to look that way. That's what bothers me. Shit taste.
Well, I mean, the head shape I think is not very changeable because he needs all the extra space for the stone.
But the hair. Shit taste. Shit taste, Vision.
Yeah, I do hope that, I mean...
Thank God it was disguised, by the way. I really thought that's what Vision was going to look like forever. I was like, oh, I guess we're just doing this now. Okay.
Would have been a really strange take.
Yeah. I was like, oh my God, no. I cannot believe we're making Vision into a white man too. Unbelievable. But yeah, I really appreciate... The only thing I really say about them is that I really appreciate that Wanda was willing to kill him. Like... so much media is not willing to do that because they want to have if we do that, then people are going to be like, that character's a bad character. When it's, in reality, if they didn't, they would be the bad person.
Right.
To be a good person, you have to put yourself aside and do what that person really wants. And it's not like it's not just a suicide thing. It is a very specific situation where they are about to be, taken in and things are going to get so much worse and everything.
Like, a big theme of the movie, we'll be talking about this for the entire movie, is the concept of sacrifice and trading lives and trading your own life versus trading the lives of people who don't consent.
Yeah.
And I do think like the core of like what the Avengers consider to be okay is like that specific type of sacrifice. The like we've done everything we could to fight. Like sacrifice should never be your first option. It should never be like I'm gonna go kill myself. It should be we're gonna try as hard as we can to fight, to not have anyone die. Like we're going for the perfect ending. And if perfect ending can't happen, then it is better to kill yourself. It's better to kill the person you love.
Yeah, you wait for the last possible moment.
Yeah. And so, like, there's a really strong parallel there with Wanda and Vision, and then later with Gamora and Peter.
No, wouldn't it be the other way around? Wanda and Vision happens at the very end of the movie.
Sure. Yeah, fair. I mean, I think of them as intertwined because, like, Vision does bring it up very early on, though.
Sure, you're right.
Like, just the idea of, if it happens, you gotta
I thought you meant, like, the actual act of them willing to do it.
Yeah, fair.
But yeah, I really appreciate that Peter was willing to do it. I also really appreciate that they are willing to put the entire universe's, like, half of the universe's lives are on Peter.
Yeah.
Quill. I always gotta say that.
Because again, like, there's a divergence there of, with Vision, like, they had to talk about it, and they said, you know what, there's a really good chance that we can take the stone out of Vision, smash the stone, and Vision will still be okay. And we are willing to have everyone here, like, all of Wakanda, all of the Avengers, we're going to fight so that we don't have to kill Vision. But if worst comes to worst, you gotta kill Vision.
Yeah.
And in the same way, it is like, you know, Peter doesn't want to kill Gamora. And I mean, he wasn't able to, like, he was only able to do it because Thanos was like, come on, do it. I'm going to push her right here.
Yeah.
But he did work up the courage. Like, that is part of him. That's inside of him.
Yeah. In the end, he was willing to be able to make that, choice. And the thing with Thanos, like, it doesn't bother me in terms of like a writing perspective or anything. The reason why I'm saying, like, that is Peter's fault is because, like, that's not like a situation where I'd be like, I get it. You know, it's not that kind of situation.
Yeah,
this is a universal situation. Peter, if you can't get it under control, no matter how bad the situation is, that's on you.
Right.
And it is 100% on him.
Firmly agree. Not gonna defend Peter. He is unbelievably, undoubtedly in the wrong 100%.
Yeah. But I appreciate that. It is actually really good to have somebody to blame.
Yeah.
Specifically, not because you need that or anything like that, but just from a movie perspective, that's really amazing that they did that and didn't do a, like, you know, oh, it couldn't have gone any other way. We did everything we could. And, you know, it's like no, you can pinpoint on this moment right here.
Yeah.
Like, that's actually really, I love that. Really love that. And because it makes Peter a way more interesting if they stick with it and they do it.
And I do appreciate, like, there are many parts in the movie where, like, the movie itself fights against the idea that what is happening is inevitable.
Yeah.
Because if it is inevitable, then, like, you know, why should we care about Shuri trying to take, you know, the pins off of Vision if whatever, like, they're just gonna kill him anyways?
Yeah.
Like, everything that happens feels like a struggle. It feels like, yeah, they could really do this. There's a very real reason why they're choosing not to do the much easier option. I think that's very, like, you have to have those scenes if you're going to say Thanos is wrong, because Thanos is the embodiment of, like, he is the thing the Avengers have been fighting all this time. He is fighting, like, he is the concept of preventative self-defense.
Yeah.
Or premeditated self-defense. He is the, like
the Project Insight thing you were doing.
Yeah. Like, he is the sacrifice that happens before anyone asks for it. He comes in, he's like, you know what? Your planet looks like, you know, we've only heard from him that they're starving planets. But he goes to starving planet, kills half the people there, and he says, you're going to be better. And they are better. Yeah,
like, that's what I want to talk about. Because, like, you say that they do a good job of showing that Thanos is wrong in this movie.
I mean, I'm not saying he's wrong in terms of, like, the actual effects. But I am saying it is, like, the moral struggle is between, like, should you, like, if it does work, if both sides work, is it better to wait until the last possible moment before you make a sacrifice? Or is it better to make the sacrifice at the very start before you try anything else?
Okay, if that's what you mean, then sure.
That's what I mean.
I think they did a fine job at that.
Yeah.
But I do think it is very clunky in the way that they, in order for that to work, they do have to constantly reassure you that Thanos is working.
Yeah, and I do think, like, in order to write what they want to write, they cannot do it if Thanos is not correct.
Yeah, which does, like, I don't know how there's nothing. I don't think they could show anything. I said I would want them to. I want to see how that works, but I don't think you could. Like, how would you? Like, because it's not like he's doing anything magical. That is all before the gauntlet. He is just going there and killing half of them himself and everything. So, like, what is then happening to cause the planet to be better? Because you would definitely assume, not assume, you would know that the planet would be way worse off.
I mean, I guess it depends on. There's a lot of debate about this on the internet, as you might imagine.
I wouldn't
Yeah,
imagine.
there's a ton of debate about it because it comes down to like how many people are like creators. Like how many people do you need in order to have like crop production and stuff working? If you can create the same number of resources with half the population, then there's no reason why that wouldn't stop the problem. Like, if the problem is not enough resources, too many people.
I get, but he talks about it like it would be possible on every planet, where that would only be possible on very specific planets.
I mean,
because like for Earth, that's not possible. Like, we always need more people.
Right.
We're never going to get to a point where we can, cap off.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is also, like, with Earth, it is humans. Like, we have decided that will work because we can foretell that...
I mean, animals, too. Like, we hunt a lot of animals because, we say that they're overpopulating.
Sure.
But it's not really just humans.
Yeah. I mean, with animals, though, there are overpopulation problems that occur sometimes. It's just, they happen over, like, from the long view, we're fine with it because it eventually settles itself.
Yeah, I mean, that's how all shit is.
Yeah, but like I can understand why if a planet of individuals overpopulate, they don't have enough resources, they will eventually start dying off until they hit the right amounts. But they shouldn't. Like, I get the idea of it would be better to not have to go through that.
I just don't see how that scientifically would happen or historically would happen. Like, based off of our own world and our own science. Like, it would have to be, again...
I mean, it would have to be a situation in which they, like, advances in crop production and whatnot don't scale to the
that's what I'm saying.
Human population.
Like, it only works on specific planets. I don't see how this works across all planets. Or planets that are similar to Earth.
I mean, it doesn't have to, though. Because, like,
it does have to if it is work. Like, he's saying it's working.
Yeah, I know, because he chooses planets that are overpopulated. Like, he chooses planets that are like Titan. I mean, because we also do see exactly how it looks on Gamora's planets. He takes the groups, he says, go to one side, go to another side, they group up, and then he just kills one of those halves.
Yeah.
Like, it is legitimately random.
Yeah, which is... Yeah, obviously the worst way to do it.
Yeah, because then, like, what if you accidentally killed, like, the entire cast of this planet that, grows food, and no one else knows how to do it right, or yeah.
Or, I mean, of course, the reason why, people are starving is because of elite. Like, he also says, too many people, not enough to go around.
Yeah.
Which he says as many planets, again, this only works for planets that aren't like Earth.
Sure.
So it's hard to, like, really... It's a hard thing to wrap your head around Thanos' motivation because we don't see any of the planets pre him doing this, and we don't have a.
I mean, we see Gamora's planets.
We don't see it pre this though.
We see it during this.
Yeah, but we don't see it pre Thanos invasion.
Fine.
So we don't we never see a planet that is overpopulated and it doesn't have enough to go around.
Okay.
So that's what it's like very hard to get behind his perspective, because again, even if that was the case, wouldn't you kill all the rich people and wouldn't you kill all the government people? Why would you kill people at random? Of course they called you a madman. There's probably someone on Titan that had a much better idea to do than him. Yeah, it's just it's weird.
See, I get it. I'm not saying he's right. I want to make that extremely clear because, again, this has been talked to death on many planets.
Sure.
On many planets. On many worlds. On the World Wide Web. I don't want to get my ass beat. But, I fully understand it. And I get, it is it's a bad idea on Titan. Because, it is he wants to do what is fair. And his idea of fair is, we don't single out anyone, we just do it at random. Just kill half of all people, and then the other half, have more stuff.
Sure. Definitely not fair, but sure.
Yeah. And then, it does, the snap is not just.
Right.
Him going to other planets is still not just. Not at all. It is genocide. But it follows the same ethos. The same religious, push. Not that he thinks it's religious, but, there is, a cult around him now.
Right. I agree with all that.
Yeah. The snap is the final form of his statement of, it would have been work. It would have worked on my planet. I go to other planets. I make it work there. This would be good for the universe. I'm gonna do it for the universe.
Right. I agree with everything you said,
Yeah.
and I still agree with everything I said.
Sure, we get that.
I still don't see how it works, and I don't see how they could show us that it works. That is still my main thing that I'm saying.
I mean, I guess on Earth you would just have to have a shot of lots of people going like, "Yeah, it's great."
No, but I mean, like, I don't know how you would show me a planet that is overpopulated with not enough to go around. That's what I'm saying. I was saying at the end of my reaction, like,
Yeah.
I really hope in Endgame they show us more of, you know,
Sure.
that sort of stuff. But again, I don't know how they would.
I mean, I guess you would just have to, like, take the image of, you know, poor people living in a poor part of town and then scale that up to a whole planet. Like, the government is
Yeah.
actively, you know, distributing resources fairly. Like, they make it very clear that's what's happening. And then we see that even with everything being, you know, like, production literally can't keep up with the amount of people. Like, people are starving,
Yeah.
and there's no, like, rich people. There is no, like, clear, this is, like, you know, the extra store we have. It is, like, this is everything we can possibly make. And everyone's dying.
Okay. Yeah, I see. Okay, because that was my thing.
Mhm.
It was hard to tell if they were trying to make Thanos dumb or smart. Like, in terms of, like, he came up with a plan that we can't see that is why this is working. Like, there has to be a reason why it was working, which feels like he is smart if he was able to somehow, by killing people randomly, make these planets work.
Okay.
You know, that feels like you have to be doing something smart.
Sure.
But then, in reality, it is just that he is just extremely dumb. But that doesn't line up with how it possibly happens. There's a disconnect, I think, between what we're told and what we, you know, see of Thanos and from his
Sure.
perspective and everything like that, and, you know, all that.
And I do think, like, it is very important to take Gamora's word of, like, from her perspective, and she was a kid, so it's very possible her parents were sheltering her from this, but from her perspective, like, her planet was doing okay.
Sure.
Like, Thanos says that they were starving, and, you know, maybe they didn't have a lot, but from Gamora's point of view, they did have enough.
Yeah, I mean, again, Thanos is a dumb, big idiot. Like, he says that they didn't have enough to go around on Titan when that's clearly not true because they had class systems. Like, if you have class systems, you have enough to go around. There's, I mean, 1-to-1.
Sure.
So, like, you know, but there's just that disconnect with everything he says is, you know, extremely dumb, but then the effects of him doing those dumb things aren't, you know,
Yeah.
what the effects of doing those dumb things would be.
Yeah, like, he is Thanos the Mad Titan, but at the same time, he is, like, he has proof. He can look back on those planets and say, they do look better. Like, no one there is starving.
Yeah. Or, like, the Soul Stone. What the fuck? That was so messed up.
The Soul Stone makes it canon that A, love is real, B, like, you know, love as a quantifiable thing
Yeah.
exists, and Thanos had a real love for Gamora as stated by a fundamental force of the universe. There are 6 things that make up everything in the universe. Love, you know, like, soul is one of them. And it was able to determine, yes, that is real love.
When I said I, you know, wanted them to make me care about Thanos more, I didn't want them to make him fucking sympathetic, trying to, what the fuck? Who, like, are there people out there who are, like, you know, there has to be people out there who are like, man, it must suck to be Thanos.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
I
Like,
mean-
that's what I mean by, like, I don't know if this movie did a good job of making Thanos, you know, and making you be like, yeah, Thanos is the bad one or the wrong one. You know, obviously he is, but I don't think they did a good job of showing you that,
Sure.
as you said they did.
Yeah. And, like, there are, like, again, the reason why there's tons of discourse about this on the internet is because there are people, like, most people will say, I'd say 90% of people on the internet will say, this is a bad thing that you shouldn't do. You got 10% who are like, we should do this on Earth.
I mean,
And then
I
you
get,
have, like, and then besides that, you have, like, a fair chunk of people who are like, we shouldn't do this on Earth, it's immoral, but I get why Thanos did it, I do sympathize with Thanos.
fucking idiots who, you know, call for, like, fucking genocide shit because of overpopulation. I mean, the idea that we are overpopulated is ridiculous, but yeah. Where do we go from here? Who's the next person?
I mean, do you want to keep on going with Thanos, or
We could keep going with
because
Thanos.
there's a lot of Thanos.
There's a lot of Thanos, but yeah.
Yeah.
It just felt weird that we were talking about a lot of heroes and we went to Thanos. And we're going to be going back to a bunch of heroes, but
Well,
let's still talk about Thanos, sure.
I mean, I should say that the directors were handed a pretty rough mission of how do you do Thanos when the other movies haven't really been doing Thanos.
Yeah.
So their perspective was, for us, they did a whole draft with Thanos narrating everything. Like a Thanos is the main character draft.
Okay.
Then from there, they took that perspective and were like, okay, we're not going to have Thanos be the main character, but we're going to keep that feeling.
Sure.
So, how do we write this as if he was the main character? He's going on this quest. There are these bad guys, making weapons and stuff in the background, trying to stop him. And, over the course of the movie, we do see him slowly lose everything. As he says to little Gamora at the end.
Yeah. And that felt, fair. So forced, though.
Yeah.
It didn't really feel like he felt like he had lost everything. I think that's also the thing, when he kills Gamora and he has, the tear and everything. Yeah. I don't feel like he actually feels like that. It feels painted on. It doesn't feel like the character is actually emoting.
I would agree. I really wish we'd had more with him in the Black Order as well, his goons essentially.
Sure. That's what their name was.
I'm gonna say a whole lot of names you don't know, but yeah, we got one flashback again, the Gamora flashback.
Yeah. Where
we see Ebony Maw, the psychic guy, doing the preaching thing again. We don't really see the others do that much.
Yeah.
But I really wish we had gotten more of a this is his Avengers, or they're his friends.
I'm kind of glad we did.
I if the ending was supposed to be this is the journey of how he lost everything to get the gauntlet, but then he won. I wish we could have sold that a little more. Otherwise, I wish we would have done less with that.
Yeah. Again, I think Thor Ragnarok should have been more of the Infinity Stone sort of stuff and more of just, Thanos foreshadowing stuff. I think that would have been better.
Yeah.
I think that's really the only thing that could have fixed it. I'm not sure if they could have done anything to fix it other than do Thanos in some of the other movies. Give me a little bit of Thanos.
Yeah. The Russos were very, due to the way Marvel movies come out, they couldn't actually watch most of the movies before Infinity War and Endgame. So they did talk to a lot of directors, and they were like, okay, what are you guys doing? What are you guys doing? They couldn't, they didn't have the right to say outright, hey, put Thanos in your movie. So they couldn't do that. But they tried to do a lot to, make this movie feel coherent and to make it feel like, it's coming out after all of those, as opposed to, coming out near a rough draft of some of those.
I do think one thing that would have been really cool, actually, now I think about it, is if they did, a short at the beginning of one of the movies. That is just, or maybe even at the end of one of the movies. Probably be better to do it at the beginning, to be fair.
Sure.
But just a Thanos short of just or even if it's just from the perspective of one of the generals, how they met Thanos, and just something like that.
That'd be cool.
As a short Pixar does. I know Pixar does them because they don't make their movies long enough to be actual movies.
Of
but
course.
And these are way longer than normal movies.
Yeah.
But they can still squeeze in more short too. Just watch a little quick short before your 3-hour movie.
Yeah, I do agree. We could have definitely gotten more Thanos. The only fixes I could see for the problems you have
Not
is
even,
just
by Thanos. We should clarify.
Yeah.
At least for me.
Okay.
When I'm saying Thanos, I'm also just meaning the vibe of Thanos. What's going on with Thanos? What's he doing? Avengers, Guardians. Those are the only real two where I felt a Thanos presence.
Sure.
The rest of them were just a Thanos opens up his drawer and takes out his fucking gauntlet.
Yeah.
So those are the only two, and it doesn't need to be Thanos in it. Even if you just have a like I said, the general or just something like that, you don't need to have Thanos yourself. Just give me more Thanos foreshadowing.
It is really wild. I mean, again, this is an MCU thing. It's wild that we got Ronan, who is the closest we had for a long time to a character connected to Thanos. Yeah. And then they just kind of kill him off, and it isn't a, he's also very separate from Thanos, as opposed to, foreshadowing what Thanos does.
Yeah.
It could have been a, hey, I'm going to help you genocide this planet because I want you to kill half of all life on this planet, or something.
Yeah. Man, just imagining, what if Ronan just killed one of these 3 guys instead of
Thanos' best friend?
Yeah, instead of Thanos' best friend. We always refer to him as Thanos' best friend.
His real name, of course, is The Other.
Sure.
He speaks for the Chitauri. Because the Other was not around, the Chitauri didn't show up for the Battle of Wakanda.
Chitauri are all dead, aren't they?
I mean, yeah, the Chitauri planet also exploded.
Yeah.
That's probably a problem.
Yeah, the alien dogs, by the way, fantastic.
Those are called Outriders.
Okay.
In the comics, they are like genetically engineered, so like it's
They
kind
did have like armor sort of thing on.
yeah. And they had to change their designs, like when Infinity War was coming out, because they made them look too much like Venom, who of course they don't have the rights to.
Sure.
And if you look at them now, like they still have a Venom-y sort of vibe to them.
Yeah, I can kind of get that.
Like they don't have the goopy, but they've got the black and whites.
Yeah. Yeah, it's there.
Yeah, I like their presence. Like they're just the monsters that you punch.
Yeah, and I don't know, like, this army coming forward, it was like okay, yeah, we got this. Then they unleashed the dogs, and I immediately went like, they don't got this. Like, they don't got this at all. I don't know what is so much more, even if it was the same amount of people, I was so much more like, well, they would have it with people, but these dogs were so, I think it's how fast they were.
Yeah.
Like, they super duper sold how fast they were, and that they were traveling in such big packs. Like, they were so clumped together.
Yeah.
I kept, like, in my mind, I'm like, what is Bucky gonna do? Like, I wasn't even thinking of the gun. So I was just kind of thinking, like, what is Bucky gonna do? Like, if he punches one, he's immediately gonna have, like, 8 other ones all over him.
Yeah.
And, like, yeah, I think they did a good job with, like, with the fact they're, like, funneling them in and everything like that.
Yeah. And, like, the shot of them, like, just killing themselves or to maybe get 1 or 2 of them through the barrier is so, like, it's so creepy. It's so alien.
Yeah. It felt very zombie, as well. Like, yeah, they opened such a large gap, though, to be fair.
Yeah.
But I assume it's because, like, they could only open, like, sections or whatever.
Yeah, like, that is just the size of 1 section.
Yeah. To be fair, though, it'd be weird for a movie. Realistically, what they should have done was keep turning it on and off. Like, turn it on for a couple seconds, turn it off. Turn it on for a couple seconds, turn it off. And, to be fair, though, if you started doing that and then they started, like, spreading out more and then you just opened it up and left it up, I feel at that point they would be like, they want us to fucking go in there.
Right.
We're not going to do that. Whereas doing it at the beginning and leaving it open makes it seem more like we got through.
Yeah. Yeah, like, I appreciate that, like, the Black Order isn't very good at fighting because they don't really have to. Like, their MO is not we fight enemies. It is we go to a planet, we kill a bunch of poor people.
Yeah.
So it is, like, lots of mob tactics, lots of, like, individuals who are really good, but they don't have, like, a ton of warriors or anything.
Yeah, I love that. Okay,
Yeah.
it actually reminded me a lot of Walking Dead. Like,
I can see
just
that.
with so much zombies. It was at the beginning, too. It reminded me of a scene in Walking Dead where they do, like, it's a huge, like, quarry of zombies, and they open up a little small, like, 2 cars to get them through, and they are, like, squeezing through, like, ripping all their, like, flesh off as they're getting through.
Yeah.
It felt so much like that. And, yeah, as the, like, a horde of zombies is sometimes more terrifying than just an army of people, because it is that, like, they're going to keep coming around. I think that's what makes them more terrifying as dogs, too. The fact that they are, there's no sense of life or death.
Yeah.
They're just attack. Yeah.
And I do appreciate that because we established that, and because we established also they can go around the back if they really want to.
Yeah.
Like, it isn't a plot hole as to, like, well, why don't they just have a sniper there who keeps on shooting the opening? Because they're going to realize that, and they're going to go around the back. They have to keep this inherent balance of keep them at the front because that's where we can defend, but also, like, don't defend the front too well or they're going to stop coming in through the front.
Yeah, at first I was like, you should probably have somebody down there by that, like, gate, like, the gap where they're coming through. But, yeah, they probably wouldn't be coming through the gap if, or at least the humans definitely wouldn't be coming through the gap if that was the case. But yeah, I will say, blanketly, everybody in this movie felt like a god.
Yeah.
Like, we really went from in Winter Soldier, where I'm like, yeah, Cap's strong, but he's not that strong. So then, like, Cap's, like, taking a helicopter and like, oh, and now Wanda's taking 3 of these giant vehicles and just blowing them up.
Wanda is maybe the strongest character in the movie. Like,
yeah.
Like, except for even Thanos, like, a lot of Thanos' strength comes from the fact that he starts off with 2 Infinity Stones.
Yeah.
Like, when they say specifically, when he's got 2 Infinity Stones, he's the strongest being in the universe. But without those, I don't know who'd win in a fight. Like, Wanda or Thanos.
Oh, yeah. And also, like, she does have the power of an Infinity Stone, kind of.
Yeah.
Yeah. When she actually, like, left and they were like, oh, why do we not have her out there? And then they said, like, oh, she's gone. I didn't even think, like, oh, they're going in to get Vision now. I thought, like, oh, they're just going to try and get Wanda, and, like, they're going to, like, maybe we can just get, more Infinity Juice out of Wanda. It's not the same stone, but it's, like, the same as the stone, but it's,
Yeah.
it's comparable. So I was like, oh, that was actually, it wasn't what it was, but, like, it did make me realize, like, yeah, she probably is this powerful because she does have the power of a fucking Infinity Stone.
Yeah.
Essentially.
Basically.
Not the full power, but damn.
I mean,
Also, though,
yeah.
they are like ramping up in power. Wanda was
Oh, yeah.
not this powerful back when she was like. If she was this powerful, Crossbone would not have been a problem. That would not have been a whole issue
yeah.
there. She would have just been like, "Sorry, Crossbone, you're going to the moon."
Yeah. Or what we see Thanos do, where they throw explosives at him, he compresses the explosives and then kind of shoots them up.
Yeah.
Like she could have done that if she was that strong. Like, she's gotten a lot
Oh
stronger.
yeah, they've all got a lot stronger.
Mhm.
I wish we kind of gotten some more training in the MCU.
Sure.
We don't really get training aside from the first movies.
Mm-hmm.
But then they get so much exponentially stronger, and we never see them training. Tony's the only one where it's like, we don't need to see him training.
Yeah.
But even then, I like the anime movies because we did kind of see him training.
Yeah, well, I'd say rather than training is like development.
Yeah, and that's what I mean. Like,
Yeah.
we saw that sort of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas, yeah, we don't really see that in the movies anymore. And
Mm-hmm.
it's a shame. I like training stuff.
It's the kind of thing where, like, people will nitpick and say, we don't want training, don't give us training. And then if they do training, it is like, oh, why you waste 5 minutes of the movie for this training? I hate it.
To be fair, I don't know. I don't feel like most people are. I don't think anybody ever says like, "Oh, I hate that we spent so long on training." On this training. That's more like an anime problem where you spend like a whole arc on training or something.
Okay.
But I feel like if you have a 5-minute training scene in a movie, I don't think people are like, "Why'd you spend 5 minutes on fucking training?"
To be fair, I assume that if they did that, they'd probably layer the training with like hey, here's what we gotta do, or like some talking. Like we when we saw Cap training, for instance, it's usually with a secondary thing in mind.
Yeah, Cap, we actually see training like not plenty, but we see him training sometimes.
Yeah,
it's nice.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it actually reminds me of like One Piece in the sense where the author of One Piece is very like, I don't want to do like training scenes. Nobody likes watching the training scenes and everything like that. And then now in current One Piece, it's very like, we're just going to do the training scenes in the middle of the arc because I realize I actually really like fighting scenes and people really want training scenes. And I was like, yeah, I think a lot of the we shouldn't do training scenes comes from the creators more than the audience.
Yeah, I can see that.
And I do think it is an anime problem of a lot of animes have like just whole ass training arcs, and that gave training a bad problem. A bad look.
Name.
Yeah, bad name.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, that's I feel like the problem. But yeah,
Okay.
I wish we get some more training for some of them, just so I could like understand, where they're getting so much. Like, how does Wanda train? That's something I loved in like My Hero Academia. When we see like how they train their quirks and everything.
Sure.
Like that. I want to see some more shit like that in the MCU. We always just see them training their bodies physically. I want to see how Wanda's getting better at her power.
Now, as on the same note as training, but also kind of the opposites. We never see Thanos like training with Infinity Stones, but we always see him like every time he gets one, he tries it out in the next scene.
Oh, that's a good
So it is a like. Again, this is meant for both big old 50-year-old nerds and also, like, babies. So they had to make it very clear without, like, outright making Thanos go, now I will use the Reality Stone. Like, the stones light up when he uses them, and he always uses one, like, in the next scene. So you can go, like, okay, that's what he can do with the Reality Stone. That's what he can do with the Space Stone.
Yeah.
And the only one that is, like, saved for he also does kind of do them with twists. Like, when he goes to nowhere, he uses the Reality Stone a lot for twists.
Yeah.
And, in the big old climax when Vision dies, he uses the Time Stone, and that is a big old, like, right, he does have the Time Stone, but we didn't see him use it. Oh, crap, he can do this. And that is something also that we've seen, the Time Stone do before.
Yeah, that was a great one, because I was like, damn, okay, they did it. What are they going to do? Oh, no, time!
I think that is such a perfect moment, because it is simultaneously saying, yes, we are going to commit to this, but also Thanos, being the villain, being the evil one, is going to reverse the commitments.
Yeah.
Like, it doesn't make, like, Wanda or Vision's, like, path throughout this entire movie, it doesn't deflate any of it to me. Because there's a clear, like, yeah, they worked their way up to it. They love each other. They had to stake their lives in order to make this happen, and they really did it. But it didn't help.
Honestly, same with, like, him changing the bullets or the lasers to bubbles in Peter's gun. Like, it doesn't matter. He still did it.
Yeah. Or, Gamora stabbing herself, and then it came bubbles. By the way, the bubbles are a reference to multiple fighting games in which Thanos has the power of bubbles.
Why?
It's not really a thing he does in the comics. As far as I've seen, maybe there's one I haven't, like, looked at at all, where he does bubbles as a big thing, but it seems like it's mostly just a fighting game thing.
Okay. I thought that was just a classic, like, bubbles are the classic, you change something to something, and it's bubbles.
Yeah, because they are instantly harmless.
Yeah. Okay, I think we talked plenty about Thanos.
Yeah. And I mean, he's the main villain. He's gonna come up again
Yeah.
if we missed anything.
Oh, we are at 2 hours, and we're not even done talking about just the characters.
Yeah, I mean, you said it. Gonna have to do
This is going to be
these.
like 6 times the length of the movie.
Oh, yeah. People love it. People love podcasts that take a 30 minutes TV show and talk about it for 2 hours.
Oh, yeah. I love it.
This is a 2-hour movie, so we should go for 8 hours.
Okay, what are we talking about next?
Okay, so chronologically, after
Tony and Spider-Man.
Mhm.
Oh, the suit that Spider-Man
yeah.
got. That was cool. We
Yeah.
didn't talk about that, but that was cool.
yeah, that is the Iron Spider suits. It's the I talked about it during Civil War.
I should say
like, yeah.
the back part of it I'm talking about.
Okay.
The suit itself, not that cool actually.
Really?
But I mean, yeah, it's all right. I mean,
Okay.
it's a Spider-Man Iron Man suit.
Sure.
It's cool in that sense, but as a Spider-Man suit, not very cool.
Okay.
But it's cool in the sense that it's a Spider-Man Iron Man suit.
Sure.
But yeah, if I'm lining up all the Spider-Man suits,
Mhm.
that one's gonna be pretty low.
Okay, really?
Yeah.
I think it's cool. It's shiny.
Yeah, but it's too metal.
Okay.
It's too metal.
I do think some of the cool is dissipated in the MCU because Spidey's main like avenging suit also has like all the tech stuff.
Yeah. Like, yeah, the tech stuff is like whatever because that's all
Yeah.
the suits for me.
Yeah.
So yeah, I like the more like spandexy kind of ones. That
Okay.
one just felt more like it was just metal.
Sure. And it doesn't like we don't really get a good sense of it being stronger than the main suits.
Yeah.
Like there's not a big ol' like, you know, Thanos fires an energy beam and it breaks part of the suits.
But yeah, the spider legs that was cool.
Okay.
Very like Doc Ock feeling.
I was really surprised they did that actually. Because classically, the Iron Spider suit has 3 legs on it. And that is a distinct in-universe and out-of-universe thing of, like, we don't want him to look like Doc Ock, even though spiders have 8 legs.
Yeah.
And it fits him the most. And of course, in Superior Spider-Man, when Doc Ock takes over his body, the first thing he does is put 4 legs on the suit.
Of course, why wouldn't you?
Apparently, the designers were really, really inspired by Superior Spider-Man, and they had to keep on going like, no, it looks too evil. We gotta turn it back.
It does look evil.
It's got a little evil energy to it, just
Yeah.
a little bit. But
I think it's also because it's gray while the rest of the suit is red.
yeah. I mean, evil is the cousin to cool.
It
is the great
You're
danger.
not wrong. So yeah, who's chronologically next?
Chronologically, after that, we've got.
Would that be Rhodey? I mean,
I
we don't really need to be going chronologically, but I think Loki makes sense to do next.
or Rhodey?
Uh,
You said Loki.
oh yeah, Rhodey. Yeah.
Sure. Before we do that, actually, I do want to give a big shout out to the Cloak of Levitation.
Oh
Which-
yeah.
Yeah, it got a little time in this movie as a character.
Yeah, it
It
did.
did some stuff on its own.
It was once again a thing.
I thought that was fun. I want to see that a little more. I like in the same way that I really like it when like when Falcon uses his drone, he treats it a little like a character. He doesn't do
Yeah.
it that much, but he does it a little bit.
Barely ever. Yeah. It did it once.
I like it when people have inanimate objects or like magic animate objects that they treat like people. I like that kind of sidekick. I think inanimate sidekicks are really fun.
I do too.
Yeah, and it's a good cape. It came in clutch.
It is. Yeah. The best thing about Doctor Strange is the cape.
The cape fought Thanos and it didn't do anything wrong. It did.
Unlike Peter, cape better than Peter.
Cape for new Guardians of the Galaxy.
I could absolutely see that as a scene in Guardians of the Galaxy. Drax being like, "So we are making the cape our new captain, right?"
The Guardians would vote out Peter and vote in a cape.
Again, I said it going into my pre-discussion movie. I was like, I am so split on if they're going to do Guardians at all in this movie because
Yeah.
if they do Guardians, they're going to take out like half the screen time.
Right.
You can't do Guardians without giving them so much just by nature of if you try and do it, you can't do a small scene with the Guardians.
Yeah.
Any scene is going to snowball into a conversation that just keeps going
Yeah.
and going and going. And so, yeah, like I was right. They were just a completely other second half to this movie.
And I mean, like James Gunn was called in to like talk about the stuff, but he didn't direct any of the movie. So it was the Russos like doing all the Guardian stuff, and I find that so cool because the Guardians are so Guardians.
Yeah, they felt very, very Guardian.
Like everyone else, like everyone is a little pushed in one direction or another. Like they all have to kind of mesh. But the Guardian scenes felt like scenes from the Guardians, minus like some of the music drops. We had like one music drop, and that was a clear like we're gonna do Guardians.
Yeah, but yeah, I would say that it felt very much like Guardians 2 specifically. Guardians 1 and Guardians 2 are a little bit different
Yeah.
in terms of like the characters. So I would say yeah, they're very consistent with Guardians 2.
Yeah.
It's gonna be very interesting if we do Guardians 3 and they're very different again.
Oh no!
Here we go. So, Kraglin.
Kraglin out there?
No idea where the fuck Kraglin went. Absolutely no idea where Kraglin is.
Nah. I mean, maybe he stabbed Drax and the Drax threw him out the space log.
I can only imagine that he's dead now.
I mean, do you think Kraglin's gonna come back?
No. It really felt like there's, well, we don't want to kill off Kraglin, but we don't have anywhere else for him to go. I mean, why didn't he just get on somebody else's ship? Why is he still on the ship? It's so weird that they really emphasized that Kraglin was still on the ship, and then it went, don't worry, he is not on the ship. And there's no, like, was there any throwaway line? I don't think so.
No, there wasn't.
Yeah. Like, you know, as much as the throwaway lines are kind of,
yeah.
It would have been still nice to have a throwaway line. It's just like, we threw Kraglin out there airlock. But, yeah. So, going back to, let's talk about Rhodey and Sam together.
Okay, sure.
Because I feel like they both, for very obvious reasons, get the shit into the stick a lot.
It does suck, yeah.
Like, Sam is really cool to watch fight. Doesn't get a whole lot other than that.
Yeah.
Rhodey gets a whole lot of character development. Not very fun to watch fight.
Yeah.
And it sucks that is the case for both of them. Like, to be fair, I don't know what you would do with. Like, I was hoping Sam was going to be a lot more involved with the Bucky plot line, and he really wasn't. Like, not this movie, but I just mean, like, you know, in the past movie.
But I mean, it is really weird, especially because in Civil War, like, we get the like Sam and Bucky are kind of rivals, you know.
Yeah.
But we don't really get any of that in this movie, or like we don't get a whole lot of Sam.
Yeah, I mean, and even in the other ones, as you say, like, they were kind of rivals, but it was so understated between what they could have done and what they should have done. You know, like, that was the moment where Sam had the most amount of importance you could have had, and they really flubbed it.
Like, it does bother me that, like, Guardians is very good at the Guardians, and the other movies have enough characters in them that they should be, like, not ensemble pieces. Like, you should still have, you know, Doctor Strange be the main dude in Doctor Strange, but they should be more ensemble-y because they got characters.
Yeah.
Like, there's no reason why Sam has to be shafted. There's no reason why Rhodey needs to be shafted.
Yeah, I mean, especially when we'll give so much other time and character development to some of the other, you know, minor characters.
Yeah, or to villains who will then die in the movie and then we'll never see them again. As opposed to the guy who's going to be in 5 more movies.
Yeah. Like, I like everything they do with Rhodey, you know, just as a character. But I do think they could have done some interesting thing of, like, you know, giving him a bit of a struggle of, like, I can't fly this thing perfectly, I can't operate it perfectly because I'm still injured and stuff like that. And or, like, have him get hit and it be a, like, you know, oh, Rhodey's down, like, you know, he could, like, he was, you know, pushing himself being out here. He got hit, and that was all, you know, just one hit was enough to be like, all right, we don't want to risk it. He's done now.
Right.
But yeah, they could have done some more stuff with him. The only, like, memorable thing was, like, the carpet bombing.
Yeah.
That was really, really cool. Like, really cool. But, yeah, that's, like, the only, like, memorable fight thing, you know, that he got to do in the movie, which sucks. Because, Iron Man 2 was so fucking cool with Rhodey fighting. Like, that was... War Machine is so cool of a machine. We don't use it enough.
Yeah.
And then Sam. Every time he's flying around doing super cool shit, I love his drones. I love his falconness. It's so dope. I love it. He needs more interaction with people and everything.
Yeah.
Like, he's always just by himself or with Cap. You know? He needs more just interaction with everybody. And yeah, I don't think I have much more else to say about them, sadly. Like, I would like to, but they're not doing anything with them.
Yeah.
Especially going off of last movie, I really was hoping they were going to do more with Rhodey.
Do you think, like, Rhodey's still around at the end of the movie? Do you think, like, they're going to give him more of a role to play? Because...
I really hope so, because if he's going to be one of the only people still here in the next movie, have him, you know, come to terms with some... I mean, like, there's not anybody, like, you know, Sam, you know, died, but, I mean, he wasn't, like, you know, he didn't even see him die.
Right, it's...
But, like, there's no, like, thing that he has, like, an immediate, like, this person died, and that makes me extremely sad. So that's what I'm most curious about. Like, there's not an immediate, obvious thing they could do with him. I'm curious to see what they're going to do with him outside of, like, a grieving thing.
Sure.
Okay, so, who should we move on to next? We were kind of actually talking about Guardians of the Galaxy, and we didn't, like, finish really talking about them.
Yeah.
So, like, I appreciate that Mantis took a back seat, but I never felt like they're not doing enough with Mantis, or, like, you know, where is Mantis, or, you know, stuff like that. Even though she took the back seat, it didn't feel weird.
Like, Mantis is a support character.
She's also very reserved in personality.
And I really appreciate that, again. Like, she was the one who, like, calmed down Thanos. Like, the whole thing where they were holding him down, like, we still don't really understand what was keeping the glove on, sure, whatever. But, like, this shows that there is no, like...
I love the idea of Thanos just doing the fucking OJ thing. Just fucking, just making my hand bigger. Oh, why the glove can't come off? It's reverse OJ.
He moved all the blood in his body into his hands. But yeah, like, she could calm down a Celestial against his will. She could calm down Thanos against his will.
Couldn't make him. It is crazy, actually.
Mm-hmm.
Couldn't make Thanos sleep. Could make Ego sleep, though.
Yeah.
That is wild. But
Mm-hmm.
Thanos, to be like, yeah, I will give, some credence to this, okay?
Sure, sure.
Ego is a very, like, he wouldn't be expecting it. And he's also, I mean, not like Thanos would be expecting it.
Sure.
But, like, Ego is a very, how do I put it? I don't know what a good word to be. Like, Thanos is very prepared to, very mentally fortified,
Yeah.
right? He has been preparing for this for a long time. He is a tough dude mentally.
Yeah.
Whereas Ego is very laid back, I'm just
Yeah.
going all over the universe and fucking everybody,
Yeah. Like the convergence, or not the convergence. Like, his mission is like at the forefront of his mind, but he is also like, his philosophy is, I'm the only one who is forever.
Yeah.
I will just wait forever, like, until I hear word that one of my children is out there and actually important. I won't wait. I'm not gonna go actually find him.
I also imagine if years go by where this person is putting you to sleep every night, and then they just, even if she didn't have any powers, she might have just been able to go sleep, and he would have been like,
Yeah.
like, that's some real Pavlov kind of shit.
Oh,
For
100%.
years. So, like, yeah, I fully get why it would work on Ego and not, Thanos.
Yeah.
And it was working on Thanos. It just wasn't putting him to sleep, but it was, like, working on him.
Yeah. And plus, like, again, you can't really see this, but, like, Mantis does take on the emotions of whoever she's touching as much as she can then influence them.
Yeah.
So, like, Thanos's, whole deal was in her head, and she had to push that back and, make him, go to sleep or, like, rest.
Yeah.
He couldn't make him sleep.
Yeah.
Like,
It's crazy, but
she is, like,
I get it.
she is such a good example of a support character in, like, a D&D group.
Oh, yeah.
In that, like, she doesn't overstep her bounds, so you never go, like, why doesn't she stab Thanos? She does one thing really, really well, and she is integrated into all, the two movies we've seen her in
Yeah.
really well.
Yeah. Yeah, and, like, the other ones are a lot more of a... Like, Drax is such an interesting role, because he is, like, the fighter in a D&D group, but he
Yeah.
barely ever does that, because he always never gets the chance.
Yeah, he is the bad tank.
Yeah.
Like, his role should be that he can take almost infinite damage and he's fine, but he never thinks of it like that.
Yeah, and, we never get to see him fight that much, in all honesty. Like, in terms of, like, in something like this.
Yeah.
Either way, Gamora, I don't have a whole lot to say about Gamora. I'm sure there are plenty of other people out there who like Gamora and have interesting takes on Gamora and everything like that. I don't have a take on Gamora or anything, She is a plot character.
Yeah. Like, I like the idea of Gamora. I like comics Gamora. In the MCU, Gamora has been terrifyingly underserved.
Yeah.
Like, she is one of the most important characters in the, like, Thanos plotline. Like, and yet she rarely ever feels like that. A lot of it is just sort of a, like, yeah, I used to know Thanos. He is my dad. Like, I'm still very mad about what he did. But you never really get what Thanos is about through her. Which is wild because, again, like, even if the Guardians movies didn't want to do Thanos, we could have still gotten a lot more about him and about his ethos through Gamora. Like, just through, like, dialogue. Just through her, like, getting therapy, essentially, like, talking to Peter.
Yeah, I said in Guardians 2 that I really wanted flashbacks of Gamora and Thanos and all that. That's not what I was talking about. I was talking about specifically, like, the training and everything.
Yeah.
Like, I wanted to see, I understand that she would have Stockholm Syndrome and all this, and, like, not exactly Stockholm Syndrome, but that, like, lingering emotions and everything. But it would have been nice to see the moments of the training between her and Gamora, or her and Nebula, and also, like, times where she would do something and come back to Thanos and he would be like, oh, good job, and, all this stuff, and, yeah.
Like, I think it honestly would have been really interesting if we saw, like, if on any level she thought Thanos was right, or if, like, you know, like, you can't
Sure.
completely deprogram yourself that much, that easily.
Yeah.
I feel like it would be cool if she had some conflict, or if, like, I don't know, like, I don't think I'm good enough a writer to do this, but if during the Soul Stone thing we did learn, like, they would have to set it up beforehand.
Sure.
But if she did love Thanos as a, you know, as a mentor up to that point, if there was something there.
Yeah, I thought that's what they were implying, like it was going to have to be a both of them thing.
Right.
I'm glad that they only implied that
Yeah.
it had to be Thanos' side.
It is one way.
Yeah, I don't know if I would have liked that, to be fair.
Yeah.
Like, like you said, they would have had to set it up earlier.
Yeah.
If it happened at that point, I wouldn't have liked it.
Mhm.
But yeah, if they set it up earlier, it'd be better.
Yeah. I really wish the Soul Stone stuff was done a different way. Because
Yeah.
I really I really think the logic trap nature of it. The idea of, like, you have to kill the thing you love most. Because also, how is it that Thanos loves Gamora the most?
Yeah, that's what was wild to me. Like, there's so much other stuff that you would consider him to love more. Like, the Infinity Stones.
Or the plan.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that would have been really interesting.
Like, God, it would have been so cool.
I mean, it wouldn't have worked. You
Sure.
couldn't do that,
Yeah.
but
I mean,
it's a cool what if.
I could imagine a, like, moral quandary of the Soul Stone will come to you, but only if you agree not to do the snap, not to do the plan. And because it is still there, like, it isn't a, you know, you can take it and then turn back on your word. You cannot do it once you have it. So Thanos is like, well, shit.
I could see that, and then, you know, the big thing is like, oh, Thanos gonna do the snap, and then somebody else has to do the snap. Like, he's like, I am not gonna do the snap.
Because
that was my plan.
I will say, that is what I thought we were going for when I first saw this movie.
Okay.
Like, in the same way that the Red Skull's fate is to guide
Oh, yeah, we'll talk about that in a second.
to guide others to a treasure I can never reach. Like, he wanted one Infinity Stone, it punished him, put him on Vormir, he guides other people to another Infinity Stone that he can never personally claim. I thought we were going to do that then with Thanos. Like, the trick was going to be, yes, he could get it because he killed Gamora, but, you know, it won't let him, achieve his actual true love, which is wiping out half the universe.
Okay.
And, I'm not disappointed, because that is kind of a stretch. But
Yeah.
at the same time, like, there's something there that I thought we
This
were
is a lot for kids to wrap their head around.
Yeah. There was something more there that I was expecting.
Yeah, I know what you mean. It is also weird to me that in his own mind he views Gamora as the child, not that he raised, but as
Right.
the child that he took.
Yeah. I think there's something there.
There's something there,
Like,
but I don't know what.
and, like, even after he kills her, he still says little one.
Yeah.
Like, that is his view of Gamora, not the person he turned her into, but the kid he saved.
Yeah. Like, there is something there, and I don't know what to say about it.
Yeah.
Because that is a thing throughout the whole movie.
Yeah.
You are this because of me. You are this because of me.
Yeah.
You're not this because that wasn't from me.
Yeah.
But then ultimately, what he views her as is not those things about him.
Yeah, and there's such a hard contrast there with Nebula, who clearly, like, this isn't something he does with all of his children. It is a clear, like, I don't see anything in you that is worth it. I'm going to keep replacing parts of you until you are something that is worthy.
Yeah.
And then there is no, like, limit to it. He'll keep on doing that forever. And then when he takes her, it isn't even to, like, brainwash or anything. It is just, well, the only use you have now is as a thing I can torture in order to make the person I actually really like work with me.
Yeah. Which, that was such a great way to do it. Also, the shots where he kept, like,
Yeah.
whining was so... It's so, like Mafia. Like, you cut up a body and over
Yeah.
in pieces and everything.
Such
While it's still, like, alive.
It's such a cool way to do that in a way that is also, like, terrifying for children, but still age appropriate.
Yeah. Like I said, it's torture I can watch.
Yeah.
And I am somebody who, if you watch my reaction to MCU, you know almost every time the actual torture comes out, I go, oh, no, I can't look. So yeah, I appreciated that.
Yeah.
'Cause it was brutal, but
Mhm.
it's not something where I could picture it happening to me, so I'm not like, it's not like I'm gonna put something on somebody's fingers and they go, oh no, owie, my fingers. I don't go, oh, owie, my robot bits.
You think we'll ever see how Gamora got the map?
I don't think so. That was such a, what was the point of that? I mean, I get the point of the plot point, but it's
Yeah.
so, like, pointless.
And it is one of those things where, like, in a vacuum, like, it would have been better if she had the map. Because then she could have given the map to Thanos, and then he could have gone to the planet and been like, "Why? There's nothing with me. I gotta go back."
I love it. Oh. But also, like I just love that from a lot of movies or TV shows and stuff. And I think it's more like a thing with movies.
Okay.
Of the like clearly while they were writing that, they definitely was like, okay, well, how are we gonna do this? Okay, what about a map? And then like they came up with that first. And then that's kind of just like an artifact left over,
Right.
where they didn't really think of a better way to do it, and they're like,
Yeah.
we're not really doing anything with this map. Whatever.
Actually, speaking of artifacts left over and also chronological order,
Sure.
so the movie skips over a big thing, which is Thanos going to Xandar and wiping out Xandar and taking the Power Stone.
Oh yeah.
The movie starts off with him having the Power Stone.
Yeah, that's why I was like, is that one we have? Also, I kept getting confused because the orb is yellow and then what's inside the orb was purple.
Right.
And so that's why I kept getting messed up thinking that the yellow stone was the. And then I'm like, oh, that's the Mind Stone. Damn it. And also, the Soul Stone's kind of yellow as well.
Yeah.
Uh,
It's orange.
yeah, I mean, it's all
Sure,
similar
yeah.
shades that I kept
I getcha.
being like, which one was fucking which one? Because I really hated the orb was not purple. Like the thing that's encased in was not purple.
Is it not? I
don't think so.
I always think of it as just being gray, and then it opens up and it's purple.
I guess it's more gray. I don't know why I think of it as yellow, but anyway. I guess I was thinking of it as yellow, by the way, because we had red, blue, and then
Right.
it was just gray, and my mind just went yellow. I don't know. I'm just
Okay.
trying to make up excuses at this point.
Uh-huh.
What were we talking about?
Xandar.
Right. So it wasn't until a bit into the movie that I had to be like, okay, so that it did happen, okay.
Yeah.
And I kind of just like accepted it.
That is an artifact from the writing in which they intended the movie to start with like a heist where Thanos goes to Xandar and takes the Power Stone.
Okay.
And then like ends up having to destroy Xandar or whatever.
Yeah.
Which would also pay off the scene we see in Guardians where like there's that council that uses the Power Stone, and then there's like one like big being that uses the Power Stone to like wipe out whole planets.
Yeah.
But they realized there's way too much going on in the movie, and this is all like they were also thinking about like doing some Black Order stuff there, like setting up more Thanos.
Yeah, it's a bit much.
Yeah, it was something where they were like, we can't afford to do this when there's going to be a lot of Thanos in the rest of the movie as well, and we have all these other characters to balance.
It is a bit much. I get it. And I followed this movie very finely, not remembering much about where the fucking Infinity Stones
Which
was.
I mean, which is the point. Like again, a lot of people went to Infinity War without even seeing a lot of the other movies.
Oh, yeah, I mean that's fucking wild to me. But I mean, yeah, my brain is really bad. I have an extremely hard time like processing information being said very fast when it's like exposition and everything.
Yeah.
So I always hate exposition dumps because I can't follow them very easily. But yeah, so like when it was like Thor and all them on the Guardian ship and they were talking about where all the stones are and like they're just going down like this stone used to be here and then we put it here and then it's here and then I'm like because as they're talking about it, the way my brain works, like they'll say the thing like this stone used to be here, then we had to move it here. And then my brain goes, okay, so that was this thing and that thing. And then by the time that has happened, let my brain remembered like that scene, they're talking about something else. I'm like, oh shit, fuck, I missed that, previous like 2 words or whatever that would have been like, cluing me into this. Yeah. And so they were just talking about all the stones and I'm just like, And then Gamora's expression made me start going like, wait, does Gamora know something that the rest of them don't? Like, that I should know? Because I was already, like, kind of confused when we were talking about the stones. Yeah, that was a whole lot of, like, what is it? And so then it was, like, after that scene, though, yeah, even with all that confusion that I had during that scene, not like confusion, but more to me just going like, you know what, I'm just going to go. I kind of remember where all the stones are. I hope they're not saying anything right now about, like, oh, this stone actually was changed to move over here and anything like that. Like, that was the only thing I was worried about. Like, I remember where all the stones are, but I messed in that exposition, was worried that they were like, oh, this stone is actually over here.
Right.
But either way, with all that, followed it perfectly. There's no like weirdness about like other than me not remembering which one was the Power Stone or the other fucking stone.
Yeah,
but
it worked out.
It was fine.
Yeah.
So they did a really good job of streamlining all this. And again, we talked a little bit about it, but the generals, I really like that they don't get any names. They don't really, we barely see them.
Yeah.
Like, we don't really get, like, good shots of them. We get a couple second good shots, and that's about it.
Sure.
Where they're just, like, standing still. You know,
Mm-hmm.
I really appreciate that. It's hard for me to remember in my mind what they clearly look like,
Mm-hmm.
and I think that's better because you don't need that. If they are just like that feeling of alien generals coming down from different species and everything like that,
Yeah.
and you slowly get their vibe over the movie. This is the telekinetic one. This is the powerful one. This is Sword Lady.
Uh-huh. Do you remember the fourth one?
Wait, there was a fourth one?
There are four.
Oh, right, there was four. Wait, who am I forgetting? Oh, I don't remember what the fourth one's gimmick was.
Fourth one
It
was...
was the one with Vision and Wanda,
Yeah.
but I don't remember what their gimmick was.
His name was Corvus Glaive, of course. Corvus means like a raven. Glaive means big glaive that he stabs or slashes people with. He's the guy who cut Vision, and Vision was like, that actually hurt me.
Oh,
I
right,
can face
yeah.
through it.
Yeah, it was him and the Sword Lady are very, very normal.
Yeah.
But the Sword Lady, we had a lot more like close-up shots on
Yeah.
and everything. Yeah.
Also, as you said at one point in the movie, Sword Lady is all CGI, and that is intentional. Like, they could have made her completely practical. They did want to give off the feeling of she is alien.
Yeah, like her movements were definitely not normal, so
Yeah.
they did good job with that. Like, yeah, I was wondering why, but it looks fine. And yeah, with the fact that they don't like do big close-ups of them or anything very often, except for the one, which is when I noticed like, oh, she's
Right.
CG the whole time, and that's impressive. I didn't notice she was CG until then.
And I mean, I am a big stan for like doing CG when you don't need to do CG, like just for effect or like because you like the way it looks.
I will say,
Yeah.
going off of all the CG I've been complaining about for a while,
Yeah.
this movie, I can concretely say, for many, many, many shots,
Uh-huh.
I could not tell what was CG and what wasn't.
Oh, glad to hear it.
I'm back to I am CGI blind. They've gotten good enough for me again, where I cannot tell what's CG. Like Black Panther and Spider-Man, I can constantly tell.
Sure.
Their movements are just gonna be always a little bit weird, a little bit like they're supposed to be animalistic, I believe.
Sure.
So it's just but yeah. Aside from that, it was hard to tell. Aside from like the obviously CG characters.
Yeah.
But I mean, like when you know a normal person is interacting with something, I can almost never tell if it's CG or practical.
Yeah. I think a big thing is with very acrobatic or very like agility based characters, when they can't do like, there's a big difference between following the character and everything around them is moving, and when we're standing still and they're moving. Like in Homecoming, for instance, like we have the fight where Spidey's fighting Vulture.
Yeah.
And that's a really tricky one to do with CG because like you have to make Spidey feel fast, you have to make Vulture feel like he's really flying. You got to have like, the entire area around them. Like,
but
yeah.
I feel like they did a really good job with that by focusing on each of the characters individually. Like, even if Spider-Man's going really fast, if you were going as fast as Spider-Man, it doesn't feel much like Spider-Man's going that fast. Instead, you can see Vulture going much more faster.
Yeah.
Then you could be on Vulture's side, and you can feel Spider-Man being much more faster. Yeah, you can do that. And again, this movie, following the action, the thing I constantly say, we are cutting from character to character, but we are not doing the thing where the camera just sort of pans as everybody's like fighting stuff, or like here's a quick cut, here's a quick cut. We spend a little bit of time with each character, and we are following them through an action.
Sure.
You know, we're like the camera is following them, and then it might be a cut, but it is like, you know, the camera's moving over here, and then you can see the other character over there, and then we're gonna cut to that.
Sure.
Or you know, the other character is fighting right next to them. There's a lot of that as opposed to we're gonna just do random cuts across the battlefield.
Yeah.
And have a bunch of like That's the main thing too. They love to do the like when you do cuts and just have a lot of lines and quick quips and stuff like that. And it's like, yeah, it was not needed. Not needed right now. There's times when it's acceptable and times when it's not. Like in Spider-Man: Homecoming, they do a great job with it, with Peter, you know, doing quips while fighting and everything.
Yeah.
This movie, I don't feel like they did a good job. There was a lot of Peter has to stop to talk, and it's like you can move while you're talking.
Yeah. Yeah. During Winter Soldier and Civil War, the Russos really tried to hammer down, like, their secret move is green screen outside. Like, that is their, like, it is so weird because no one ever does green screen outside. But it does allow you to do, like, lighting in a way that you can't do in a studio.
Yeah, the lighting looks fantastic.
Yeah, and that also allows them to do a lot of stuff where it is, like, you know, Spidey going through portals and punching Thanos, and the lighting on Spidey looks real, and the lighting on Thanos all looks real, because they have real lighting for, like, the real people, and then they can just, you know, when they're modeling Thanos, they can then put the same lighting on him.
Yeah. Also, this is so big of a project that it's impossible to do the thing where the director is like really putting their thumb in it and really
Yeah.
like wanting their vision on every little piece.
Yeah.
And so you have like the individual teams that are handling all the different CGI stuff
Yeah.
and all that stuff, like being able to handle themselves and do it themselves.
Yeah, and the Russos did have weekly calls with all the other Phase 3 directors where they're like, okay, what is going on in Black Panther? Because we are currently doing the Wakanda stuff, and we don't know what Wakanda's like.
It must be crazy
Yeah.
to have to write shit like this.
Like, I will say, anytime anyone speaks Kosa in Wakanda, and whenever, basically everything that is happening with actors in Wakanda, a lot of that is ad-libbed.
Okay.
A lot of that is because they were like, well, we haven't seen Black Panther, and we know Black Panther has a very specific identity to it, and the actors know that. So we're gonna let you guys do a lot of stuff there. Like when
I will say,
Yeah.
well, while you're thinking,
Yeah.
T'Challa didn't do a whole lot this movie at all. He was barely doing anything in this movie. But I was completely 100% fine with that because we got so much Wakanda in general.
yeah,
And I think they really, now you say that, I can see they're probably like, we should probably not do a whole lot with Black Panther because we don't really know what's going on with Black Panther or where
Yeah.
his character is going to be post, the thing. So, yeah, it was not a whole lot of T'Challa himself.
Yeah.
But that's fine. We got so much more of Wakanda than I was expecting.
yeah.
Very glad.
When M'Baku talks to T'Challa, he briefly says a line in Kosa that is not subtitled in any version because that wasn't intended. That is just something he slipped in, where he says something like, T'Challa says something like, I'm happy you came, and then M'Baku says, of course, my brother. As they between Black Panther and now, we have become more friendly.
Yeah.
And the scene where all of the all the troops start chanting, that was improv.
Okay. By the way, do you know
Yeah.
what they are chanting?
Resist in Kosa.
I mean, do you know what?
I don't know this exact sound.
Oh, it's as soon as you hear it, I have that insatiable feel to want to chant with them and everything.
Mhm.
But it's not subtitled or anything, so okay.
Yeah.
But I want to know what they're chanting.
Mhm.
I'll have to look that up.
I also I like that the Kosa isn't subtitled because it does give it this feeling of, in Black Panther, it's all subtitled because we're in Wakanda, we're with Wakandans.
Yeah.
They all know what's going on. Whereas this gives it the vibe of, we are with the Avengers who came to Wakanda, and they are outsiders.
I mean, to be fair, that chant was never subtitled even in Black Panther.
True.
But yeah, that's why I didn't expect it to be a word. I thought it was just a verbal chant thing.
Mm-hmm. I should say, when all the Wakandans are chanting a thing, that's when they are chanting resist.
Okay, I'm talking about the
with
Jabari.
Yeah, the Jabari thing, I still don't know what that is.
Yeah.
I think that is just a sound.
Yeah. I want to look up what it is though.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Where to move on from here? I mean, we want to talk more about the Wakanda people. So, Okoye, glad that she kicked it more than T'Challa did in this movie. Her and Shuri both, but again, fine. Because I imagine they were their character's probably not going to get a whole big old change in the movie or anything, so we're more safe with that.
Mm-hmm. And again, I can definitely see why T'Challa didn't do a lot of kinetic energy attacks and stuff because again, they didn't fully know how the T'Challa was going to fight.
Exactly.
So they gave him some pretty safe stuff he did in Civil War, a lot of jumps, a lot of slashes and whatnot.
A lot of kitty attacks.
Yeah.
But yeah, I totally fine with that.
Yeah.
I'm glad that Shuri got to have a little bit of a moment of a rise the bad guys are coming in doing this thing. Everybody got to have their moments.
It's so tricky to do a guy in the chair, girl in the chair scene where it is that tense.
Yeah.
Where it is the people are attacking and I'm
yeah.
And I
really appreciate that.
Also, very glad that it didn't fully work, but it is it isn't that she's incompetent. It is that she was I need a lot of time to do this. They did not give her a lot of time, and she was she was getting there.
Yeah, I'm oh yeah, well, hopefully we'll be able to, you need a lot of time, but hopefully we can get some amount of time. And it's they're immediately attacking as she says that, and she's I mean, guys, I said I needed a lot of time. 2 seconds is not enough time.
Because again, it gives me that feeling of, if they had a little bit more time, they could have completely done the disconnection, taken the gem out. Scarlet Witch could have just blasted the gem. We done.
Yeah.
There's
He's got a dent in his forehead for the rest of the time.
Yeah. I mean, also, he'd have some, like, personality problems for a bit, maybe.
Oh yeah.
Because, like, we don't know, and he doesn't know what the relationship is between the gem and the rest of him.
I mean, yeah, it is like just I'm gonna take out this little piece of my brain.
Yeah. Like, there's some Tony in there, there's some, like, Banner in there, there's some Ultron in there.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, I don't know what that means.
Yeah.
Because that's also compaction on top of compaction
Yeah.
on top of compaction. It's too complicated to think about.
Yeah.
My brain's gonna die.
It's a real, well, it's gonna save your life. We'll see what happens after that.
Okay, yeah, just I don't really have anything else to say about Okoye. They're you know,
Yeah.
same thing with Wong. I mean, we talked a little bit of Wong. There's not a whole lot I have to
Yeah.
say about the small characters, but
Yeah.
I'm glad they each have their own little moments.
Yeah, there's a lot of competence. Like,
Yeah.
the most incompetent person is Peter Quill.
Yeah.
And I really appreciate that, like, the movie did do that, as opposed to, like, they could have said, oh, Shuri dropped the ball, Okoye dropped the ball. Like, they could have had, like, all the minor characters drop the ball so that, you know, all the main characters stay very pristine.
Yeah.
But the movie does not do that.
Yeah, man, and they could have done plenty of, like, even pre-snap, because they were killing characters pre-snap
Yeah.
and everything. They could have had plenty of the, like, oh, Wong died trying to protect, you know, this
That's-
thing, or, oh, Shuri died. You know.
I really respect the movie for, like, if too many people die in a movie, you get desensitized to it. It becomes a, okay, who's next? And I don't think you get that feel in the movie until the snap. And then the snap is a clear, like, half of all people will die, so this isn't a shocking thing. This is it's inevitable.
Yeah.
Like, it happens. All you can do now is watch who dies and who lives.
Yeah, in a lot of my reactions, I have a lot more of a, like, you know, kind of like, as if I'm there when a character is, you know, an attack's coming right at them or something.
Yeah.
It is that, like, visceral, like, being afraid of heights sort of thing, where, like, you
Sure.
see character on a height, and, you know, you have that feeling in your stomach. When a blade goes at a character like this or whatever, a lot of times I react like, oh, geez, because even though I don't expect him to get hurt by it, it has that immediate, like, shock to it to me, as if it just happened to me, and I'm like, oh.
Yeah.
Whereas this movie didn't really have that as much because they immediately killed Loki. So for the whole movie, I wasn't going. I didn't have like a, and I had more of like a, oh, are they gonna do it?
Yeah.
You know. So it wasn't like a sudden, like, Loki was pretty sad because it happened so suddenly, and I was like, oh damn, that actually really affected me. Whereas the rest of them were more a shock. Oh, okay, damn, okay, that was, you know, they
Yeah.
did do that one. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, like, I also, like, I would say 20% believe that Thor was dead.
Okay.
And that's quite a lot.
That is quite a lot.
It's quite a lot. I was like, damn, okay, maybe they're going to do a, we don't want Thor to have to be in this movie because he's too powerful.
I mean, I could honestly genuinely see that, because he's very strong, and he comes in clutch at the end. It is a real, if Thor is gone, then the danger is so heightened.
Yeah.
And even the fact that Thor was just not there for a lot of the movie made it a lot more scary.
And again, going into this, I was like, I think that a lot of people die, but I was also like, I don't know if that was this movie or Endgame.
Okay.
You know, that I heard that about. And even then, I wasn't sure if I had really heard that, or if I
Sure.
was misinterpreting it with something else.
Mm-hmm.
So when I thought that Thor died, like, the 20% was like, okay, maybe, you know, they are doing that. And then I bought into it because, like, well, if they're going to do that, then that does mean that more people are going to be dying over the rest of the movie, and they're going to definitely have to do, like, a time, you know, thing.
Sure.
And like, I wasn't sure how, but I was like, okay, they're going to have to bring back the characters somehow. And then I started thinking, okay, well, time stone, okay, blah, blah, blah. But yeah, so then once Thor, you know, once it was like, okay, Thor is still alive, then I actually, you know, I didn't think about it in these terms,
Sure.
but my brain kind of definitely went to okay, well, if Thor is alive, then there might not be, you know, killing off all these characters. I thought it might just be like Loki died in this movie, and, you know, a couple of characters are going to die, but it sort of made my brain reset back to, like, okay, actually things might be fine.
Yeah.
And that's very impressive to do that, to make me fully think that Thor might be dead, and then also make me fully think that everything's going to be fine now.
So, we got distracted with War Machine. We went on for about an hour. We have to go back to who we saw chronologically during the Wanda and Vision scene, which is Captain America,
Oh, yeah.
who we did not touch yet.
Let's go back to Cap in a second.
Okay.
We're still talking about all the smaller characters right now.
Okay.
Cap's going to be a long thing.
Sure.
We'll go back to that. So, like, while we're still in Wakanda, let's talk about Bucky.
Okay.
You know? I feel
Fine.
before we move on, let's do that. He didn't get to do much this movie, but it's interesting. I just can't get over these fighting with a machine gun, with an LMG. Like, I wanted to use the goddamn arm, and he didn't use it.
Can't use the full power of the Wakandan arm. By the way, it did hit me very recently that Bucky is a undercover operative that is designed to destroy governments. And
he's...
one of the first people who lives, one of the only outsiders to ever live in Wakanda is Bucky. And then we get Ross, who's from the CIA. And then the King is another man from the CIA who destroys governments.
And then we have Captain America.
Yeah.
Who, I mean, that's what he's doing in World War II.
Yeah. I mean, all of Cap's Avengers are kind of terrorists legally.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, legally.
Sure. I mean, again, as War Machine said, they're only criminals because you said they are.
Yeah. I mean, as most criminals are, only criminals because you said they're criminals.
Right.
Meanwhile, the bigger criminals are sitting right there.
Yeah.
Oh, I did love that scene. I don't want to move to Steve just yet, but I did love that scene where he's like, "I'm done asking permission. It's fucking happening. Shut your goddamn mouth. This is what we're doing." Also, just like arrest them, and Rhodey being like, "All right," and then shutting off, like, "Hey guys."
Yeah.
Oh, so wholesome. Because, I mean, even all the people on Tony's side, barely anybody is on Tony's side. It was more of the, I loved what, we didn't get, I said I didn't have a lot to say about Rhodey. I do have a lot to say about Rhodey, actually.
Okay.
I love that he, was able to say, like, yeah, I signed it because that's just what I had to do. Like, I saw the, I made a choice.
Yeah.
Like, it wasn't because I thought that it was the right choice. It was just because I thought that was the choice I had to make. I thought that was the only choice I could make.
Right.
And now I'm looking at what that cost me.
Yeah.
I have broken my legs. If I wasn't an Avenger, this would be way worse.
Yeah.
If I didn't have all this money to be able to, fix this and everything. So, like, seeing him, say that to Ross and the fact, because he is the military guy. He is extremely high up in the military. That is great to see him, have some backbone. But
yeah.
but yeah, absolutely love that. Rhodey was, scene was fire. Okay, back to Winter Soldier. I forgot that they call like the kids call him White Wolf in the thing and everything like that, but that's not. I mean, that's just kind of like them.
Sure.
I thought that was a nod to White Wolf. The fact that it seems like we're changing him from the Winter Soldier to White Wolf is whack. Knowing what White Wolf is in the comics and everything.
Now, is it more whack than an international terrorist being like protecting the world?
What do you mean?
Like, he did start the war in the Middle East. He did a lot of really bad things. That's, like, the Winter Soldier specifically. And what I'm saying is it wilder for him to now be called the White Wolf, or is it wilder for him to say, I'm the Winter Soldier, that guy?
I think both are whack, but I mean, like, he wasn't saying, I am the Winter Soldier before. It was more just, I am Bucky.
Sure.
But, like, I mean, it's not like now he's saying, I am the White Wolf. That's what I'm saying. I don't know. They're going to. I'm curious to know what Bucky himself is going to say. It's also weird because Wakanda is saying it. It's not like Wakanda was calling him the Winter Soldier.
Yeah.
Which even then, that is what he was.
Yeah.
Like, if Bucky doesn't want to say that, like, that's not his hero name. But if they're saying, like, who is this? That was the Winter Soldier. The Winter Soldier. I feel like that's it's different. But yeah, I think just going with Bucky as his hero name is probably for the best. But I'm curious to see if he's going to be like, yeah, I am the White Wolf. I am T'Challa's brother.
Because even Bucky Barnes is pretty loaded because there's an exhibit about him.
Yeah. Whereas, like, if you're just Bucky, that's fine. I feel it's like, oh, so you're trying to eat Captain America's butt. I see that Captain America got a new sidekick named Bucky. It's kind of weird, Cap, but okay. Like, yeah, to be fair, if he just names himself Bucky, I feel like the world is going to be real weirded out by that. Like, yeah, it's going to feel like Cap just kind of replaced him. It's going to feel like the real comics.
Gotta get a new Bucky.
Gotta get a new boy.
Any other small characters?
Sorry, I was just thinking of Cap, like, taking, after everything in Winter Soldier and all that, being like, sorry, or not Winter Soldier, Civil War and all that, and be like, sorry, you can't be an Avenger, though. You're not a boy anymore. Like, I did want to help you and everything. You can't be my sidekick, though. I only take boys.
Like Falcon.
Falcon's boyish. he's boyish. He's not. I'm not gonna say he's like Bucky in the comics boyish, but he's a little. I'm stretching, trying to fit the boyish.
He's a war veteran. We meet him at
he's young.
He's not that young.
He looks very young.
I mean, he just aged very nicely.
Yeah. Honestly, I would guess that he's in his like early 20s.
Yeah, I mean, I can see it from the visuals.
Like, yeah, he looks really young. He definitely looks younger than Cap, which cannot be true. Well, I mean, depending on how you put it.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Anybody else? The small characters? I don't think so. I guess we can move on to Cap. We're kind of talking to Cap right now. Anyway.
Let's go to Cap.
I hate the beard.
Beard's so good though.
No, I hate the beard.
So
I hate the hair. The hair is only good when sweaty.
You did like sweaty Cap beard or sweaty Cap hair.
Yeah, sweaty Cap beard is not. It's just beard. It's not. Sure. It's just a small beard. But yeah, sweaty Cap. Good. That's it. This hair, this beard, bad. Bad.
Of the like Phase 3 redesigns in total, like like of all the like Infinity War redesigns, I should say, like who do you like? Are there any looks where you're like, I really like this look?
There's not any that I prefer. I think the best out of them is Natasha.
Okay.
I think she's the best.
Sure.
Yeah. It's definitely, it makes her look a lot more distinct than, before.
Sure.
Still gotta say, though.
Uh-huh.
Why is she here? Why is she here? Seeing her fight alongside all these people from Wakanda, it's again like, come on. It's I don't know what they could do, right? And I really want to talk about this problem, because it's a problem with Hawkeye and her. Like, I feel like that's probably also why they didn't put Hawkeye in the movie. What can Hawkeye do? Everybody, the average person is like more, not the average person, but the average like soldier. Like Hawkeye is not better to have than just somebody from Wakanda who's on the what are the staff ones? What are they?
Border Tribe?
No, the one that Okoye is.
The Dora Milaje.
Yeah, Dora Milaje. Yeah, like anybody from there is probably going to do a better job than Hawkeye or,
sure.
Maybe not Hawkeye. To be fair, Hawkeye's got range from that. He's a little bit better. But they can also shoot beams out of their fucking spears. So, Romanoff, though, easily outclassed by everybody. And her main thing is, like, stealth and, like, covert stuff and that sort of shit. And she just doesn't do it. Don't do it anymore.
Right. It is really weird that we haven't, like... Everyone else has been very visually scaling up. And, I mean, she does fight one of Thanos' generals.
Yeah.
But we don't get a big, like, super strong hero moment from her.
And it's a kind of like, when that was happening, it was a bit like, alright, like, I had to be like, okay, I guess Romanoff's this fucking strong, because it really shouldn't be. But,
she got experimented on.
Did she?
They made her a monster.
Oh, God. But she got experimented on?
Yeah.
Did she say that?
Yeah. In Age of Ultron, actually.
Okay, I didn't remember her saying that.
Yeah, like I don't know if they've specifically said what happened to her, if anything.
Do we know when that happened?
Red Room. Like, when she was being turned into the Black Widow.
Oh, wait. The Red Room. What do you mean? The Red Room was the stuff in Russia, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, the Russians
did... So okay, not S.H.I.E.L.D. experiments.
No.
Okay, that's what I thought you were saying.
Yeah, like, the Russians did stuff to her that I don't know if they've said what they've done to her or not.
They said they experimented on her.
I believe so.
Okay. Interesting. Because, yeah, we haven't seen anything like that a normal human couldn't do.
Right.
But yeah, so she is definitely like, Hawkeye and Black Widow were never introduced. They just kind of like, that was the first real whackety whack moment in the Avengers, where if I didn't watch that like intro into the Avengers, I would have been losing my mind during Avengers. As to just, who the fuck are these two people? Like, I would have probably remembered, I mean, Romanoff, obviously.
Sure.
And him, I'm probably like, oh yeah, it's the crossbow guy. Why the hell is he important? It's really interesting to imagine another universe in which I never watched that. I feel like I would be hating on Hawkeye and Romanoff the entire time, just 24/7, because they're not introduced. They're introduced in the way that they expected everybody to know what Thanos was kind of about and the deal of Thanos going into this movie. Like, that was the first, I assume, people know when they're going into the Avengers that the Avengers are going to be, are the hero, the people with powers, and then also these two that we didn't even give names to, really. I mean, well, Clint I'm mainly talking about. Yeah. I don't think they said his name at all in Thor 1.
No, he also didn't shoot an arrow in Thor 1.
I mean, he had the crossbow, but he didn't shoot it.
Yeah, he was kind of standing there.
Yeah. But, yeah, really, really fucking weird. And so now, the fact that they didn't get a movie or anything kind of introduction pre-Avengers, which was the pre-crazy powers and everything, Hawkeye is much different. It's hard to talk about these two now. Yeah. At the beginning, I like to talk about them two together a lot. Whereas now I kind of just mean Romanoff. Because Hawkeye can be in a Hawkeye TV show, and I can fully see it being, it's sort of like street level. He just sort of like, he's not with the Avengers anymore.
Whereas, I want to keep in mind, we have a Black Widow movie coming out next.
Yeah, and I don't know what the fuck that could be. I have no earthly idea what it could be. Because, it's going to have to just be like a completely spy movie or something. Okay. Which is not what Romanoff is known for anymore. She's not a spy. Especially after Ultron. After, all the time in Ultron where, that would have been so much potential for her to be a spy finding, what's his name? The Nazi guy. Baron
Strucker?
Yeah, Strucker. Yeah, there could have been a moment there for her, but no, not really. So, I don't know what the fuck this movie's gonna be, because she does not have a, spy character really anymore. And yeah, I think the chance to really make them feel like they belong here is long since passed, and they're trying way too late. I am very curious to get to those, because, boy, it feels like time is it's way too late. way too late. But yeah, back to Steve.
Yeah, Steve.
You talk for a second.
Okay. I really like Steve's, his new vibe, but I wish we had seen more of what he was doing. You can definitely just sort of assume, he was out there, he was helping people, but we don't get to really see it. And I mean, this movie is very, very tight. So I guess what I mean is, I wish in a different movie...
Or they told us what he was doing.
Yeah. Because, you can just kind of assume what they were doing, but that's not enough.
Yeah.
And it, visually, you can very clearly tell, okay, a lot of time has passed, they've been doing stuff. Steve's so busy, he's got a beard now.
Yeah.
What's he doing?
But yeah, it is what are they doing? We haven't heard any, news about them.
Yeah.
That's so easy to do. Have, just in the background of TV, let's just talk about something Steve did.
Yeah. Or, I mean, before Age of Ultron, we got, 12 different WHIH news things that were all bad. Why didn't we get some of those from Infinity War?
Or, when they come in and Ross is like, these guys are terrorists, do you not remember the thing they just did last week? This thing that I'm going to tell you about again?
Yeah.
There's so many opportunities for it.
Ultimately, though, I like him in the movie. I like that he's the one, everyone else is more amenable to the idea of trading lives. Yeah. And he is the, one member who is the very hard line, no, we don't trade lives. And that isn't the correct answer. The movie itself lands on this opinion of, sometimes when everything is bad and you've done all you can, you gotta trade a life.
And he was, specific in that moment, he is talking about the, trading a life for a life as opposed to doing what is necessary.
Yeah. I think it is really important to state that, Steve jumped on a grenade back during training. Steve, when a bomb was going to hit New York, he was on the plane, he drove it out into the ocean and, died, basically.
Yeah.
Nothing he has done has been I'm 100% going to die. It is I'm going to lay down my life. I'm going to do everything I can because there's something I really want to do. I want to protect people. I want to do good for America. Yeah. And at the very end, if push comes to shove, at the last possible moments, he'll die.
I mean, yeah, and it is in those moments, there is no other option. In the moment when they're talking about trading lives, they are talking about, I think trading lives is the best way to put it.
Sure.
Because it is not a necessary sacrifice, it is trading.
Yeah.
Yeah. You don't call it trading when you are like dying of thirst and somebody's like, I will give you this water if you give me that 1,000 bricks of gold.
Yeah.
Like, that's not trading.
I think it does create, like, again, thematically, Thanos is, I would say, trading 50% of all life on one planet for the other 50%.
Yeah, that's a trade.
Like, yeah. And
that's not a sacrifice, yeah.
Mm-hmm. I think that is really important also, because, like, I would say, like, Thanos feels like he is sacrificing Gamora when he, you know, kills her for the Soul Stone.
Yeah.
But I would say that is also definitely a trade.
That is a trade, yes.
He gives up something, he gets something in return.
Yeah. A sacrifice has to be when there's no other way.
Yeah.
Like, yeah. Again, going back to the water thing, you are sacrificing your gold for that water as opposed to trading your gold for that water.
Yeah.
You cannot get the water any other way.
Life is too precious to trade.
Yeah.
Like, it should not be on the same level as, you know, just the stuff.
Yeah. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So, I feel like I was gonna say something, but I can't remember what it is.
Oh, no.
So, just what's the next thing we should say about Steve? And hopefully I'll remember what I was gonna say. Yeah, what was I gonna say? Fuck it.
Sure. What do you?
I love the shields. The shields,
Okay.
super dope. I was actually just talking about that about my own series doing that right before this. I love the idea of a character that fights with, like, I love a character that fights with a shield already. Cap is super cool in that sense, but having like the two shields on his arms that are like a just like bracer shield sort of thing, that then he can like make it like, go out even farther and everything. It's really interesting. It's something that I would never have imagined for Captain America. Even then, if you would have told me that he gets like two shields, I would have pictured two large circular shields, or even like right on the base of his hand like that, or the back of his hand. But yeah, like the types of shields is so different. It's absolutely not what I would picture with Captain America, and I really like that. Also, with like if you told many things, if you would have told me at the beginning of a lot of these first Thor, movies, you were like, is there ever going to be a moment where like Thor gets a different hammer or gets an upgrade or something like that, I would have been like, no, absolutely not. Are you insane? Same thing with like, do you think Captain America would ever get a different shield? I'd be like, oh, they're gonna like upgrade. It's gonna look like the exact same shield, but they're gonna upgrade it a little bit. Yeah, like that. Those are the kind of things I would say. So the fact that we are getting entirely new versions of them is crazy to me, and I love that. It's unpredictable.
Okay, what I was going to say is, how do you feel about, like, this Cap design in total? Like, not just the beard and stuff, but I mean, like, the outfit he's wearing, the shields, like, this whole, like, it's so completely different from his other outfits.
Yeah. Not a fan.
Okay.
It's too, he just looks like a military guy.
I can agree with that. Like, I like that the shields aren't personalized, because that is a, like, he was in Wakanda and they just said, hey, get the shields.
Yeah, they just said, here, go.
Yeah. Like, I think it would have been too much if they're like, by the way, we laser printed America on these. Well, then also, this is, like, his, like, in the comics, he has said, like, I'm not Captain America anymore. Like, I can't stand for what America is right now. And this is kind of what it is. Like, it isn't I'm not going to be America. It is like, I mean, I'm a criminal now. I'm not going to wear the flag. Like,
he is just Cap now.
He's just Cap.
Yeah.
And I do think this look for just Cap is pretty cool.
I don't know. I don't like it. It's still so military.
I mean, what would you do in order to do a Cap who doesn't have any, like, American iconography on him, but is still, like, Cap?
I feel you still gotta go blue.
Okay.
You still gotta go blue. Not red, white, and blue, but a bluer blue is essential.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what I'll say. Just a bluer blue. And, yeah, I don't know. I think it's just less militant.
Okay.
More civilian looking. Because it's not like he needs, the military padding or anything like that. Like, you don't need it.
I mean, it's better than not.
I mean, armor would be better than not. He's strong as shit. Wear armor.
Where's he getting armor from?
Wakanda.
I mean, prior to Wakanda, like...
Well, I know, but you're saying, like, what my ideal,
fair.
Is, so
yeah.
That's my ideal Cap. Armor.
Okay.
Wakandan armor. Put Cap in a Black Panther suit. He doesn't need to have Black Panther power. He's already got the Black Panther power.
No, we already have...
Oh, I don't know how I feel about that sentence, but...
we already have White Wolf. We can't do Captain Africa.
Oh, no!
It's not a good look, Steve.
I can totally see it happening. Steve is so... By the way, I loved the, I am Groot. I am Steve Rogers.
He's so nice.
That was my favorite Steve scene in the whole movie.
You know what? Yeah, I can see that.
I loved it. It was so cute.
No pushback.
Yeah.
Because also, like, speaking of all the other people, either being too chill or being, chill enough or being kind of freaked out, like, Steve, I think, hits a good balance of he's not a science guy, but he is accepting.
Yeah.
Like, he's fine with whatever is happening right now.
Yeah. He's so wholesome and so, like... He's the only person, like you're just talking about the Captain America thing. He's the only person who could look T'Challa in the eyes and say, like, oh yes, the A on my cap also stands for Africa, and not that be racist in any way. He's the only person on the planet that could do that.
Yeah.
Cap is a special person.
Ah, yeah.
And I love him.
I mean, yeah, much like how... like, evil Superman is too much. Like, I would not be down for an MCU evil Cap.
Yeah.
Which I guess, like, I'm saying that because I'm coming around to your perspective on the military look, because I think it's too evil Cap in look. It's too dark. It's too like extreme. Like, this is I've got to be as practical as possible.
It reminds me of his look when he was in S.H.I.E.L.D.
I can see that. Whereas, like, the cap suit is inherently, like, it was made for propaganda. It is this, like, it is inherently not the most practical thing you can wear. It is the contradiction of, like, because I look like this, I'm going to inspire people more.
Yeah. And to be fair, also, it's the realism versus aesthetic, struggle that you have to have with comic books.
Yeah.
Where, everybody always says, like, why these designs are so realistic, why can't we just get the actual comic book designs? And they do the comic book designs and everybody goes, it's so goofy and dumb, and why would you fucking do that? And yeah, that's a struggle. Like, I want the cap with the brighter blue, but then at the same time, I would probably be like, well, is he trying to be stealthy with this bright ass blue?
Yeah.
I get it. I get the what I want and what works on screen are two different things.
Yeah. And, I mean, just because they did this does not mean that in the future we won't get another Captain America outfit that is, like, more stealthy but also more blue. Like, there's things they can do.
Yeah.
I mean, he did do a whole stealth mission.
I just accidentally was picturing Captain America as basically just Batman. Like, the bright blue costume that just wears a black cape around.
Like, he did do a whole stealth mission at the start of Winter Soldier when he swapped out the shield for, like, the shield that has the blue circles on it. Yeah. And then he put it down, did a whole hand-to-hand fight with Batroc. You can do stealthy Cap.
You can. That's what I'm saying. This outfit is kind of stealthy, but... Either way.
I should have brought this up while we were talking about Romanoff, but her, in addition to the dyed hair just being time has passed, she had to change up her look, they're also on the run. It is also supposed to be a visual, reference.
I don't know what you mean by they're on the run. It doesn't seem like they were on the run. It seems like they got on house arrest.
They're on the run!
Yeah, most of them were on the run. And then they went, you poor man, and you, Hawkeye. I don't know anything about Hawkeye.
They did it because it would be too bad for their families. That's why they took the plea deal and got house arrest.
That is the most plot-holy thing in all the MCU.
It's fine.
I'd believe it if it was anybody but Scott. Hawkeye, he's got connections. Scott, nobody knows who Scott is. Not even in the Avengers. Like, Tony can't even do anything. What do you mean they feel bad for his family? He can't even talk to his family. Don't they have like a restraining order against him? I guess not, but still.
They didn't have a restraining order. He just wasn't paying his child support. So his wife said, no, you don't get to come to your daughter's birthday party.
Imagine if, your dad breaks out of maximum security prison from underwater and he hasn't been paying child support. Also on top of, I don't know if that's not important, but just the fact that he hasn't been paying child support and their punishment is we're going to stick him in that house. That seems real weird. That seems like an unusual punishment. Anyway, you were saying about Romanoff that
the blonde hair is referenced to Yelena Belova, who is the second Black Widow.
Okay, that was blonde?
Yeah,
I thought it was just white.
No, it was blonde.
Okay, I straight up thought it was just white.
But yeah, it's a look.
It is. I don't know how I feel about it now. It's blonde, you know. Once again, all these characters just look at the same. I mean, it doesn't bother me because her hair looks white to me.
Yeah.
But the fact they're making it blonde, why is everybody got to be blonde in this goddamn series? Everybody's blonde. I'm saying this as a blonde person. Why is everybody blonde, light brown hair? It's crazy that Banner is one of the most distinct looking people now. That's insane. He's the most generic looking man I've ever seen. Banner looks like he's gotten so much younger. I don't know how, but it looks like he's getting younger and younger as the movies go on.
I mean, he hasn't done anything in 3 years. He's had a lot of sleep.
That's true. Man, Hulk's good for wrinkles.
Yeah, like it's a very light blonde, but it is blonde.
Yeah, it definitely looks more white than it does blonde. But I can see how that would be blonde. But yeah, it's the best redesign so far.
Fair enough. Yeah, like her look doesn't really bother me because it is also like before she was also sort of like spy. She was kind of tactical. Yeah,
now she is just straight up like a militant woman again. I mean, like everybody just looks like they're just a soldier. Like, to be fair, it really says a hell of a lot that, like, when Thanos is dragging Thor, it took me so long to realize that was Thor. It wasn't until they showed the eye patch that I could be like, okay, that is Thor.
Yeah.
Like, he's so unrecognizable now. He looks like any random Asgardian soldier. And he got the eye patch. Oh, it took the eye patch away, so now it's less distinct.
Yeah.
Also, what is going on with that eye? Just pop it in and it immediately works.
I mean, it's a sci-fi eye.
It's a sci-fi eye!
You put it in the socket and then you see out of it. That was wrong.
It's so funny. But, okay. What did you want to say? Oh, I thought you were about to say something. What else do I have to say about Steve? He's just a wholesome boy and I love him and I don't think there's anything else I have to say about him.
Yeah, like, I would say, like, from a writing perspective, I see him as one of the 3 leads, but from a plot perspective, I don't really think he's one of the 3 leads. Like, he is more of just a, like, he is the defender, he is the person who, you know, he's carrying out the big plan that's going to actually help. But he's not really, like, there's not a lot of ego in this for him.
No, he's just doing it.
His personal struggle is, you know, like, convincing Vision that he can live and that, you know, doing this is worth it and, you know, bringing everyone together. But it isn't a, like, Steve Rogers, have a thing I really need to do here.
By the way, I just realized, is this even the Black Panther suit from the end of Black Panther? Is this the old Black Panther suit? Because doesn't the newer one just already have purple lines running through it normally?
No.
Like, it's only when energy is in it?
It's only when energy's in it.
Okay.
Yeah,
it doesn't have like a, not like glowing, but just like a base sort of like purple to it?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, it has more, like, detailing on it, which we might be able to see if we zoom in more.
Yeah, but
yeah, like, it only has energy when it's being punched.
You know, I'm pretty sure that M'Baku got more lines this movie than T'Challa did.
Maybe. Honestly, maybe.
But again, I really hope that M'Baku becomes the new Black Panther.
Yeah.
Like,
out of all the options we have right now, I think he would be really good.
I would love it. It made me so happy seeing M'Baku. I was not expecting that.
You know,
like, I knew we were going to see the Jabari and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But, I wasn't expecting to get his actor. That's really cool.
I really appreciate that. Even in this movie, like, it does feel like he is, you know, like, he could have said no.
Yeah. No, fuck you guys.
Like, I was really worried after Black Panther that the next time we see the Jabari, it would be like a, you know, of course, they've integrated into Wakanda society. They're just like all the other guys. And they do bring up before, by the way, that, you know, the border tribe is pretty decimated.
Yeah.
Which also makes sense in terms of, like, why people didn't have, like, you know, the big old shields and stuff.
Yeah, like, we had a couple, but...
Yeah. Like, yeah.
But yeah, I think that was important to bring up. Like, yeah. Because, otherwise they could have just done the big circle thing around them again. You know what I mean? That would have been very helpful, but, yeah, don't have enough of them.
Yeah. I appreciate also that a lot of the movie's tension is this, like, the heroes are not at their best, but even at their best, I'm not totally sure if they can take Thanos, like, even in the best terms. I appreciate that because I do hate it when a series does a, like, you know, because of this one thing or these 2 things of the bad guy won, but otherwise, you know...
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, they felt very evenly matched-ish. Like, at different points, obviously.
Sure.
And then Thanos does feel just, like, he scales up in individual power over the course of the entire movie as he gets more stones.
Yeah, and it's a great way to, but I mean, even then, they do a great job of, like, once he gets 2, I'm already like, well, I mean, what's 3 more? He's already the most powerful person in the universe.
Yeah.
Like, I think they did a really good job of, at the beginning of the movie, I was already like, this does seem kind of impossible.
Yeah.
I appreciate that. Because that was I think one of the questions I constantly had throughout all the MCU is, I need to see why they can't just shoot Thanos in the head, you know? And so, yeah, immediately showing that at the very beginning of the movie. Again, I can't say anything besides the beginning of this movie was, I'm so glad they did that. Like, that helped so much with everything.
I should also say that, like, to give you a little more context, this is not really what Thanos is like in the comics. Because they did want to, like, do a combo of, like, this is based on stuff, but at the same time, we want it to feel fresh and different, because so many news articles came out saying, hey guys, Infinity War is coming out, let me, this dude on PBS, tell you about Thanos. Sit on my lap, I'm going to tell you all the spoilers for Infinity War. So they had to, like, by necessity, make him, like, relatively different. Yeah.
It's so wild. This is so funny to me imagining people on the news or on morning talk shows talking about Thanos.
Yeah.
It was a comic Thanos.
Yeah.
Like, I know this is absolutely not what it is, but I am picturing stuff like The View, where they're just like, so I read this issue of Marvel Comics number blah blah blah, in which Thanos killed Spider-Man. And
as a quick, like, now it's safe to say a little stuff about Thanos. The quick thing about Thanos is he really loves death, like the concept of death. Like, there is a lady who is the personification of all death in the universe.
Okay.
And she's kind of been grooming him since he was a kid, because he was a bit of a weirdo, and she was like, oh, this child. He feels like he could do some killing. She was also kind of upset because people kept on coming back to life. She was like, universe ain't working right, people keep coming back. So Thanos in the comics is, like, his intelligence comes and goes. He is generally, pretty darn intelligent. He made himself stronger, and a big part of his thing is just he wants to kill in order to, like, make death herself like him.
Okay.
That is also why at the very end of Avengers 1, Thanos' best friend, the other, says, we cannot go to Earth because to do so would be to court death. And then we get a big old Thanos grin. He goes, when the Russos were planning out Infinity War and Endgame, they did seriously think about it, but they were like, I don't think kids are going to get the idea of this man being horny for death.
Yeah.
Like, it's a real weird one to throw out there. Like, anything we do is going to be pretty weird because we haven't set up a whole lot, but, like, of the options we have.
I do like that sort of, trope, but, I get why it'd be weird for kids.
Yeah. Like, also...
I mean, the Gamora stuff's already pretty fucked up, but...
Yeah, they do say that Thanos' chin looks like a nutsack.
Yeah, I mean, like, what are we really,
Yeah.
At the end of the day, fuck the kids.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, they made the kids watch Spider-Man die. You know what? I feel like we can do whatever the hell we want. If you're gonna make a kid watch Spider-Man die, you can do anything. You can show hardcore anal sex on the screen, and then you can get away with it.
I didn't tell him about Endgame.
No.
But yeah, so, like, I'm bringing this up because, like, they also wanted to, like, generate discussion with the whole, like, does Thanos' plan make sense? And you can't really do that with the comics version, because the comics version is not a, like, I'm doing this because it's the right thing. It is a, like, I'm gonna kill a bunch of people. I'm gonna kill half the universe because death is gonna really like that.
Yeah, I honestly feel like that would be... I think I would like that better than Thanos we get. I think the Thanos we got is a little bit too convoluted.
I think that I think overall people wouldn't like him as much. They would be like, this is way too comic booky. But I do think there would be a contingent of people who would be like, yeah, you know what, this is good, because he doesn't really need a logical excuse.
Yeah, I just feel like it's too convoluted. It's too weird in the character and what we're told.
Sure.
They conflict too much.
Fair enough. The other thing they did that is, like, I do like this part. in order to use the gauntlets, Thanos has to at the very least like close it,
Yeah.
or like do something with his fingies.
Yeah, like it is. The gauntlet is doing something. Even
Yeah.
the snap. I do like the snap is like. I always thought that was a Thanos thing, but it's not a Thanos thing. It is a gauntlet thing.
Yeah.
Like the gauntlet, like this. It is interesting. Like that is like the thing that activates them. But when doing this can activate just one.
Right.
I don't know how it works, but it's whatever.
I'm not totally sure if the snap is a like gauntlet programmed thing.
Really, it feels
Yeah.
like it.
Maybe.
Maybe.
But,
Because
yeah.
it felt like this was activate one, this was activate all of them.
Okay, I can see that. Yeah, because in the comics, it is more of a joke. It is a, like, early on... I mean, they also do this in Infinity War. Thanos just kind of casually says, yeah, if I had all 6, I could just snap my fingers and, do it. I wouldn't have to go punch people.
Yeah.
And then, the big callback is, he just does it as a joke and kills half the universe. Everyone's like, what? But it is a, like, he could have just done this and killed half the universe. Whereas...
Could he have?
He could have in the comics.
Okay.
In the MCU, they specifically made it so that he has to move his hands.
Yeah.
Which is why they have, we can have so many fight scenes where the goal is stop the hand from moving.
Yeah.
Because then he can't do anything with any of the stones.
Yeah, I guess he could have, just done that, and that's the snap. But I don't know. It feels like, from a mechanical perspective, I want it to feel like that is what is activating it. Because I can even see it's like, whatever finger touches your hand first is like the stone you're activating on your knuckle. I can see that.
I can see that. Yeah.
Because, again, the gauntlet can't... it's not just like, a thing that's holding the stones on it. Like, it is a thing that is using the power of the stones through the gauntlet.
Yeah. And you do need all the stones in order to kill everyone in the universe, randomly.
Yeah.
Well, to be fair, it isn't completely random. Like, it is at the very least, for Earthlings, Thanos did say specifically when he fought Stark, half of humanity will still be alive.
Right, yeah, I guess it would have to be planet by planet.
Yeah, like he has half of all the populations that currently exist.
That is so specific.
Because also, like, again, in the movie they said he let half the Asgardians go.
Yeah.
Half of those Asgardians are now going to be snapped.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Or, I don't know what's going to happen with Atri, actually.
It might be interesting. With Adrian, he just kept dividing it until it was like, well, there's 2 people now. Gotta kill half of them. Okay, well. Now there's 1 person left. Guess I gotta take your hands away. That's the most I can do for having.
Oh, no.
Just keeps going smaller and smaller.
The directors have also said that, like, the slap is all life. Which also means, like, on Earth, it should be, like, not just half of all humans, but also half of all animals, half of all plant life.
Yeah.
Which...
Well, okay, they definitely should have done that with the plant life thing. If they were saying that, they should have showed the plant life.
Yeah.
Animals and stuff, I'll give them a pass on.
Sure. It's hard to see the animals snapped.
Yeah. Plants is definitely that should have been a thing.
Because that's also something people argue about a lot. Like, plants are crucial for human life, and presumably on other planets, like, they eat a lot of plants.
Yeah.
So... it does, like, if the snap just kind of, like, turns them all into confetti, are you erasing those plants?
I never thought about this at all.
Uh-huh.
I mean, like, almost all food is coming from living shit.
Yeah.
So, like, what is the plan? Like, even from his dumb monkey brain, what is the plan?
See, to be fair...
Because he's having it's like, we don't have enough resources, we have too many people, I'm going to have both of those things, so now it's just all lower. What? I didn't even think about that.
I mean, to be fair, we don't know what the confetti is. Confetti could be edible. Like, when people dissolve.
I mean, it disappears very quickly, you gotta slurp that shit up real fast.
Yeah, maybe it's in the air, on the ground, so you can scoop it back up. The other big thing that people bring up a lot is the Infinity Stones altogether should be able to do kind of everything. So why not double all the resources?
Yeah.
Because the stone, you do need all the stones in order to kill everything, and that makes sense as a for space, you target all of space.
Yeah.
For soul, you target all all life. For minds, you do the complex calculations of making sure it's all randomized, but it's actually half of everything.
Sure.
If it can do all of that, there's no reason why you couldn't also just it does seem like the people are snapped as in their resources cease to exist. Not even
their matter ceases to exist.
So it should like, it should be possible to just say, like, okay, Earth is now going to have double of everything.
Which would, to be fair,
Also be bad.
awful.
Aw, yeah.
That'd be real bad.
Or even just say, like, basically, you can perform miracles.
Yeah.
And, like, obviously, Thanos doesn't do it because he's settled on this one thing. This is his thing. He cuts everything in half.
Yeah.
Like, all the logical questions people bring up of, like,
feels
well, why
like
didn't
very-
Thanos do this? Why didn't Thanos just make everyone immortal? He doesn't want to do that. He wants to kill half of everything.
Yeah. It feels like a very Thor thing where at one point in his life he was like on Titan, oh, what if I just killed half of everybody on Titan and also destroyed half of our food sources and everything that gives us life? And then somebody went, you're a fucking madman. And he went, fuck you, I'm going to do this now.
I mean, I also do think his thought process makes more sense if you think of him as being more bougie than, like, a farmer. Because a farmer would be like, I understand the chain of everything. I understand I don't have stuff because rich people have stuff.
Yeah.
Whereas a more bougie person is the kind of person who would be like...
But it definitely seems like, or at least he wanted to live a farm lifestyle based on, like, the end.
Yeah, like, at the end, he's made his own house, he's looking chill.
Yeah.
He is watching the sun rise on a grateful universe, as he said he wanted to do.
Which is, wild that, he would be that kind of person, because you think he would understand how this works then.
Yeah.
But it does feel like he, at that moment on Titan when somebody called him a madman is when, I mean, the fact that he uses that as his title too, is a very, like, fuck you, you call me a madman, watch me do it, bitch. And he didn't really give it any thought past that point. He's just I'm gonna do it. It's as I said, very Thor.
Yeah, like, it is really strong that his title is Thanos the Mad Titan. Like, Titan is also his species. Like, he comes from Titan.
Yeah.
Like, it isn't just I want to be very strong, so people are gonna call me a Titan. It is like, no, that is he is that.
Yeah. It's a good point. I didn't really think about that at any point. I always just assumed, like even when we know the name Titan and everything, I just constantly like, but he's very big, which is why he's Mad Titan.
I don't think you thought of this, but I'll just say it. In the comics, Titan is, in real life also, Titan is a moon in our solar system.
Yeah.
And that is where Thanos is located there.
Oh,
but
okay.
in the MCU, it is a planet. It is not in our solar system. It's somewhere else.
I figured.
A lot of people have brought up that as a plot hole of like, well, if he's right over there on Saturn, why didn't Tony Stark notice him and shoot a missile at him?
Yeah, I assumed.
Yeah, just want to make it clear. He isn't just over there.
To be fair, that is what I thought was going on with Thor's ship, so I guess I can't, say that much. Okay, what other characters, or do you want to still talk about Thanos?
Did you know that his ship is called... Oh no, what is it called?
Did we get it in one of the movies?
I don't think they actually said it. It is Sanctuary 2.
Oh, okay.
The big rocks he was on with his best friend was Sanctuary.
Yeah. What was that? What was that?
Gamora also specifically stated that chair, I've always hated that chair. So presumably it is the same chair as Sanctuary.
Yeah, I didn't know what to think about that scene. I was like, okay, I guess it's the same chair.
Like, the inside of the ship is also very rocky, so I do assume he just took Sanctuary and put it in the ship and said, this is Sanctuary 2.
I guess so. Do you know what Sanctuary, is Sanctuary a thing from the comics? Can you tell me anything about it?
I don't believe so.
Okay. Okay. I get it. It's just kind of like, just put Thanos on a fucking floating rock somewhere. It don't matter. We don't know what we're doing yet.
He must have some sort of connection to the rock, because again, he doesn't live on Titan. He lives on Sanctuary.
Yeah.
He's kind of just floating out there. And he brought his daughters there, and he was like, hey, you're going to sit on this chair floating nowhere.
That's so weird.
He's a weird guy.
He is a weird guy. He's a very weird guy.
Wacky boy. I could... Do you have anything to say about Nick Fury and, of course, his best friends, Maria Hill?
Okay, so I already said the
yes,
my Captain Marvel thing.
Yeah, but just like in general.
Yeah. Fury is an interesting character for what we got of him, but I think he's done. We got his character, we wrapped it up. It's fun. We didn't fully wrap it up. It really felt like they wanted to do more with him, but I didn't want them to do more with him.
Yeah.
I didn't really want him past Winter Soldier. I think it was kind of like he should have been done at that point.
Like, he
should have died.
Yeah. Like, he's a S.H.I.E.L.D. character. S.H.I.E.L.D. no longer exists in the movies.
Yeah.
It's, like, it does feel a little weird that he's still around, and we haven't really, pinned down where he is or what he's doing. Like, he's still doing something, but...
Something.
Yeah.
And the S.H.I.E.L.D. TV show tries to tie a little bit more with that, but not really, and it's all not canon now, so...
S.H.I.E.L.D. TV show also gave a lot more war crimes.
Yeah. But anyway, yeah, their character was done. I'm glad that they just died. You know,
Sure.
I, like they were around, so I'm glad we saw them die. That's all I'll really say. Like, yeah.
Do you think that the pager thing is going to be a like, oh, this is a really big twist, like, oh, we gotta learn more about Fury, or do you think it is going to be just a like, he did something or he started something?
Yeah,
and
I
that's
do
gonna...
think it's he just said, release the girl. And they were like, all right, it's time. And I don't know why it's time, but it's time.
Let her out of the room that we've been kicking her in.
But, yeah, I mean, like, I don't know I know that Captain Marvel takes place in the past.
Okay.
So that's why I'm guessing this is like a release them sort of thing.
Okay.
Because that's the only way I can imagine them still being. And I cannot imagine that Captain Marvel is going to be we're just gonna do a Captain Marvel as a character in the past, and they're only a character in the past, and they're not in the future. This is this movie only, and that's it. I cannot imagine that's gonna be the case.
Okay.
So it really feels like as I said, when Steven died, I was like, what the fuck are they gonna possibly do? What they're gonna do is introduce a new Deus Ex Machina character that can help save the day.
Ah, I see.
It's gonna be really bad. I feel like it's gonna be real. Like they're really just introducing a character to save the day. I hope that isn't what the case is, but it feels like what the case is gonna be. And so I feel like, yeah, he presses the button. They release Captain Marvel. Captain Marvel comes out and says, "Hey, I'm here to help kill Thanos." They couldn't release me before then because I hate. Maybe it might be as simple as just she is really upstanding and hates war crimes and is very strong. And they're like, we have to put her on ice. If we release her, she's gonna kill us. That's the only thing I can think. Is like it is like they tried to do Steve Rogers. I don't know if Captain Marvel takes place before or after First Avenger. To be fair, so I don't know. I know I've seen it at one point, but my brain bad and I can't remember.
Sure.
So I don't know if it's going to be it's going to have to be we're trying to replicate the First Avenger, and it took place after the First Avenger, I think.
Okay.
And so it's going to be we're trying to replicate the First Avenger, and then they do it, but even more powerful, and then, it's like once again, somehow we can only do this one time because fucking the controls blew up, and the guy who knew everything died again, somehow.
Oh no, Dr. Erskine 2 died!
But, yeah, that's going to happen, and it's just going to be she's like, oh, why'd you do this to me? I hate you. Gonna kill you. And they're like, throw her in the ice.
Oh, no.
That's the only thing I can think of.
Okay.
That's my guess. I'm pretty confident on it, but I'm not exactly that, but close enough to that.
So, do you have any idea, or, any guess, because, I will say, it isn't an accident that Ant-Man and the Wasp and Captain Marvel are between Infinity War and Endgame.
Right.
It isn't things are kind of, screwed up and we had to put them there. Same with Far From Home. By the time Infinity War came out, the dockets for these movies were all sets. It is very clear, they knew this was going to play out this way. So... Okay,
but I do know that Ant-Man and the Wasp takes place pre-Infinity War.
Yeah. So, I guess what I'll ask is, do you have any ideas about what that movie could be?
It's a weird thing to be asking right now in the middle of the discussion instead of at the end, but...
yeah, I mean, we're running out of time. We're running out of stuff.
I am not. We're almost on the characters, at least.
Oh.
And then we got a whole new day of discussion after this.
Oh, boy!
I mean, they're going to try and explain why Ant-Man and the Wasp weren't in this movie, I feel like.
Okay.
They already did, but I feel like they gotta give a better explanation. I don't know what they could do.
Because this is the character section, I guess I'll also extend it to Hawkeye, if you have anything about them. But I don't, or even, Hank Pym,
See, that's the thing, I don't know if Hawkeye or Ant-Man are going to be in Endgame. I don't see why they would not be in Infinity War, but be in Endgame. It would feel like, the Sif thing, of, if Sif just showed up, I'd be like, why the fuck were you in the other one? The MCU so far, very surprisingly, I've never had a question of, where has this person been during this movie?
Right.
That's been very obvious. And now for the first time I am having where the fuck were Ant-Man and Hawkeye during this movie? And the explanation we give is very disappointing, so I'm not counting that.
Sure.
It doesn't make any sense, and it's the dumbest fucking thing in the world. So they're gonna try and explain that, and it's gonna be bad. It's gonna be, I don't know.
What if they're fighting Thanos' cousin?
It takes place before Infinity War.
Thanos, his cousin might be coming.
Son of God. I've got no guess. I always thought it was gonna be like a heist movie or something. That's a heist. I don't know for what. For something unrelated.
Okay.
And then Spider-Man Homecoming, Far From Home.
Yeah, after everything. I mean, I don't know. I don't know if I want to talk about that one.
Okay, that's fine. Because I got no question.
I didn't bring it up. About Hawkeye.
He comes back to life and he goes home. He's on a planet. I guess that's my guess. Spider-Man on an alien planet.
Okay.
I don't know why. But that's my guess. Unsnapped in space, you're unsnapped. He's back on Titan and he's got to get home.
Okay.
I mean, he would be there with a bunch of other people, though, to be fair.
Yeah.
But I guess you could just do that. Yeah. Yeah. I guess you could. But yeah, that's the only thing I can think of Far From Home. It's got to be a space movie.
Okay.
That's so weird. What the fuck are they doing with Spider-Man if that's the case? Anyway. Any other characters we can talk about before we can fucking wrap this part up? I'm hungry as a bitch.
Do you have anything to say about the
generals? I don't.
Generals?
No, I don't.
Do you have anything to say about Red Skull?
Yes.
Okay.
I will say
Uh-huh.
I didn't guess this. You know,
You didn't guess
I'm willing to say it.
Can you say specifically what you thought was going to happen with Red Skull? Like, you've said Red Skull's still alive a bunch of times.
Yeah.
But...
have I said that a bunch of times?
Yeah.
Okay. But yeah, so, like, you know, my main guess was that Red Skull was in the army. But I'm not going to say, like, oh, I called it, Red Skull was in the movie. Like, I can see why watching First Avenger for the first time, you wouldn't know. I mean, I didn't notice it, you know. Totally get it. If anybody rewatched the first Avenger, I feel like it's very obvious that, you know, Red Skull was in space. Like, they really, like, you know, made that feel obvious. So, yeah, I'm not saying that I just called him being in the movie. I feel like that's something that most people could have, you know, if you were, like, you know, trying to rewatch it. I have to rewatch the movies to take the notes and look back at stuff and that. Not doing it in just a casual way. But yeah, so my guess was that he was going to be in Thanos' army. This is, you know, now knowing what Thanos' army is, it would be really weird if he was in Thanos' army.
Yeah.
But yeah, that was my main thing of like, what? My main thing was, how would he be in Thanos' army? Like, would he just get teleported to Thanos' to Sanctuary and be like, hey, give me a job? You know? Like, this makes a lot more sense. But it's also just kind of like, there's not a whole lot going on. I mean, like, you know, Red Skull is just like a complete other character now. It's just like RPG, you know, person here, go to this crazy ritual place. Yeah, there's not a whole lot of. It's cool to see him. It's cool to see that connection and everything. Sure. But not much to say about it.
Okay.
You know, it works. Very well with like them not mentioning it at all and not making it like a big like the camera zooms in on him and goes like dun 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 dun. Like they don't give him a big sting. The sting is not that big, and I actually kind of like that. Like it's very like if you don't remember Red Skull, that's fine. You know, this is just mysterious man. It's kind of cool because it works. You know. Yeah. I would love to see somebody's reaction who like didn't think anything about like Red Skull showing up or anything like that and seeing that. Like I would like to see like audience reactions to that.
Yeah.
All right, we will come back for some more discussion later.
Oh boy.
Okay, we are back here for part 2 of the discussion. Hopefully this is going to be much shorter than the nearly 4 hours.
Oh boy.
That was the chunk of everything.
I think that's most of what we want to get at.
Yeah, it's pretty much most, and now this is just going to be sort of like picking up the pieces of after the exhaustion of talking about it for 4 hours, and there's probably still, of course, stuff we want to talk about. Not probably, there is.
Oh, yeah.
In between, I have gone back and I have rewatched all the fight scenes in their entirety. So I'm curious, actually, what is your favorite fight scene out of the like big 3? I would say, like of the Time Stone fight, like the original one in New York, the one on Titan, and the one in Wakanda.
The one in Wakanda, no doubts.
Okay, yeah. I don't know. The Time Stone one is so fluid and it's so character driven as well. Like Wakanda, there's just so much going on. I do think the Wakanda one is probably better, but the Time Stone one is probably one that I'm going to rewatch. Like the Wakanda one's broken up so much,
Yeah.
that if it's like the one in New York, I think flows so much nicer. But anyway, so talking about the fights, didn't talk about Iron Man starting to use like shield. Like I'm pretty sure he's used a shield before, like an arm shield sort of thing, but I think it just like sort of came out or something. But now he had like the exactly like circular cap shield.
Yeah.
Like exactly the cap shield, which I don't think we've seen that one before.
No.
And yeah, I just like that this suit is all detachable pieces that create different, things, as opposed to him like calling more suit pieces like he usually does, like the Hulkbuster or whatever.
And a lot of the design sense with the suit is very atypical. Like when he, in the final, fight with Thanos, he pulls out a sword.
Yeah.
Or like,
which also felt very Cap's new shields.
Yeah.
He seems to be borrowing a lot of his moveset from Cap. Like he's becoming more physical, like a lot more like punchy, than beamy.
Yeah, like I would say the defining thing for early Iron Man was the repulsor.
Yeah.
Because it is also this idea of, regardless of how you take it, it is like a weapon that's not a weapon. Like it's not a bullet, it's not a shooty, it is a like push you away.
Yeah.
That is why, like War Machine is different because he has actual weapons on him.
Yeah.
And this is more of a like it is the like you can do anything with this suit, including way more like missiles and stuff.
Yeah, and after his fight with Cap, it makes sense why he would do that. Like anybody, especially Tony, is that kind of person. You fight somebody, and then if you lose to them, you're going to try and like fix your stuff to better, face that the next time.
Like up until this point, a lot of what Tony's had to fight has been like very big scale things.
Yeah.
I do think the Civil War fight is very humbling because it is this just long fight against someone who is, who has human abilities, but he's just very durable and very strong.
Yeah.
Is this real, like, you can be beaten like this, and if if this gives you problems, how is someone like Thanos going to, how can you fight him?
Yeah. So yeah, I do think that part of his suit I really enjoyed. And the fight on Titan wasn't that interesting to me. It was very, very flashy and everything like that. But I think the best part of it was just Thanos bringing down the entire moon.
Yeah.
As like I'm not sure if he brought down the entire moon. If he was bringing down pieces of it.
It was pieces. Like his ability goes over the moon, then it shatters a whole bunch of stuff off the surface and brings it down.
But yeah, that was crazy looking.
Yeah.
And like just seeing Tony's face and seeing, what must have been, like, that was the exact moment where I think he knew that they had lost.
Yeah.
Like, I think from that point, he was still struggling, he was still trying and everything, but that was the moment where he realized himself, like, there is no winning this.
Yeah.
And you can really see it in the face, like, the panic setting in as the moon just, as the pieces just smush him.
I also really like that the Titan fight is a lot of, like, it is with the understanding that they can't actually beat Thanos traditionally.
Yeah.
So it is all about disabling the gauntlets.
Yeah. And I think the reason why the Titan fight is a little bit, is like the least interesting out of like the three big, fights. We had a little bit of other like small skirmishes and stuff, and I'm not trying to count everything.
Of course.
Is the fact that we have these people with like extremely godlike powers fighting next to these people with very normal powers like he just has a guy with knives, or like Quill is just a guy with guns and some like set explosives and stuff like that. And so Quill they I think made work better, but I think Drax felt so out of place in everything there, and whereas something like Wakanda, I think they really traded the shots of showing like the people with really powerful abilities dealing with the generals and dealing with bigger threats, whilst the smaller people were dealing with smaller threats. But in a fight where you're all just fighting one extremely strong god-like level, person, it's hard to make it work.
It's really tricky.
Yeah. So, it feels more like it's Tony, Strange, and Spider-Man.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think of just Peter Spider-Man, but yeah, it feels like a fight between the three of them and Thanos more than and then everybody else was kind of like there and they help at times, but that's about it.
They also do establish earlier on, like when they first get there, that the axis of the planet is off by 8 degrees, and so the gravity's weird. Like, you get a shot of Mantis like doing backflips in the background.
I didn't even catch that.
So, like, that is supposed to help sell the fact that a lot of the fight also looks more cartoony than something like the Wakanda fights.
Oh yeah.
Like, there's way more bouncing around and stuff, and that is a big old like, guys, just buy.
Yeah.
Like, if someone's reacting like normal gravity's here, that's because it is. If they're really flying all over the place here, it's because it is. you know.
Yeah, that was very easy to. It's space, so I'm way more willing to just go. Like, I don't even think I needed to say that because I mean I get it, yeah, because of that sort of thing,
Yeah.
but because it's space, you just go with like, yeah, the gravity's gonna be different. It's whatever, you know. But yeah, I think yeah, even like Quill didn't feel like he was like adding much to the fight,
Yeah.
other than when they got him like restrained. But throughout the actual fight portion, it didn't really feel like he was doing anything.
Yeah, and I do think, I do think that helps in character because I think it does increase the amount of frustration he must be feeling before, before he talks to Thanos and then snaps and starts punching him.
Fair, yeah. And like, yeah, Drax, like Quill, there was plenty of things like he does something, it doesn't do anything to Thanos.
Yeah.
Drax didn't really get a scene of that. Drax just there, just stabbing. It's like, yeah, you just know it's not gonna do anything.
Yeah.
But like, yeah, he didn't really get to do anything. Sad.
On the Nowhere fight, we also do see that, like, you can't control Drax. Drax does whatever he wants.
Yeah.
Like, do you think that's the way he's going to be like an Endgame, or do you think this is do you think he's going to change his results?
I don't think so. It doesn't seem like he was having a character arc. It just seems like he was being Drax.
Fair.
Yeah. Yeah. So I don't think so. Yeah, Sam was in the Wakanda fight. We're watching that. His pistol shots are just like killing these the alien dogs left and right, and then he sets off like 3 drones to go after them, and they don't really do anything. They just kind of like make the dogs go like ow, and they just keep going. And I was like, what? What was the point of that? Why would you, like his pistol's doing more damage than this extremely high tech thing that he's like shooting out at them? What was the point of that?
I mean, all their guns have to be very good. Like, Bucky's gun has to be extremely good.
I know, because those things are armored up and everything, too.
Yeah.
So...
like, unironically, they have to just be very special bullets or very
good
guns.
They have to be. Because, yeah, it is... They'll shoot them with a gun, and it's like... And it'll kill the dog. And then they'll... Like, Rhodey will set off a carpet bomb, and it will kill a lot of them, and some are just kind of on fire.
Yeah.
And it's like, how did your gun... How did a pistol... A pistol killed it, but a carpet bomb didn't? Also, going back to the Time Stone fights, rewatching that, man, Wong does so much more than Strange this whole movie. Like, the whole... I mean, not, I guess the whole movie. Up in Titan, Strange does... So,
of course.
I mean, yeah. But at least as far as, like, that... The Time Stone fight, at least, to be fair.
Sure.
Yeah, he doesn't really do anything. And yeah, Wong is very impressive with this movie, honestly, and made me like him a bit more. In Doctor Strange, I was like, I liked him. He was one of the only characters I really liked in Doctor Strange. And now in this one, I like him more, and I can see his dynamic with Strange more now that Strange is the Sorcerer Supreme. I don't like Strange anymore, but I like that dynamic Wong has with that kind of person.
Okay.
Like, I like that Wong has not changed any at all because, he's Sorcerer Supreme. And yeah, he's not, like, intimidated. He's not, like, trying to be like, oh, you can do it, you take the attack. Like, he is taking the initiative and doing so much shit. Yeah. Also, was the telekinetic guy, was that inspired by Voldemort? Do you know? Whether it be in the comics or anything?
I don't believe so.
Rewatching it again, it feels so heavily, like, I don't know why I didn't really see it the first time, but rewatching it again...
I can see that.
I think it's specifically them with all the other generals. Like, it feels like... I guess it is just because it's got the telekineticness to it and the missing nose and like it's got multiple aspects. The extremely pale skin.
Yeah,
it's got a lot going on there.
Yeah, I think in terms of villains, they're definitely cut from like the same cloth, even if they're not like directly inspired.
Yeah, and I'm sure this is a big thing in the comics as well when it comes to like a big bad and then their henchmen. But I think I primarily know it from like Dragon Ball movies.
Okay.
You have the main villain, and then you have their henchmen, which are the big guy, the effeminate one, and then the telekinetic one. And then it seems like also we have the woman in this. Dragon Ball usually doesn't do that. They're like, no, we're not going to go that far. We're not going to have a woman in our series.
Sometimes they do. Depends on the movie.
Usually it's the effeminate one. Sometimes the effeminate one is just a woman for them. But that's so much what this felt like. It felt like that exact thing.
Oh, yeah.
The big one, the effeminate one, and the weird one. Like the weird power one.
This is, of course, one of the only movies to have, like, the main bad guy and then also some generals. Like, not just, henchmen, but actual generals.
Yeah, I think that's cool. I'm not sure if they ever used the word general, but it's like,
so.
I immediately latched onto that as, like, that's clearly what they're doing.
Yeah, like, I believe they only call them, children of Thanos.
Yeah. but yeah, they were great as what they were. We've talked about it already, but as a like group, they fit those archetypes, and I do find it funny that it is fulfilling that trope of if you have the henchman, you can only have one with cool powers, like one with like powers, and the rest just have to be they fight a different way.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
That's always what it is. We even got that with Curse and Malekith.
Oh.
Bring it back, Curse.
Rewatching the movie, like, I wish we'd gotten better Gamora stuff, because there's a pretty good exchange where Thanos talks to Gamora, and he specifically says, you used to think the way I did. And
we don't see that.
We've never seen that. I brought it up a little bit in the previous discussion, but I want to really reiterate, like, she was the daughter of Thanos. She was, like, on the same level as these generals.
Yeah.
It would have been really cool if we'd gotten some of that, whether it was, like, her just saying some really shitty things in maybe Guardians or something, or her just, like, acknowledging, like, yeah, I know those guys. I, used to train with them. They're all really tough.
Yeah, that would have been nice if you're like, yeah, I know how to, like, I know some of their weaknesses, or I know, like, Yeah, because
you get the image of, okay, Gamora and Nebula are sisters, and then the children of Thanos are, like, generals, but you never get the, oh yeah, they're all children of Thanos.
Yeah, I definitely did not, like, realize that. Like, that's definitely what, was being said, but I didn't really connect the two of, like, he's got different, it definitely feels like Gamora is not on their level, or Nebula was not on their level.
Yeah.
Simply because, we don't see that, or they don't seem to know them.
Yeah, we only ever see Gamora. We see Kid Gamora, and then we see Gamora after she, grew to hate Thanos.
Yeah.
We never see that middle part, and that middle part, I think, is really important to this movie.
And it also, rewatching that flashback with Gamora, like, when he's first, like, invading her planets, two things. One, does kill, like, so many of them, before doing the split into half.
Yeah.
And then the half thing is so arbitrary. It really would be like, there's 4 of you left, alright, we're gonna split you in 2 and kill 2 of you. It's so arbitrary. But, Gamora goes so quickly from I'm panicking, what's going on, my mom is dying, there's a bunch of people dying around me, to, hey, try and balance this thing on your finger. Oh, I'm happy now.
I mean, she tries to look over. But yeah, she does stop going, like, where's my mom? Or you said you were going to show me my mom. Where's my mom?
Yeah, I mean, the balancing thing is really weird, because she looks not happy, but she looks like she's just completely forgotten everything else, and there's gunshots and people dying and screaming right behind her, and she's just like, I guess I can balance this, and life is good. It's cool now. Life's okay.
Like, kids are fickle, but they're not quite that fickle.
There's not that fickle. That's a bit much. If you took her to a different location, it's right there. And it's been 5 seconds.
I don't know if you caught it, but she is like punching a guy in the back when she's a little kid, and that is that's what Thanos sees when he's like, "Oh, you're a fighter."
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's what that was. Mm-hmm. Yeah, because when he said that, I was like, "How the fuck did he see that?" But okay. So during the Vision and Wanda like skirmish, thing. Rewatching that, it is very clear actually now that, if Steve and Sam and Natasha actually had been willing to kill, which Wanda and Vision definitely seemed very willing to kill those two, extremely so. But yeah, Steve, Sam, and Natasha not wanting to kill them definitely caused a lot of deaths in this movie.
Yeah, like, at the same time, they didn't know what was going on. Like, they didn't know those were aliens until they flew up into their spaceship.
That's a good point. Yeah. Yeah, just because, I'm like, you would think, because the CGI-ness, like, it's hard to, like, from an in-universe perspective, do you not know these are aliens? It's hard to say one way or the other. So, sure.
Yeah.
But, anyway,
yeah, I mean, it is the downside of being a hero. Like, of being someone who won't immediately kill someone, who will go, like, what is going on?
I mean, what, they're trying to get the Mind Stone out of Vision.
Fair.
Like, what more information do you need? Alien or not? Like, whoever it is, kill him! Like, what? Vision's not, like, bad. Like, Vision's not a kind of character I'm like, oh, they might have a point. Like, what? Like, no, at that point, I feel like, yeah.
All right.
I don't know if they saw them trying to take the Mind Stone or not.
Yeah.
But, yeah, I don't know how they showed up anyway, They had to have just been there around watching and everything.
Yeah.
So, assuming they did see that, assuming they did see that, then I'm going to say they should have killed.
Fair.
But yeah, I'm just bringing this up because, like, you know, I like when the movies bring up like which these characters are willing to kill and which wouldn't, because I would definitely have expected Natasha to be willing to kill.
Right.
And I get why, you know, Sam doesn't want to. He's a military veteran. He doesn't want to do that shit anymore. And he's willing to kill some alien dogs, but still, you know.
Yeah. I mean, I do think also the scene where the dog, or I keep on forgetting what they're called, the Outriders, like when they're rushing towards the barrier and you see them like all killing themselves to get through it.
Yeah.
I think that's a really strong, like, okay, guys, these aren't just little puppies. Like
That's
they're
true, yeah.
Like they're willing to die for this. You better be willing to kill them.
Yeah, and also, like, keeping with their, like, you know, who's willing to kill and who's not willing to kill. I think early in the discussion we said that Natasha got, like, the kill of one of the generals.
Oh, right.
Not correct. That was
No.
Wanda who got the kill.
Yeah.
Which, yeah, again, goes in line with what Wanda's absolutely willing to kill. She's killed many people. And, yeah, Natasha wasn't able to do it. Or, not that she wasn't able to do it, but, you know, she was struggling in the fight and got helped. But still, it was a, you know, from a movie perspective, you know that was kind of like them saying, like, Natasha's not going to kill, but Wanda will. Yeah, so I appreciate the difference between them and everything.
Yeah.
What else do I have to say here? If they made a fighting game in universe with the heroes, like, you know, not just the Avenger, but just like any like powered people saving the world, they made an in universe fighting game. How long until after this would they be able to put Thanos as a boss, like the main boss in it?
I mean,
And will anybody know about... That's also the thing. Like, I don't know if anybody's going to know about Thanos.
Because, again, people didn't really know about Wakanda. Like, all, like, Nick Fury knew was just, there's stuff going on over Wakanda, but, like...
Which is crazy. By, like, insane. People just going about their normal day life. Almost, like, that huge swath in New York was, like, almost evacuated so quickly. And then everybody's like, all right, back to business.
I mean, what you want to do? It's New York.
It's like the same day.
It's New York.
It's not Japan.
It's New York after the Avengers 2012.
That's true.
I mean, based on what I remember about 9/11, I would say Newgrounds would immediately put out a game, or people would do it there, but they wouldn't do anything officially until like 2 or 3 years later. I feel like we had an official
like a AAA game.
Yeah, AAA game. I think it's got to be at least like 2 or 3 years. Immediately too soon.
That's immediately too soon. 2 to 3 years feels a little too soon too.
No, I mean like GTA would do it.
What do you mean GTA would do it? What does that even mean? GTA would do a fighting game with Thanos?
Yeah.
I don't even know what that means.
Or I mean Rockstar, I guess. Rockstar would do it.
I cannot imagine a Rockstar fighting game, and dear God, I don't want that.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm actually curious to see who's going to, like, how much the world is going to know about Thanos. Because, you know, some of them might want to keep it secret for some reason, but I can't imagine why many of them would. So it's not like it's not like it would be kept secret, but it's also like, you know, nobody's like seen him.
I would take this definitely as a, like, the Avengers would publicize it because, like, half the world disappeared. People need to know something.
Yeah.
I think it would be much more of a, like, people wouldn't accept the explanation. Like, oh, big purple alien just flew down and annihilated half of life.
I guess what I mean is, like, who's going to be the one who has to explain or draw Thanos? Like, if the Avengers come out, they can't just say, by the way, there's an alien named Thanos, he's a big purple guy, blah, blah, blah. But if there's going to be, like, artists from... the news are going to do artist renditions, blah, blah, blah. Who's going to draw, like... Is it going to be, like... Thank God Quill's dead. You know, he would be like, yeah, he had a big old nutsack on his chin.
No.
And I don't know if I said thank God. Actually, that would be great if just all the news clips of Thanos were just purple man with nutsack chin.
The only people who we have 100% canon confirmed, you know, record everything they see are Iron Man and Spider-Man.
Oh, yeah.
Iron Man's still in space. Spider-Man got snapped, so no footage.
Yeah, the suit got snapped, too.
Yeah, like, we don't know if War Machine records what he sees.
Yeah. Yeah, that is interesting. You know, the clothes do get snapped, too. I don't know.
Yeah.
Like, the clothes and the suits and everything. I don't know how that works, but...
It's erasing some resources. It's not that good.
That is weird, because it's not like it's a nudity thing. Like, oh, we can't... Like, you know, you would just have the clothes remain.
Yeah.
I feel like that's a much better, like, a... I mean, it's probably not as cool of an effect. Like
Yeah.
it's a different kind of effect
Yeah,
than
like-
what they're going for.
Yeah, like I've seen other things do that. I think this gets across the idea of like there is nothing there, like there's no body.
Yeah. I think so much other stuff have done that you disappear and your clothes just remain. That even if that does make more logical sense, it's gonna just feel too samey as other stuff.
Yeah.
It's too like it feels too tropey. Like everybody just poofing instead of like doing the dust.
Yeah. By the way, do you think the matter still exists, or do you think that like is that literal dust?
I mean, I don't know because it is like it's definitely not the weight of a human, but I guess a lot of it gets scattered into the wind and everything.
Yeah.
So I guess it's got to be the matter is not getting erased, but the matter is just being turned into dust.
Yeah.
I don't know what the dust is. I don't know what scientifically dust is, but it is being turned into the element dust.
Well, I mean, everything, as you know, is made out of 6 things.
One of which being dust. The dust stone. All right.
Yes.
Also, they did drop a line that maybe not true because it is Thanos doing the reality thing, but of Tivian's brother, Tivian the Collector's brother, which would have to, I assume, be the Grand Master.
Oh.
Wait, yeah, the Grandmaster is
Yeah.
his name, right? I want to make sure I got the name
Yeah.
right. But yeah, they both have the same like chin thing
Mhm.
going on and everything. We talked a lot about that a lot in the comics about
Yeah.
how like in Guardians 2 they specifically say like, oh, my cousin.
Or no, that's Ragnarok.
What did I say? Guardians 2.
Yeah.
Sorry, Ragnarok.
Uh-huh.
It feels so Guardians. I know why I remember.
Big Freudian slip
Oh yeah.
there.
In Ragnarok, he says, they say something about his cousin.
Yeah.
Because in the
I
comic,
mean, we see his cousin.
well, yeah. But I mean, like they say,
Of course,
blah
of course.
blah, your cousin. In the comics, the Grandmaster and the Collector
Mhm.
were both like the last of 2 different races, right?
Yeah.
And so they put that line there to be like, by the way, these are not the those people.
Yeah.
But they are brothers. That is funny to me.
Yeah.
Like they aren't those characters from the comics, but they are canonically brothers. We had to classify you as a cousin. Also,
Yeah.
it's so nothing. Like it means nothing. It adds nothing to the plot, but it's fun world building.
Yeah. I mean, I guess the other elders of the universe could be out there just, as actual relatives.
Maybe, yeah. I mean, we don't know anything about them being actual elders of the... I mean, I guess, the Grandmaster would have to be.
Yeah.
But the Collector, yeah, I guess that does imply the Collector is about as old as Grandmaster, which is...
Yeah. Because also, we get the line where the Grandmaster says, if I were outside of here, I would be, and then he just refuses to say how old he would be.
So that's the joke I was just doing
Yeah.
before you interrupted
did
me
it.
with the explanation of the joke.
Listen, people only understand comedy when you explain it, and then it becomes funny. That's where comedy comes from. Comedy is stored in the explanation.
Okay. How did Thanos know who Tony was? Like, I'm not saying it's a plot hole or anything.
I mean, they bring it up explicitly. That's not it's
Oh, did they?
I mean, no, they don't. They don't bring up the explanation, but they focus really hard on that line.
Oh yeah.
There's no reason why they would have to include that line.
Yeah, it is like it's one of the things where it's like Thanos is very smart too, and he's got all this information too. Whereas he doesn't seem to know about anybody else but Tony. Why does he know about Tony? Why does he really care about Tony? I mean, like, again, from what we see about the world, Tony does seem to be like CEO of the world,
Yeah.
kinda, So I kind of get it in that sense, but it is like did Loki come back and be like, by the way, I fought the Avengers. I'm only gonna tell you about Thor. I mean, about Thor and Tony.
Mhm.
Like, weird that he didn't,
Yeah.
tell him all the rest. But yeah, and it's so weird that he worked for Thanos, and then Thanos just kind of letting him be, for all this time. Thanos is so like chill with Loki.
Yeah.
So unconcerned, and yet like all his other daughters he's a lot more concerned about.
Mhm.
I say all his other daughters.
Yeah, Loki's in there too.
yeah, like he's counted as one of the daughters. Yeah, I guess it's pretty much all the.
Yeah, I mean, I guess they just had more of a contractual relationship. Like that was hey, I'm going to invade Earth. I want your army. I'm going to do stuff there.
Yeah, and then he failed him, and just kind of let him. He's like, all right, that's fine. That's fine. You can fail me. But it doesn't seem like Thanos is like a if you fail me I'll kill you sort of thing though.
Yeah.
Like the other like levitating guy, his was just I have never failed Thanos.
Yeah.
And like, you know, I don't want to fail Thanos. Not I'm scared to fail Thanos.
Right. It's
So that's all I have for my talk about like the fights and everything.
okay.
What did you wanna you got any more trivia?
So, you know about Thanos in Fortnite, right?
I know vaguely about Thanos in Fortnite. We have joked about Thanos doing a Fortnite.
Uh-huh.
I think one of the most reoccurring bits off camera has been whenever we do a jokingly like, you know, oh no, did you get spoiled? Like, and we need something to be like, and obviously that wouldn't be the case. It is like the, oh no, did you get spoiled that Thanos Fortnite dances in Endgame or Thanos Fortnite dances in Infinity War. That is always the go-to.
Oh, yeah.
But, so, why are you bringing this up?
The Russo brothers love Fortnite, and they were the ones who said, hey, we were going
I was not expecting that.
Yeah. They are the reason why Fortnite did the infamous crossover with Infinity War.
I thought that was Star Wars.
I mean, the Star Wars one is much worse of a crossover. That is, of course, the one
That's the
where...
other infamous one. Gotcha.
That is the one where, if you want to watch episode 9, you can't... it starts off with, by the way, there was a big broadcast that the entire galaxy heard that you never get to see, and the only way to experience it is to play Fortnite.
As you do, as you do.
This one's not bad at all, honestly. It is just... on some maps, when Infinity War was coming out, like, you could play a game mode where the Infinity Gauntlet would spawn, and if you get the Gauntlet, of course, naturally, you become Thanos by wearing the gauntlets, and then you gain Thanos powers, and everyone has to fight you.
Wait, whoa, what? What? You get the Gauntlet and you gain Thanos powers?
Yeah. You get as big as Thanos. I mean, you get his character model. You become much stronger.
I've seen that. I thought you could just play as Thanos, like you could just play as other characters. Like, I don't know. I guess I don't know any other characters before, and I thought you just play as Thanos.
I mean, after the Infinity War thing, they've done a lot more like a lot more collaborations with Marvel, and not like MCU collaborations. They have done like actual like here's stuff from the comics, or here's like a big plot line that is exclusive to Fortnite.
Okay.
But as far as I understand, it did kick off with the Infinity War one, where the Russos went, "We love Fortnite."
Okay. I can't believe you get Thanos powers. I don't know what that means.
I mean, I haven't played, so I can't fully say, but it does seem like it's mostly like strength-based abilities, as opposed to like, you know, being able to use like hotkey each of the stones or something.
Okay, you can't just reality warp everybody into PUBG.
Oh, that's a really cool idea.
Imagine you're fighting somebody in a video game and they kick your ass so hard you're now suddenly installing and playing another video game.
If they get the PUBG license, I would not be surprised to see a thing where like you go into PUBG and then you can't build and everything looks bad and it's all glitchy.
All right. What besides Fortnite? Or did you have anything else to say about Fortnite?
Nah, just they love Fortnite. The Thanos Fortnite connection is strong in that respect. Early in the movie, this is like I'll put it on the list of semi-canon things that you gotta watch eventually.
Okay. Oh yeah. By the way, I am watching like all that extra stuff afterwards. Yeah. I'm just fuck it. I'm just gonna watch it afterwards.
Yeah. This is one that no one has ever put on a list of like the MCU things.
Okay.
But they reference it twice in this movie.
Okay.
There's a Jimmy Kimmel bit where he calls up Doctor Strange for his daughter's birthday party.
Mm-hmm.
And that is why they like early on in the movie. I believe Iron Man says, "Hey, can you make balloon animals?" And then when Ebony Maw, the Voldemort-looking guy, fights him, he says, "You must be fun at children's parties." They're both referencing that time when Doctor Strange went to Jimmy Kimmel's daughter's birthday party.
Okay. Nice to know. I will watch that then at some point.
You can decide whether it's canon or not.
Yeah, because like those blinds definitely work on. I mean, the balloon animal one is weird, but the next one, the Ebony Maw one, is more normal.
Yeah,
that one I got in context.
That's most of the trivia. Like, about some Age of Ultron connections.
Sure, we kind of already did some of those, but yeah if you got some extra ones, you. talked about yet.
We got, of course, Thor's like initial nightmare, which was the Heimdall saying, "You're a destroyer," and then he shoots lightning out of his body and starts killing everyone.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm. Like,
so yeah, I guess that. I mean, that was more like the Ragnarok thing than from here, but still.
Yeah, like it's partially the Ragnarok. The lightning is inside you, but it's also this. It is the like, all your people are dead, or like you have destroyed the people of Asgard.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was thinking of it as the destroyer of Asgard and everything, but
yeah, like it works on both levels.
I guess yeah, it does.
Yeah. We are all dead. Can you not see? You're a destroyer, Odinson. See where your power leads.
Okay. Yeah, the we are all dead. Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah.
Okay.
There is.
That's stronger.
We don't really see this part, but Thor specifically says it when they revive Vision. He points to Vision and says, like that I've had a vision, a whirlpool that sucks in all hope of life, and at its center is that, and he points that to the Mind Stone. The Mind Stone is the center of the gauntlet.
Yeah. Gotcha. Clever. I actually like this. Not a lot of like big foreshadowing like that in the MCU.
Yeah.
But I appreciate this.
Now, regardless, we'll see if you want to interpret it this way or not. There's, of course, Hawkeye's wife telling him that he is the heart of the Avengers and that the gods need him.
Mm-hmm.
And as you understand, Hawkeye was not here, and the Avengers lost.
No, that one's a nope, that was not good trivia.
It's the most important trivia.
That's a stretchy one. That's a stretch.
The rest we've kind of already gone over.
Okay.
Yeah. I've got the big Drax trivia I wanted to bring up in Guardians 1 before I went like, oh no, I shouldn't say it now.
Okay. So, go for it.
Because this movie confirms that, yes, he is an alien who is on a planet with his wife and daughter. Thanos, wiped out half of all life there.
Yeah.
Classic stuff.
Yeah.
In
Did we not know that?
Yeah, we knew. Well, we knew bits and pieces of that, but this is what like fully confirms, like specifically that, Thanos. Like this is why Thanos killed his wife and daughter.
This? What do you mean? Oh, like the plan. Oh, gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like this is
like the half thing.
Yeah. Like it's just his MO.
Like how it happened is what you mean.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
As opposed to it being like a very direct thing.
Yeah. Yeah, it wasn't like a Thanos was, specifically fuck your planet.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, I know what you mean now.
Yeah. I wanted to bring up the 616 origin for Drax the Destroyer.
Okay.
Which is, of course, that he was a white guy named Arthur Douglas
on
Earth,
boy.
who was driving with his wife and daughter.
Mm-hmm.
And they see a spaceship, and in the spaceship is Thanos.
Okay.
And Thanos goes, oh shit, they saw me. I don't want my dad to know that I'm on Earth. I'm going to kill these guys.
I don't want my dad?
I don't want my dad to see.
Thanos is dad?
He gets a name drop in this movie. Thanos' dad is named Alars.
Oh yeah, we did get the name. Oh yeah. It's just so weird to me picturing Thanos worrying about his dad.
Oh yeah.
But, okay, so then he kills him.
Yeah, he attacks the car. That is a very specific, like, he doesn't want to be seen on Earth or anything. He doesn't want to alert the Avengers or anything. So he just blows up this car, kills everyone in it. Wife, daughter, Arthur. Meanwhile...
Is Drax a part of the Guardians of the Galaxy?
Eventually.
Okay, but
like,
for the most part, he's an Earth person.
Not quite.
Okay. Just keep going.
He goes into space. Because you see, Thanos' dad was watching. And he, Alars, along with the god of Titan, are like, man, Thanos, we gotta stop him. He's not good. So, they take... They take the soul of Arthur Douglas, and they put it into a body designed purely to kill Thanos. Like an anti-Thanos body.
Okay.
That is nearly indestructible. And
and
that fights mostly with big knives.
Why the big knives?
They call him Drax the Destroyer, and they erase his memories of being an Earthling, as well as the memories of his wife and daughter, but they keep all the trauma.
Okay.
Because they want him to, like, they want his sole purpose to be to kill Thanos. So he knows something bad happened. He does know that his wife and daughter were killed, I believe. But he doesn't, like, it's all fuzzy over there. He doesn't actually know what he is or anything about that. Just like,
Sure.
I really hate Thanos. I need to kill him.
Gotcha.
They let him loose into the galaxy.
That's the worst way to do it.
Yeah. He's, like, sometimes a hero, sometimes a villain. Like, his main thing is just, I want to kill Thanos.
Yeah.
You know, sometimes that gets him into trouble because he's, you know, just, like, stealing stuff and punching people.
Fair. Yeah.
He got really mad at some of the Avengers once because they beat Thanos, and he was like, no! Without killing Thanos, I don't have a purpose anymore!
Oh, man.
Mhm.
Well, I hope Drax gets the final kill. I know he's not. I actually do have, I want to give my prediction for, like, what the final, like, thing will be.
Okay.
Like, how Thanos will be to die.
Alright.
I guess, I don't know. I'll just say it now. Like, I think I said it at some point, something partial to this.
Okay.
But, I've always thought of, like, the final hit thing was going to be Cap picking up, the Thor's hammer and, like...
Yeah,
doing
like Mjolnir specifically.
Yeah, but Mjolnir not around anymore.
Yeah.
The being worthy thing might not be a thing with his hammer. Like, I assume not a thing with his hammer. Might still be. I don't know exactly how that works.
Because
the worthiness thing is weird.
Like, correct me if I'm wrong. I'm pretty sure that it is, like, Mjolnir didn't have that on it at first. And in Thor 1, like, Odin grabs the hammer and then puts that on the hammer and then throws it to Earth.
Well, okay. So the way it seems, we already talked about this, I think even earlier in this discussion, but the way it seems like it went was, you have to be worthy to get the hammer. Once you're worthy, you get the hammer.
Sure.
And then Odin took the hammer away from Thor, put a spell on it that said, like, you can't pick up this hammer. Like, I'm stripping away your worthiness, essentially.
Okay, yeah.
So then Thor had to re-earn the worthiness, and once you re-earn the worthiness, he could get the hammer again.
Okay.
Because it does seem like once you are worthy, you can get the hammer, and then you don't have to worry about being worthy after that point.
Okay.
That was the thing we've come to.
Sure.
Like, worthiness is a one-time thing. In the moment you are worthy, you can get the hammer, and then it's fine after that.
Okay.
But, so, with this new, with Stormbreaker, I don't know how it, will work exactly. But, that also means more possibility for Cap to just fucking pick it up, We might not have to worry about the Mjolnir thing. I can definitely see a, like, Hulk doing a bit, like, finally getting Hulk to come out, doing a big beatdown sort of thing, and, like, to like, sort of stumble Thanos. I don't know what Tony would do. I have no idea what Tony would do in this situation.
Okay.
But, and then having, like, Cap pick up the Stormbreaker and get a hit in. I don't think that's going to hit him, though. I feel like they're going to do the classic, use the Infinity Gauntlet on him.
Okay.
Just, like, make a wish on a genie,
Sure.
It's unclear how. I hope it's not well, no, because it is damaged, actually.
Yeah.
That seems the obvious thing, but it is damaged.
It is damaged. We know it was made by Eitri. We don't know what, if Eitri's still there or not.
Yeah. Eitri could fix it. They could also do a thing of, like, we don't, it doesn't have the power to, kill anybody, to kill half the universe anymore, but it does have the power to kill you, Thanos! It could be something like that. I think, because Thanos still has it. I mean, so they would have to get. I'm saying, like, they could get Eitri to repair it, but they would have to get it from Thanos, leave, go get Eitri to repair it, come back. That's so, like, it's gonna be. I think it is gonna be they do a bunch of stuff to, like, really almost kill Thanos, and then the last finishing blow will be let me just slip this glove off real quick, and it only has the power to kill one person.
Okay.
I think that's my guess.
What do you think the capabilities of the gauntlet are now? Like, do you think he could still do another, like, all 6 stones snap?
I think he can only use the stones individually now.
Okay.
Yeah. Which is why it might be like a, that might be what it is, Hulk does a beatdown, Thor, drops his hammer, and does like I don't know why, Thor, like, it's not much Thor involved, but it's just his hammer's being involved. But, still, it's so clear on a picture of Cap picking up the hammer and saying it. And then, Tony in the background just like, hold on guys 1 second, I gotta, like, tinker this just enough to be able to let it kill one person. Like, I think that could be a Tony thing of, like, let me use my spray on this to, like, fix it just enough.
Okay.
I think that's my guess.
Yeah, I think that's good.
Yeah. Yeah, that is also, I should say, like, the reason why I'm guessing that is I'm guessing it's going to be, like, the legacy heroes doing the final, like, blows. You know?
Yeah.
Everybody else might get, like, some hits in, but I think the final blows is going to be Thor, Steve, Tony, and who am I forgetting? Banner.
Mm-hmm.
Specifically Hulk. Not
Okay.
Banner Hulk. Like, I don't think they're going to do a Banner thing.
Uh-huh.
It would be Hulk if it's anybody.
Mm-hmm.
You know, in the legacy hero, like, thing that I'm guessing.
Yeah.
Okay, so do you have anything else? I've done all my notes. Do you have anything else before I move it to the last segment, which will be the character rankings and stuff
Okay.
like that?
Last question.
Sure.
What role, if any, do you think Vision will have in Endgame? Because Vision dead right now, but a big part of this movie was talking about, like, what is Vision? Is the Mind Stone him? Can you, like, have Vision without the Mind Stone?
I think, I mean, like, that is different from what happened at the end, though.
Mm-hmm.
Like, even up in when Thanos is taken out, I'm like, is this gonna kill him? We don't know what's without the, Mind Stone. But that was a big old, like, I'm going to pull out the Mind Stone, and it's like plucking somebody's eye out, but you also pull out a lot of their brain with it. Like, it's clear that he kind of really did some damage there.
Yeah.
Which, I don't know if I ever said it on camera. I know I said it to you, but and I sad it didn't happen. I didn't even remember it until he pulled out the Mind Stone. But I did remember my theory that he was going to punch, like the last thing he needed was, like, this one right here,
Yeah.
whatever. And he was going to, like, punch into Vision's head to get the Mind Stone.
Mm.
But, yeah. I don't... Doesn't seem like they can, do anything with the body they have there.
Okay.
But, like, I feel like, I say obviously, they could do something completely out of left field, because I feel like everybody and their mother would be thinking, this, and the Russos, did the whole thing of, like, we're not going to do a Thanos storyline from the comics, like, very clearly, because people are going to guess and everything. So maybe they're going to do something that's going to, be crazy I'm not going to think of. But I feel like it's very obvious that we got to use the Time Stone to just go back in time to the beginning of this whole fight, and then, like, that's going to be the thing of, like, finding a way at, like, what point could we have killed Thanos?
Okay.
And, like, what point would be the best way to do it, blah, blah, blah. Obviously, we have to get the Time Stone first and all that, so how are we going to do that? It's a multi-step plan,
Okay.
but I think that's the only thing that, if I was in this universe, that's what I'd be saying. Like,
Right.
step one, how do we get to Thanos? Where the fuck is he? Step two, because it doesn't look like he's on Titan, Step two, how the fuck get the Time Stone? Step three, when the fuck are we reversing time to beat Thanos? Because also, if you pick a time in the middle of the battle, that's when people have died.
Right.
So it's like, how far into it do you...
Yeah,
like,
because, I mean, the question is really, like, if you go at the very starts, like, everyone's still there, they can all maybe even help,
yeah.
but then, like, you don't have much of an opening, whereas a lot of the openings they have are when people are dying.
Yeah, it's a really tricky situation. And I think that's going to be... I think Endgame's going to be a lot of talking, probably. I think...
Okay.
I don't know. They could just skip a lot of it, and we start with the plan already in motion. But I think it could be interesting if they have to, like, talk a lot about, like, what the plan is. And there's... Specifically, I think they were like, we're going to really, like, decide on what characters are going to be living here and which characters are going to be dying, so we can have some really interesting character, like, interactions in Endgame. I don't think they would do it immediately, like, most of Endgame is going to be with everybody back.
Okay.
I think that's going to be a struggle. So, what will Vision do in Endgame? Like, in terms of, like, I'm not talking about pre-bringing everybody back. That feels like it's going to be like an end sort of thing, or like a conclusion sort of thing. So, aside from that, nothing.
Okay.
Dead.
Sounds good.
That's my guess. Yeah, and I do think Vision's going to be going forward. I could see some people being like, what are they going to do, if they, like, because he has, like, an Infinity Stone, like, what are they going to do with him? But, like, I feel like, we can still Vision around. I don't think that's much, like, it's you don't want people to get the Mind Stones, the Infinity Stones in general, but it's still somebody's life. I feel like that's not a question, of course, we're going to bring Vision back. None of this movie was like, oh, should Vision even be here if he has an Infinity Stone?
Right.
Like, so, yeah, I'm not even,
Okay.
entertaining that as a question. Of course they're going to bring him back.
All right.
So, now, really quickly, before we get into the character ranking, I want to talk about, like, what would the characters from the Netflix shows be doing during Infinity War? Because I assume we're not really going to actually see any of that during the shows or anything like that.
Uh-huh.
Maybe when they get picked up by Disney Plus, hopefully, or some of that stuff that's like clearly Disney is wanting to do something with them.
Yeah.
So or Marvel's wanting to do something with them. I'm not sure which I should say, but
both are fine.
yeah, both are fine. Some capitalist wants to do something with them. Anyway, yeah, so maybe we'll see some, actual flashbacks at some point in the later season. That would be really cool. But, yeah, it's the kind of thing where you wouldn't obviously expect them to show up in this movie. Even if it was an extremely tight universe, it would be as weird as Spider-Man showing up in this movie, to me.
Sure.
Like, to be fair. Spider-Man has a little bit more reason because he has so much connection with Tony and everything like that. Yeah. But it is that, like, extremely street-level hero versus all the other ones. And they have made it very clear, like, Spider-Man is a street, even throughout these movies. Not even just, like, the Spider-Man I know. In the movies, they make a big deal about, you are not an Avenger, you are a street-level hero and everything like that. And, yeah. Also, so far, out of like almost everybody here, Scott is still like the only one who has not been like dubbed an Avenger, right?
I mean, Bucky hasn't.
Scott and Bucky, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, like Bucky the most so, because he hasn't even been on like Steve's Avengers.
Yeah.
But yeah.
But yeah, like of the Earth people.
Yeah. It's just so interesting because he was introduced before Spider-Man, and he's still the like barely anybody knows him, and everybody knows Spider-Man, who's just later.
I mean, I would say if someone's making a fighting game based on in-universe stuff, I think they would put Thanos in the game before they put Bucky in the game.
Oh yeah, well, I mean,
because Thanos is bigger, and because he has the like Bin Laden level energy of like it's funny.
Oh, you mean like as a boss?
Yeah. You
mean like Winter Soldier?
Yeah.
Okay, not Bucky.
Mm-hmm. Although even as Bucky, I think that would be a big like new Call of Duty. You're playing as the Taliban, and you get to play as Bin Laden. It'd be a big old like why are we letting kids play as the Winter Soldier? This guy killed so many Americans.
I mean, to be fair, nobody would know that like the last thing they've ever seen of the Winter Soldier or of Bucky Barnes, like they don't know it's Bucky Barnes in any way.
Yeah.
But the last thing they've seen of the Winter Soldier has been in Civil War, right?
Yeah.
Because like he was in Wakanda the whole time here, so nobody would know anything about him.
Yeah. Well, I don't remember how public the like press briefing was though, where the whole bombing was pinned on the Winter Soldier, who I think they said was Bucky Barnes.
Oh, did they at the time?
I believe so, because that's why T'Challa goes after Bucky specifically.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. So they would know it is Bucky. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I forgot they didn't. Everybody knows it's Bucky now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, never really talked about that a lot.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, I feel like we gotta get that at Captain America movie or some Captain America moment where somebody is like, "Hey, isn't your best friend a war criminal?" Isn't that weird?
I mean, there are people besides Wakandans in that building.
Yeah. Anyway,
uh-huh.
All that aside, what would the Netflix heroes be doing, at this time? Because, I doubt very many, Spider-Man is a very, rescue kind of person, helping people, getting them out and stuff, but the rest of the Netflix heroes aren't really like that. Daredevil is not, kind of a rescue kind of guy.
Right.
I'm actually, not only saying this just for me, I'm kind of curious, your own opinions. What do you think Matt would be doing during Infinity War? What the hell would he do? I feel like he would just be, getting to safety with Karen and Foggy. I don't think he would be helping anybody, really. It's not a situation where I think he could help. It's not like there's the original Battle of New York, so many low-level heroes could have been out there on the floor, fighting the Chitauri or whatever, but there's not that to deal with.
Yeah, it was also a very specific, we are going after the time stone. We're going after this specific thing. There weren't just a bunch of dudes, punching people in the streets.
Yeah, but it was a lot of, chaos around and everything. Yeah. And also, I guess what I mean is post-dusting. Let's say, dusting happens. What are they doing then? Mm-hmm. I think that's the more, able to do somethingness.
Sure.
Whereas, when I think of Spider-Man, rescuing people, that's what I mean. Planes are crashing, buses are crashing, everything's crashing.
I feel like Matt would spend he would spend a little time running around and helping people. He does have that.
He just at the hearing, he could help people in trapped buildings, people who are in imagine somebody in bondage in a bedroom, and then their partner disappears. Then Matt would be the kind of person who would be like, I guess I gotta go help that person. I'm the only one who can. But yeah, I guess it's a good situation.
Yeah.
It's a weird situation, but he's the only one who can help in those kinds.
I think it'd be a lot of that, and then when things start to settle down, he would do it, like, he would shift to a lot of lawyering. There's a lot of legal stuff that's gonna have to get done.
Yeah, he could definitely do a, like, hey, I am Daredevil, I am best friends with the lawyer Matt Murdock, and here is his card, give him a call.
I mean, where we last left it off, Matt wasn't too much of a lawyer. Foggy was the big guy. He'd probably be like, hey,
oh yeah,
listen.
here's Foggy. And then, yeah, there's nobody's gonna look at Foggy and be like, are you the Daredevil? See, I think Matt's actually really good in this kind of, like, situation.
Yeah.
Jessica Jones, what would she be doing post-dusting? Like, any of that? I mean, she should just be fucking panicking.
Big panic. I mean, she is, I think, the most, like, kind-hearted of the Netflix heroes.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think, like, I feel like she'd be helping people who are in rubble, like, right near her. I don't
What
think...
rubble? Is there gonna be a lot of rubble, though?
I mean, like, from the planes, like, smashing into buildings.
Sure, yeah, I guess that's true. Like, yeah, a lot of, like, going into buildings and helping.
Like, I think Jessica and Luke would be very similar in what they're doing. I think it would be a lot of just, like, you know, picking up heavy things.
Yeah. I think Luke specifically would not be going around helping people, but probably going around, like, stopping street crime. There's probably going to be a hell of a lot of crime starting to happen immediately when that happens, and he's going to be going around trying to stop that.
Yeah. Like, Luke's also a, like... He is a symbol of Harlem. So I think a big thing would also be him getting to, like, a big building or something and just, you know, putting out an announcement like, hey guys, like, this is what's happening. I know you're hearing a lot of crazy stuff right now. This is, you know, like, this is information as best as I know it. Don't panic. Don't, like, loot right now.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I think, yeah, almost all of them could be, like, Jessica's the only one who it's like, even if I was Jessica, I'd be like, what am I doing in this situation? It's, you know, it's very hard to get an immediate, like, what would they be doing during this?
Yeah.
The Inhumans.
Now, Inhumans are on Earth.
They are on Earth.
Well, half of them, probably.
What do you mean half of them?
Half of them probably don't exist after the dusting.
Oh, sure.
Like, I think that's more important than, like, you know, would Matt get dusted with Jessica, because, like, they're individuals.
Yeah.
Whereas the Inhumans are, like, this big group.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, we're not really, you know, thinking, like, oh, would they get dusted? It's impossible to guess would they get dusted or not. We're just going to assume they didn't.
Yeah.
What was it? The Inhumans. Like, Black Bolt could easily, if he didn't get dusted, just go up with Thanos and just... Duh. And then Thanos is dead. Like, even with the Infinity Gauntlet. It's so easy.
I mean, it depends on how strong he is. They say he's strong enough to destroy Attilan. We haven't seen that.
True, but he whispered, and it did a lot of damage.
Yeah, fair.
So, I mean, it wasn't that much of a whisper, but if he shouted at Thanos, it might do a lot of damage to the Earth, too, but it would be less damage than half the universe dying.
Fair.
I think this is, again... If any show is like, you have to consider not... The Netflix shows do such a great job of they never feel like they're not canon. They always feel like they fit so perfectly in. And then I go to Inhumans and it's like, how does this fit into this universe? Who decided this show?
I mean, what do the Inhumans know about Thanos, if anything?
I mean, I guess it would be, again, they probably wouldn't know anything until post-dusting. To be fair. I mean, well, no, that's not true. There's a big-ass ship in the sky. They would probably be like, that's Kree. I'm gonna get out of here. I feel like if they see a giant spaceship, they're gonna immediately assume it's the Kree and they would do something about it.
Yeah. Or they might go back to the moon.
Yeah. Everybody back to the moon. Quick. Back to the moon.
Get some bags full of air. Go back.
We're all going underwater now. We're joining Namor. Okay, so I think they go like, yeah, it's Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. not canon. We don't have to talk about that at all.
I mean, what do you think they would do?
I don't know, because it changes so much season by season. It might as well be a completely different show every time. You know, it'd be impossible to guess what to be doing. And I don't know what season that would be. Season 7, I guess?
Season 6.
Season 6? Oh, God.
Would they include a scene where...
They would just say... it would be, here's an episode, then the next episode would start up and they go, by the way, guys, everybody just got dusted, and then the Invincible Endgame also happened, and now it's this episode.
Would they include a scene where Coulson
Well,
pulls
they couldn't
out,
do that. That's way too far apart.
where Coulson pulls out the pager and it's got the symbol on it? He's
Oh.
like, "Oh yeah, Fury called me. It's time to go."
I did not think about that, but you know what? I mean, no, because they would. You know, the movies have their own thing they're doing for it, but then Shield would definitely do we're gonna say that's something else anyway. So you know what? Yeah, they absolutely would do that. Yeah, we're done the shows.
Yeah, you haven't seen any of the other ones.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Want to be sure, but
Mhm.
so character ranking. Let me.
Oh, actually,
Yes.
Punisher.
Oh, Punisher. Well, I haven't seen the Punisher show yet,
Sure.
but what would Punisher be doing? Sure. Yeah, boy, that's a tough one. What would Punisher be doing? Probably not much. Probably not much. You know?
Yeah.
Probably not much. I don't think I can say much more than that. He ain't gonna be helping.
He might have. If anyone in the Netflix MCU has like the big special gun that Bucky has, it's Punisher. He's. I don't know who he's shooting with it though.
Yeah, I don't think he's doing anything. I think he's just gonna stay inside.
He's running to Wakanda.
Okay.
Okay.
Character ranking now.
Yes.
Before I give mine, what are your top 5 characters? That way, I'm gonna rank all of them. So quickly, what's your top 5?
My top 5 goes Steve Rogers, Peter Parker, T'Challa, then Thor, then fifth one's always tricky for me on a top 5.
Okay. Yeah, it's tough. All right, we'll come back. We'll
Okay.
come back to this. So, my ranking is as follows. Oh boy. Hold on. So, top 5.
Ooh.
Steve Rogers, Thor, Bruce Banner, T'Challa, Rhodey.
Okay.
Now, top 5, I have separated this into like 3 sort of categories. Being
Okay.
top 5 are like the 5 characters that I like a hell of a lot and also get enough screen time and have enough like character stuff going on that I really like them.
Sure.
A lot of times I'll put a character very high up when like I like them a lot even though they haven't gotten a lot of screen time and everything like that. Whereas like in making this ranking, I wanted to put in I wanted to compare like how much I like them versus how much I am given to like.
Okay.
Like, you know, how much of that is actually on screen.
Fair.
So yeah, Steve Rogers, Thor, Bruce Banner, T'Challa, Rhodey. Rhodey was actually surprising. He doesn't get a lot of
Really?
screen time, but he went up there in the top 5. And I think this movie,
Huh.
you know, like me realizing that I actually had quite a bit to say about him, and then rewatching that scene again, I really liked it. I do think that Rhodey has a more interesting character arc than Tony does.
Okay.
So far. Depending on what they do with Tony after Endgame is crucial to me.
Okay.
Like, that is what is going to put Tony back up in, you know,
Right.
like super high. But he's just been so samey for so long that he is, you know, dropped just shy of the he's number 6. Dropped just shy of the top 5. And I think Rhodey, on a retrospective after this movie, I think has been like just thinking about Rhodey throughout all the movies and like where he's been and where he's come to now and everything he's gone through and everything, and having to watch, like, I think the Tony arc is very interesting, but I think more interesting to me now is looking at that arc through the lens of Rhodey, because then you kind of get both of them. Because even if Tony's staying so samey, I can sort of enjoy both through Rhodey even more.
Sure.
So yeah, that's why I think Rhodey gets up into the top 5, just past Tony there. And yeah, like Thor and Steve, I think are very tied for my number 1.
Okay, so it is like almost the same.
Yeah, they are so close.
Okay.
Thor, I love watching be the main character kind of guy. I love his arrogance, love him in comedy scenes so much more than that.
Mhm.
But like Steve is just so wholesome and he's nice and he's
Yeah.
hot and he's sexy and I want to kiss his face. I love him.
That's the Captain America appeal. I don't think anyone's gonna disagree with you on that one.
Oh yeah, but I need both their old hairs back. But then yeah, Banner surprisingly used to be very far on my list. Used to be near the bottom. Now number 3, they are doing so much interesting stuff with him that I did not expect them to be doing with him. I am the most hyped for Bruce Banner in Endgame. That is the number 1 thing I'm looking forward to, is seeing what they're gonna do with him.
Nice.
That and Rhodey, I would say. Rhodey and Banner, I think that's also why they got so high on this, is the hype. You know, I am extremely excited to see what they're going to do with them. And yeah, T'Challa, like, T'Challa is still riding that high of Black Panther, but this movie didn't get to do a whole lot. Hope in, like, obviously not in game, but, you know, going forward, I hope, whatever the new actor, I guess it's not even T'Challa.
Yeah, they have confirmed, as of when we're recording this, like, they've confirmed it twice now.
Yeah.
No T'Challa. Or, like, T'Challa will not be recast.
Yeah. So, yeah, I guess, I mean, I'm interested to see what's... So I'm doing this, by the way, this ranking. Now I'm also going to do it after Endgame.
Mm-hmm.
Just to see, like, what changes. And, yeah, so I'm curious to see, you know, if T'Challa's going to stay up this high or not, because that's actually such a short time in the series.
Yeah.
But, okay, so then, yeah, next category being... Or I said I divided these in, like, 3 categories. I actually divided these in, like, 4 categories.
Okay.
Next category is, yeah, the people who rank very highly but don't get enough screen time or don't get enough, like, seriousness. Or just I haven't seen it, like, they're very new.
Yeah.
Stuff like that.
Okay.
So, I have, at number 6, starting with number 6, Tony, Drax, Scott, Peter Parker, and Clint. Now,
okay.
Parker is surprisingly low here.
Yeah.
Like, again, yeah, this is in the ones where it's either that they don't get a lot of screen time, they're very new, or, like, in Peter Parker's case, I really like him in Homecoming, don't like him that so much in the Avengers movies.
Sure.
Or in Civil War and in this.
Okay.
He's kind of a little bit more annoying in both of them, and a little bit just out of place.
Okay.
You know, I think... Parker is great when the story is focused on him, and
Sure.
not so great when he's, you know, just around.
Yeah, like, as you've said, he is the friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. He is street level.
Yeah.
In a thing where he's not street level, like, I think it takes a good writer to really pull that up.
Yeah.
And, like, there's also the additional thing of, this is the MCU, he's much younger, he's a kid, he doesn't know what's going on. I do think the MCU writers, like, or I should say DeRusso specifically, do lean more into the kid side.
Yeah.
Whereas Homecoming leaned more into, like, you're seeing it from his perspective. Whereas this is more from, like, an adult's perspective.
Same. Yeah, I get what you mean.
Yeah.
And yeah, I'm excited to see Far From Home because I think that'll, you know, bring him back up there again. But yeah, right now after the main thing that I've seen him and again is this. So, yeah. Anyway. Mm-hmm. I already said about Tony. Drax, I find hilarious. Mm-hmm. That's why he's so high up. I don't think he has that interesting of a character arc. He's not an interesting fighter. There's not much else going on with him. But he is absolutely fucking hilarious. Mm-hmm. Probably the funniest person in the MCU.
Okay.
I would say so, yeah. If not, like, it's Drax and Thor are the 2 funniest people in the MCU.
Okay.
Scott is so when Tony, Drax, Scott, Parker, Clint for this, you know, portion. Mm-hmm. Scott being in this portion as well, I really like him. He used to be very high on my list, but the fact that he's not in Infinity War drops him down quite a lot. Yeah, because I liked him primarily as like a very altruistic kind of guy,
sure.
And this makes him feel very not altruistic and very selfish. So yeah, I don't know. I gotta see what's going on in Ant-Man the Wasp. And Clint, he's pretty high up because, yeah, I used to not like him, but now I've got a good idea of, like, the kind of person he is and the kind of environment that he would be good in, and I just feel like they don't utilize that very well.
Sure.
Again, a lot of these people I just feel like aren't utilized as well as they could be.
I've never thought about it until now, but I do think Clint suffers from the same problem Peter does in a way. Like, it's not that Clint is, you know, young, but it is that he feels more street level. And starting with the Avengers, like, starting with Thor, really, he's been on that street level, and they haven't really written towards that.
It's a sad thing of, like, now, once we got the Spider-Man movie, and honestly kind of once we got the Ant-Man movie, too, we were getting more, Ant-Man not so much, but street-level heroes.
Sure.
If you want to count, you can count Ant-Man street level if the Daredevil Season 1 street level.
Yeah.
You know, if Fisk is street level, then I can't remember that guy's name, but, you know, Darren Cross. Yeah. Anyway. They didn't really get into it until later, and they were really doing a, like, the TV shows are all the street level stuff. Like, the movies are the big budget superhero stuff, the TV shows are the street level small budget stuff. And then now they're like, actually we can do big budget TV stuff too. Big budget street level stuff too.
Yeah.
And yeah, now we're finally getting that, and I wish we could have got stuff like that in Phase 1 with a movie. Like, we talked about this before, off camera.
Uh-huh.
I think they should have moved up Iron Man 2 into
Okay.
Phase 2 and replaced it with a movie of Clint and Natasha working together as like a street level thing. Not street level, as a spy thing for
Sure.
Shield. Like, yeah.
Okay.
Now they're more street. Like now Clint's more street level.
Yeah.
But pre then they were Shield agents. So that's what we should have gotten. And it would have introduced Shield more fluidly and everything. That's really what was missing in Phase 1.
Okay. Yeah, I can see that.
And yeah. So yeah, Tony, Drax, Scott, Parker, Clint, all underutilized, but still love them. Then in the next category, I have Sam, Loki, Wong, Natasha, Quicksilver. Don't even remember his name, but I did like him. Wanda, Quill, Nebula, Shuri. I'll go over that one more time. Sam, Loki, Wong, Natasha, Quicksilver, Wanda, Quill, Nebula, Shuri.
So that's 11 to 18.
Yeah. Hey, I'll probably put this in the description too, to be fair.
Yeah.
Or something. But yeah. This is, I don't really have like I broke up this and the other one just as terms of like, where a sort of section of liking to not liking as much separates.
Okay.
These are all okay. These are ones that I had trouble really kind of ranking above or below each other. It's pretty much in order, but yeah, it was kind of hard to rank them above and below each other. They're all in that like their characters work, and there's aspects of each of them that I like, but we either don't see enough of it or there's just not a lot of character there, so I can't really put them that high. So yeah, Loki, I'll go over some of the ones that are surprising one here probably. Loki very low. Again, I feel like he's just written so differently movie by movie. He's very similar, but also very different.
Sure.
Like in the way that his interactions are, his motivations always very very samey, but it doesn't feel like he's changing character. It just kind of feels like different writers.
Sure.
So yeah, Loki I like, but it's just like, he's just kind of like drifting. Wong surprisingly high up compared to everybody else. I really like Wong. He's very funny and he's very capable, and it's a good design, good silhouettes. Like they stand out.
Yeah,
it's great. Natasha, pretty low. You know why? I just never really care for Natasha. Surprisingly, put Quicksilver above Wanda. I still think that,
Really?
Wanda, I really like her powers. She's very cool powers, but, they're, again, with her and Vision, I just am not that into it. And I can't really explain why. There's nothing I dislike about it. There's nothing I have been invested into it.
Okay.
So yeah, Quicksilver, I actually would have put above Wanda. I think he was pretty interesting. And like a much different kind of character than we normally get with the rest of them. Whereas Wanda, I feel like, is kind of similar to the rest. And they're all different, but they're what I mean. You know what I mean. Quill's pretty low. You know why Quill's low. I don't care about Quill. Nebula, much higher than Gamora. Unsurprising, probably. If you've been watching my reactions. And Shuri still up here too, because I think Shuri has been even though Shuri, this is not all just heroes, this is heroes and sidekicks, and, it was hard for me to decide, if Shuri or Okoye was Black Panther's sidekick, because they both get, and they're also in this movie, they both get big screen moments in this movie, so I was like, I got to put them both on here, but Shuri ranks much higher, because I think she just has a lot more personality, whereas Okoye is a little bit, rigid, on purpose.
Sure.
That's their character, but...
it's something where you can see a lot more of her personality in Black Panther, whereas in this movie, a lot less time, so you really only get, the hard part of her.
Exactly. Yeah. That's why, my rankings change movie by movie, which is why I'm doing it now and after Endgame to see how these change. So, last bits, this is where it's gonna get divisive for so many people.
Oh boy.
Vision, Bucky, Mantis, Groot, Okoye, Gamora, Rocket, Doctor Strange, and all I just throw on here, Hope and Agent 13, just in case anybody was like, oh, I need to put them on there. Whatever, I'll put them on there. Hope and 13 at the end. Okay. Somebody gets to be below Strange.
See, I think the most divisive one there is Hope.
She hasn't done anything,
I mean, I would rank her much, not in my top 5, but I'd rank her in my top 15, maybe? Because a big part of Ant-Man was that she could do everything that she could be Ant-Man. In every act we get a scene of her being like, yeah, I could do this, or yeah, I already know how to control the ants, or I could do the Shrinky suit. It is just my dad won't let me, so Scott, you gotta do it, I guess.
Yeah, I think that's not a very interesting character.
See, I like it well enough.
I think they could do a lot of interesting, the whole like, oh, my dad won't let me, do this. Blah, blah, it could have been done so much better.
Sure.
Hope is all right. I like her as a, like love interest for Scott. It's so much better than almost all the other ones, but it's still, I have to see her do something as the Wasp. I put her at the bottom just because I had to remind myself, like, oh yeah, if somebody asks, I'll just say whatever. I'll put it there.
Okay.
But yeah, in reality, this kind of ends just with Strange at the bottom.
Sure.
And yeah, I think most surprisingly, Rocket second to bottom.
Also surprising.
I was thinking about it. It's like, yeah, I love all the scenes of Rocket in it. I find Rocket funny, but Rocket's character is so. I don't really care. I'm not like invested in his character in any way. I never think about his character. If you replaced his entire character with a completely other CG, just like kind of grumpy person, it kind of worked the same.
Okay.
It's not, and again, it also falls with Guardians being so tonally shifting movie by movie, and Rocket is probably the most tonally shifting, where he is so drama heavy in the beginning, and then we kind of drop that all for the second one, and now in this one he is just so backseaty the whole time. Yeah, Rocket, there's nothing I dislike about Rocket. I just find every scene he's in could be replaceable with a different character, and I love all the scenes, but not because Rocket is in them.
Sure. Okay.
So, yeah, Gamora very low. Again, she's a good plot character. She works. I don't even know if I say she's a good plot character.
Yeah.
She is a plot character. For Groot, I will rank adult Groot over baby Groot over teen Groot.
Okay.
Yeah.
Any reason why baby is above teen?
I just find baby funnier. I think baby's the funniest. Adult has a great mix of funny and, like, really cool design, whereas, like, yeah, baby is baby is just funny. I'm not gonna say baby is a cool design. It's a whatever design. Teen is a whatever design.
Okay.
The adult has so much extra coming off of it that made it like a really interesting silhouette. But yeah, that is my thing. I will go over it one last time.
Oh boy.
Steve Rogers, Thor, Banner, T'Challa, Rhodey, Tony, Drax, Scott, Peter Parker, Clint, Sam, Loki, Wong, Natasha, Quicksilver, Wanda, Quill, Nebula, Shuri, Vision, Bucky, Mantis, Groot, Okoye, Gamora, Rocket, Strange.
All right. I'll say that I've amended my top 5.
What's your top 5?
Okay, so we got Steve, got Peter Parker, T'Challa, Thor, and then I'm gonna give it to Scott. Okay. It was tied between Scott and Killmonger, but I'll leave it at Scott.
Yes, I mean I did put Loki on here, but that's because Loki did fight Thanos.
Yeah, like I'd say Loki is definitely a protagonist.
Yeah. Whereas Killmonger, not a protagonist.
Yeah. Like, he's in my top 5 characters, but for top 5 protagonists, it is, as I just said, though.
Yeah. All right.
I'd say, it's more or less for the same reasons as you. The only real upset is that I like Peter a lot more than you like him.
Yeah.
But I see why.
Yeah, you also grew up on Spider-Man comics, and you know a lot more Spider-Man stuff than I do.
Yeah, and I do think an element of what they went for with Peter in the MCU is this is going to be fun because this isn't the way you usually see Peter.
Yeah.
Like, this is leaning way more into the kid stuff, way more into the high school. Whereas, like, if you're looking at him and you'll remember all the other movies, and that's fine.
Yeah. Okay, so we're done, right?
Oh,
nothing else?
I think we done.
Good. Done. I've given all my predictions. If you have anything else you want to ask me in the comments.
Yeah.
If you can make it through these 5 hours.
Oh boy.
If you've made it through the... no, if I say that, somebody's going to jump to the end and they're just going to see this, saying this. If you made it through 5 hours of this, say something I said in the middle of this shit.
Any of those juicy quotes in the middle.
Give me a juicy quote from the middle. Now I can just jump to the middle somewhere and do that. There's no way to tell.
Oh well.
Nobody listened to 5 hours of this shit. We'll see you guys for Ant-Man and the Wasp, which is coming up in a week. Then I will see you for Captain Marvel, which is coming up in a week after that. Mm-hmm. Then I will see you for Endgame, which is coming out in 2 weeks after that. Mm-hmm. And then Far From Home a week after that.
Yeah.
See you guys for that. Boy, howdy, I'm exhausted.
Aww.
I'll see you guys for that. said it 1,000 times.
Yes, go. Leave. Stop it.